Chapter 1789. The void was infinite in size. Usually, some people like to use the term sea of the void to roughly describe the place that was difficult to be explored. However, it was not a flat sea, but an ocean with a three-dimensional and complex shape. From the outside to the inside, the closer one was to the center, the more three-dimensional it would be. That was, the more components there would be in the void. To put it in a convenient way, it was like the sea suddenly bulged, and the highest point was the center. Using the shape of the three-dimensional sea to describe the void, it was probably easier to understand the difficulty of crossing the upper, middle, and lower planes. Going from the lower plane to the middle and upper planes was like going against a waterfall. On the other hand, if the things from the upper plane wanted to go to the middle and lower planes, it was as simple as going down the waterfall. As long as they did not fall into the water with a drop of more than 10,000 meters, there would be no problem. Generally speaking, this was just a simple description of the existential gap between planes. Things that came from the upper plane to the lower plane, as long as they did not smuggle in through normal means, their existence itself was a disaster to the lower plane, a natural disaster originating from the void. Therefore, when we learned that the fragment, no, the divine artifact might have come from the center of the upper plane or the center of the chaotic void of the same status, we felt a headache coming. He did not expect that the trivial thing he thought was at the beginning would suddenly be magnified to such an extent. It was like a newbie rushing out after receiving a task to find the traces of a monster. The first two traces he found indicated that the monster was a weakling, until he rushed to the front of the monster and found that the monster was just pretending to be weak, waiting for the newbie to come and kill him. Then there was nothing. Everything related to this thing was either gone or almost gone. Life in the lower plane did not have the power to resist the divine artifact from the upper plane. This was not the eight elements realm. The three planes in the eight elements realm were not so different, and everyone could come and go. The void in the eight elements realm was like a small bump in the void hill that could at least be walked over with legs. In the three elements realm, it was like a cliff-like waterfall, and a group of lives similar to mortals could not fly and had to swim to and fro. What the hell? It was more like self-expiation. In short, when he, Maple, and the little girl knew what the situation was, they had already prepared the power of rule. No matter what they encountered later, as long as the monster tried to resist, they would use the power of rule and the power of order to smash it to the ground and tie it up tightly before proceeding to the next step. We used the power of rule to break the distorted space that he did not know when they had been sucked into. He looked around and found that they were still in the same place. The tunnel that led to the dungeon embedded in the wall was not far behind them. They should have been running in the same place for 10 minutes. After breaking the distorted space, there would be no problem for them to leave. This time, they kept the power of rule and order running, so nothing could suppress their senses. "Hey, what did you do just now?" Xiaolan could not help but tug at Yun Nuoxing's hand. "I didn't feel anything, and you guys broke the distorted space." It's just a simple break. The degree of distortion is not strong." Yun Nuoxing thought about it and responded casually. She still did not know how to explain the power of rule to people at the ambiguous level of Great Tao and Heavenly Axiom. It was quite a headache for her to explain the power of rule and order that they had mastered. She just had to fool them a little. Anyway, he was not lying. It was indeed a simple break. "Is the morning hall in front?" While they were talking, they had already reached the end of the corridor. The spacious corridor gradually narrowed after a while, as if they had walked into another seamless corridor, and the end was in front. Under their feet was a ground made of stone. There were ancient and almost faded stone pillars supporting the ceiling here. From between the two stone pillars, they could see the scenery outside. It was built on the edge of a cliff, and the lighting was good. It was like a place suitable for sunbathing in a courtyard. Sitting between the stone pillars and stretching out one's legs, one could be in a daze for an entire day. Walking to the innermost part of the stone ground, there was a door made of some kind of metal material in front of them. The style was slightly different, and it seemed to be different from the buildings in the Kunlun Wonderland. That Gai Ching Su rebuilt it later. The morning hall you see is not where the original morning hall was. The little blue dragon girl sighed. Although I haven't been here for a long time, that guy always comes over to talk to me every time he makes something new. Even if I haven't been here for many years, I still feel that it's not strange. Zhou Zhibai made an O sound. This was a grandmaster who liked to do his own renovations. Moreover, every time he did some renovations or had a new idea, he would talk to his good friend endlessly. She felt that she could almost imagine what kind of person this grandmaster of the Kunlun Wonderland was. The aura hovering here has climbed to the peak. No matter how strong the cultivator is, they can't resist this level of power. We reached out to the order barrier and shook it. He grabbed a wisp of dark aura in his hand and brushed it a few times. You guys better not go out and run into it. Although we can save you guys, the process will not be very pleasant. The little blue dragon girl trembled when she heard that. She quickly clamped Yun Nuoxing's arm with both hands. He looked at the little girl and rolled his eyes. You're almost wrapped around me, I'm scared. Xiao Lan snorted confidently. The little girl walked forward and pressed on the door made of some unknown metal. Her eyes flashed with a grayish-blue light. She turned back to Yun Nuoxing and the others and said, the energy fluctuation inside this place is already at the peak level. It's very powerful. However, there seems to be something in this place that blocks the energy. It's barely able to weaken the spread of the internal energy. Preliminary judgment is that this aura should have taken root inside, and it's still releasing energy into the space. Could it be that the original body of the fragment ran here? Hui murmured subconsciously. He looked inside slightly. Without using the higher-level power of the order to look inside, he could only see a blur. Feng, can you see the location of the signs of life inside? No, they're mixed together. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. Her body also began to release a colorful energy luster. Basically, there are two possibilities. Either they've merged into one, or they're still struggling. He took 2 steps forward. Just as he was about to move, he looked at the 2 girls who seemed to be carrying him forward. He rolled his eyes again. He tried to push them, but they didn't move. Yun Nuoxing sighed helplessly and stepped back. Hui, you go open the door. Help to prepare the void domain. If there's a chance, remove this place from the reality realm. If necessary, I'll directly destroy it. After saying this, Hui had already walked forward. A grayish-blue light surged on the little girl's body. Because of the appearance of the power of God's destruction and the void domain, the space began to tremble. Before she could really use it, it was almost about to fall into the void. Hui groped around the door twice. He tilted his head and gave Feng a thumbs up. The latter nodded back. Then, he pressed both hands on the door and pushed it open slightly. The heavy metal door made a heavy moving sound as it slowly opened. The scene inside appeared in everyone's sight. Immediately after, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched slightly. The little girl also subconsciously used the void domain to envelop the place. From this moment on, all connections between this space and the reality realm were isolated. Hui slowly shook his head. Alas, such a pity. The morning hall was very quiet. There were no monsters from the abyss of chaos crawling around inside, nor were there any ghostly things that had already become unrecognizable walking inside. Huge black energy runes hung in the sky of the morning hall. Countless palm-sized energy runes and mysterious energy patterns floated and moved in the air. Without exception, they were filled with a huge amount of energy. The energy released by these runes turned into something solid. It was like a rope that extended out from it. One end was connected to a huge mass of black energy in the air, and the other end was tied to 13 figures and hung in the air. It seemed that the ink-like huge mass of energy was constantly growing through them. The densely packed energy runes filled the entire morning hall, and it also made the place look like a coiled silk cave that was entangled with black spider silk. Dark energy dripped from the energy threads to the ground, turning into a rising black mist that penetrated into the ink mass in the air. The latter was like a small sun that was slowly taking shape. Its light would darken regularly for a period of time, and then it would regain its brightness. Then, it would strengthen the light. There was some kind of terrifying thing that was shrinking in the core of this small sun, waiting to break out of its cocoon. As its light changed, the spider silk in the room would also flicker, making the spacious space look abnormally gloomy. The 13 people made Zhou Zhibai and Xiao Lan think of the ancient, human sacrifice, and they felt nauseous. I think that this thing already needs to be dealt with in a way that is not standard. The little girl looked at the constantly changing ink mass and tilted her head to Hui. Probably not for the time being. Besides, even if it is something from the chaos void, even if it is formed, it is still limited by the rules of this place. At most, we can just raise the rules and order to the peak. It will only take a little effort to deal with it. Hui shook his head. While he was talking, he was raising the power of his rules and order. At the same time, he looked around. The space and rules of this place have become unbalanced under the influence of the chaos power. If we had come a little later, it would have been a big problem. I think that there are not many things that need to be dealt with by you guys personally. It is not a big problem. The little girl could not help but complain. Hui thought carefully. That seems to be the case. Every time they come out at the critical moment to clear the place. That's not bad. No. What is he so proud of? Phone. Hui shouted and turned around. Yun Nuoshing was speechless for a while and looked at him helplessly. At this moment, the blue dragon girl and Zhou Zhibai, one on the left and one on the right, tied him up. The two little girls, whether they were 5,000 years old or 20 years old, obviously had never seen such a horrifying scene. When the door was opened, their pretty faces were pale, and they were so scared that they couldn't speak. They were scared, but they also wanted to see. It was good that they didn't get scared. It would be better if they could leave him a hand. No, he really wasn't a rag doll. Why did he have to be tied up the moment he was in danger? Wouldn't it have been better to leave him with an arm? Although sometimes it didn't matter whether he used his arm or not, he was just a little unhappy that he was being used as a doll to ward off evil. He muttered to himself for a long time. He smiled bitterly and held his head. Forget it. Just look after the two girls. You should come and save me. The group of people slowly walked into the morning hall. The order barrier was pushed forward, and when it touched the ground or the water droplets that fell from the sky, it would become slightly brighter. The dark energy would sizzle and disappear instantly like boiling water, leaving behind a stench of the collision between order and chaos. This stench was not that easy to filter out. The three of them were already used to it. However, the moment Xiaolan and Zhou Zhibai smelled this stench, their faces turned green. A surge of acid rushed up their throats, and they immediately fell to the ground and vomited. Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a while and said to herself, this is the stench on the conceptual level. It's 10,000 times more stimulating than the smell alone. Xiaolan vomited until her face turned red. Tears gushed out uncontrollably. She said with a sobbing tone, "What the hell is this? It stinks." He turned back to check on Zhou Zhibai's condition. This girl's realm and physique were more than one level lower than Xiaolan's. However, the two of them were almost the same in terms of the power of order. So, the result was the same. Although she vomited happily, it was not harmful. It was just disgusting. She just had to get used to it. He squatted down and pressed his hand on the heads of the two girls. The power of order and the power of the order with a weak aura of the origin energy turned into a barrier and fell on them. The two of them immediately felt that the stench that made their noses drop seemed to be a little lighter. It was barely acceptable. The churning in their stomachs had also subsided. They no longer felt dizzy. The little blue draconic girl touched her head subconsciously. However, she did not have time to ask what it was. When she saw Yun Nuoxing and the others walking inside, she quickly washed herself and Zhou Zibai with water. Only then did she continue to follow Yun Nuoxing. This time, she did not dare to leave him. She wanted to stick to him. Hey, what the hell is this thing? The little blue draconic girl looked up at the threads that were hanging all over the morning hall. She looked at the unusually vicious dark energy that gathered negative energy. She only felt her scalp tingling. This thing did not seem to be of the same level as the ones she dealt with. However, they should be the same. Since they were all fragments, shouldn't they emit the same level of aura? However, the aura of the fragments in the morning hall was simply like another thing. A kind of energy. A kind of energy that no one and no ordinary life can come into contact with. There is no way to use this kind of energy. It is the most troublesome and the worst thing in the world. Yun Nuoxing scanned the morning hall with his colorful eyes. He found the location of the fragment. It was in the mass of ink. It was actively and consciously recovering its power. It seemed that this fragment and the divine artifact were not simple. The little blue draconic girl saw that they were only slightly on guard. It was not to the extent of being very serious and dignified. She was a little confused. Then why can you touch them? We're not human. I've told you from the beginning. Yun Nuoxing saw that the little blue draconic girl wanted to continue asking. He shook his head. Let's talk about this topic when we have time. For now, let's deal with this. The little blue draconic girl's heart palpitated when she saw the mass of ink. The black energy mass that was floating in the air was rolling and squirming. It was constantly releasing waves of energy that made people's hair stand on end. That energy would reach its peak when it emitted the brightest dark light. When she looked up, she could vaguely see a viscous energy vortex condensing in the air. It was rooted in this space. However, it was suppressed by a grayish-blue power that was equivalent to its status. It was trapped in this space. No matter which kind of power it was countless times more powerful than all the powers she had seen in the 5,000 years that she had witnessed. They were not even on the same level. The so-called strongest power in the ancient times was like a grain of sand in front of them. It was meaningless. Its movements have suddenly sped up. The little girl who was monitoring the scene suddenly spoke. She turned to look at Hui. The part of the power of chaos that we came in to clean up has stimulated it. It's now speeding up its recovery. Boom, a dull tremor suddenly erupted from the entire space. The mass of ink and the cave of the coiling silk suddenly continued to dim when the light reached its dimmest. It was as if a spark had been extinguished. This state lasted for 3 seconds. Then they became bright again. They reached the brightest level at a speed that was several times faster than the cycle that they saw just now. And this time, there was no intention of stopping. It was still releasing its own energy, increasing the brightness of the dark light to another level. It was as if it was brewing into a star. Just as they thought that it was going to explode with a bang and make defensive preparations, it maintained its unusually bright state. There was no next step. Everyone was a little surprised. They were all prepared, but in the end they did not. They did not know if they should be happy or disappointed. Although its movements have sped up, its energy has obviously not gathered to the extent that it can explode. The little girl hurriedly said and looked at the 13 people. However, it has been stimulated. It will not slow down for a period of time. Now, it seems that the movement inside it is more than 1,000 times stronger than just now. In another 12 minutes, it should reach a peak. By then, it will explode or something else. In short, it will not be a good thing. That means there are still 12 minutes to deal with it. That's enough. Hui raised his hand and placed the guardian's sword and guardian's shield on the ground. He rolled up his sleeves. Then he saw Maple shaking his head. He could not help but be stunned. In 12 minutes, we have to sink this place into the void and destroy it. Now we have to start preparing, under the condition that we don't use the self-sealing power. He heard Maple say faintly, "Hey, is it that urgent?" Hui grimaced. The next second, he immediately turned into a golden light and rushed out. He raised his sword and cut off the energy ropes of the 13 people who were hanging in the air. He waved his hand and threw them into the realm of order. "See if they are still alive. Let me set up this morning hall. I will be done in 2 minutes. I said to sink this whole place into the void and blow it up." Yun Nuoshing hurriedly added. Hui was stunned. The little girl was also stunned. They said in unison, "What do you mean?" The colorful light on Yun Nuoshing's body gathered in his eyes and converged toward the space in front of him, projecting what he saw in the air. From his perspective, he saw the morning hall that was trapped by the realm of void. He saw the main hall next to the morning hall and the 3 mountains of Kunlun Wonderland. He also clearly saw the dark point with the morning hall as the center. Dense energy threads spread out and wrapped around the 3 mountains. Looking at the dense, marching route, it seemed that they would eventually spread to the entire Kunlun Wonderland. However, it seemed that the realm of void was launched in time and suppressed the momentum from the root. However, the remaining chaotic energy outside was still affected by the core at this moment and was releasing a bright, dark light. Hui and the others suddenly remembered the hundreds of people who were controlled by the not-so-strong dark energy like puppet. They immediately reacted, F***CK. You said to blow it up. Xiaolan almost fainted when he heard his words. Even if it is separated by the realm of void, it still can't stop the connection between them. Now, it is enough to mobilize the remaining energy outside to take root in this space and merge them into one. If the realm of void was not launched in time, it could have invaded the entire Kunlun Wonderland faster. If it is not destroyed before the 11 minutes countdown ends, this little blue ball will start to turn black uniformly with Kunlun Mountain as the origin. It will only take 2 hours for the whole thing to turn into a little black ball. By then, 7 to 8 billion people will be finished together. It was rare for Yun Nuoshing to speak so much here. As he spoke, he rolled his eyes. Damn it, it really became a countdown. Did you see what I said just now? Hui glared at him. You're the number 1 person in the void. Don't steal my number 1 prophet's job. The little girl covered her face. Is this the time to talk about this? The little blue dragon girl looked at the image reflected in front of her. It was an area that included 3 mountains. She thought, if these 3 mountains were blown up, the Kunlun Wonderland would probably only be left with a shell, a high-quality shell. Then blow it up. The little blue dragon girl gritted her teeth and hurriedly dragged Yun Nuoshing out. I saw that the direction of the gate is not affected, right? Let's go and move all the juniors to the gate. She had just dragged Yun Nuoshing and Zhou Zhibai halfway when she hurriedly turned back and waved her hand to bring along the 13 people who were plucked from the energy threads. She dragged more than 10 people and rushed out of the morning hall. I'll leave this place to you guys. You can go all out and blow them up. Hui and the little girl looked at each other and slapped his stomach. Why do you think everything becomes so complicated in our hands? The little girl rolled her eyes at him. This bastard really doesn't know his own limit. The concept of the 2 of you is so powerful that you are a powerful source of law emission, similar to energy sources. When the 2 of you automatically seek or explore certain things, those things would also subconsciously approach you to the extent that the laws and concepts allow. Probability or some sort of change, this is the reason why one of you is the number 1 prick of the void, while the other is the number 1 prophet emperor of the void. It's all your fault. It's the same for the other primeval and origin realms? The little girl shook her head. I heard you guys say that the Observer and Guardian are related to the heart of the world of the gods. Perhaps this is the reason. There is no such connection for others. Hui smiled bitterly. Well, so this is Tianxi's trouble. Rounding it up, it's all the Origin Heavenly God's fault. Chapter 1790. There were many ways to deal with the presence of chaos. The simplest way was to use the power of order to get rid of it. However, most of the time, the presence of chaos wasn't a fool. It wouldn't just stand there and let them get rid of it. Usually, the presence of chaos liked to play tricks at the first opportunity. Their minds were either filled with development or destruction of order. Even if they were caught red-handed, they would resist to the death and make a scene. Even if they could get the job done safely, the process wouldn't be any better. For example, right now, the presence of chaos was determined to gather all the accumulated chaos energy together and then explode. Well, it wasn't actually that troublesome to deal with it. The troublesome part was that it had taken root in the real world. But even so, it wasn't a problem for them in their normal state. Once it took root, they could just dig it out. But now, they had their hands and feet tied for fear of breaking the vases. They were afraid that, if they shouted, they would crush the entire blue ball into nothingness along with the void and kill it. So, they had to be very careful. Just like now, the countdown had reached 7 minutes, and he had just finished setting up the core of the order explosion in the morning hall. Hui put down the white energy cluster in front of him and looked up at the blob of ink. He sighed rather gloomily. Gangzhen, I really don't want to carefully calculate and carefully select such a simple and troublesome way to deal with such a tiny little chaotic weakling. That's right, I'm really not willing to do that. Haha. The little girl shrugged. Gangzhen, if you don't want to be troublesome, this little blue ball will be troublesome because it's not troublesome. We have dealt with the presence of chaos for so many years. Haven't you gotten used to it? Hui stomped his feet. It's because I'm used to it that it's disgusting and troublesome. It can be done with a slap, but now it's like a surgery. But Maple always uses the Netherworld Ruins sword to do the surgery. Why do I have to use a toothpick to do it slowly? It's because of the scene. Hui was speechless. He smiled bitterly. He felt that after coming to the tertiary realm, he had to deal with a lot of things that he did not have to deal with before. It was all because Maple was too violent. This kind of delicate and slow work should be handled by Maple. But now, Maple's mind was filled with big scene, big explosion, big destruction, big. In short, there was no distinction between the severity of the matter. An observer who had lost his mind. Oh, I can't afford to offend him. What's the situation with the presence of chaos now? The little girl turned to look outside. After observing for a while, she quickly said, Now, the starting point of the power of order and the power of chaos is at the same place. The power of chaos that has taken root is already operating in its most violent state without any interference. Now, with the influence of the power of order that is above it, it has become a little more violent. But there is no change in time. The only thing that is affected is the change in the moment when the time is up. It will only cause a more violent change and not become calm. At the moment, the ink ball had formed a huge energy vortex around it. All the energy in the area was uncontrollably branded with the mark of chaos and became one with it. As for the power of order, although its level was higher, it had just taken shape. It had lost the support of the divine authority and the crushing power of the rules. It only had the advantage of having the strength of order that was stronger than the presence of chaos. At the moment, it was following the traces of the presence of chaos and branding its own aura, leaving its presence in the place where the presence of chaos covered. It looked like it was fighting for territory. That doesn't matter. Anyway, it's going to be thrown into the void to be dealt with. In this way, it's done here. Hui clapped his hands, turned around and walked out of the morning hall. The little girl looked at him and said, But we still have to add a rule barrier here to prevent the conflict between the two forces from tearing it apart. You don't need it? Hui grinned and shook his head. She was stunned. He said, We're still using the simplest and most violent method. We don't plan to do those fancy things. Hearing that, the little girl turned around and looked at the Kunlun wonderland. The pure white energy runes were scattered all over the space. The power released by the resonance covered the entire mountain range. After seeing this scene for a moment, she said, Oh, they're going to put on a traditional show. They're going to set off fireworks. At the entrance of the Kunlun wonderland, the few young gatekeepers were still leaning against the tree and chatting. It was not until a sudden earthquake came and the snow hanging on the tree was thrown on their heads that they came back to their senses. Is there such a big commotion over there? I also want to go and see. Why do we have to be the gatekeepers these days? Don't complain. It's just our duty. Anyway, it's not a big deal if we don't attend 1 or 2 small meetings. Besides, it's our turn to go to the Penglai Wonderland in a month. I heard that there are many beautiful senior and junior sisters over there. Don't you look forward to it? Hey, it seems like it. Senior brother, what are you doing? A young man was stunned. He saw that his senior brother's eyes suddenly became dull. He walked forward in a daze and then froze in place. His hands trembled as he took out the long sword on his back. Seeing his senior brother's strange appearance, the few of them hurried forward. They were shocked when they saw the former's eyes were glowing with green light. They quickly went forward and pressed his shoulder to shake him back and forth. Senior brother? Senior brother, can you hear me? Senior brother? Wake up. Are you sleepy? What's going on? You don't look right. Didn't you just walk around the mountain path? Why did you come back? Before they finished speaking, there was another earthquake. It was so violent that it seemed as if the earth was about to crack under their feet. They even saw that the space barrier of the Kunlun Wonderland was exposed because of this. Just as they were panicking, a huge black shadow descended from the sky. When it approached the ground, it divided into dozens of parts and landed lightly on the snow in front of the gate. Upon closer inspection, they found that there were hundreds of people, and they were all members of the sect. All of them had gloomy faces, and their eyes were glowing with green light. It made the light in this place dim a little. The sight made their hair stand on end, and they almost screamed out loud. What happened in the Wonderland? Why did they become like this, like senior brother? Are you guys okay? The sound attracted their attention. When they turned around, they saw the seemingly powerful girl who had just gone up the mountain not long ago. She looked at them with a little surprise and nodded. It's good that you guys are okay. Take care of these people, and then stay here obediently. I don't have time to care about more things now. After saying this, the little girl Blue Dragon soared into the sky and rushed into the Wonderland again. They were stunned and couldn't figure out what had happened for a long time. His colorful eyes looked down at the entire Kunlun Wonderland. The size of this space was bigger than he had imagined. Looking down from midair, he could clearly see that below was a whirlpool-like pattern outlined by hundreds of mountain ranges. However, only the edge of the whirlpool was formed. In the center, there was a snowfield surrounded by high mountains that looked like a basin. Among them, the important mountain ranges and mountains were only placed on the side of the center, near the gate. Moreover, nearly 90% of the land in the Wonderland was completely empty land that was not used yet. Looking down at this world from a familiar perspective, he could naturally see the appearance of the aura of chaos and the aura of order entangled and spread. With them as the center, the range of their influence was centered on the 3 mountains, and it expanded to near the gate and the center of the snowfield. It was not a regular spherical shape, but a 3-dimensional rectangular column that included part of the sky and part of the ground. If he wanted to completely destroy the aura of chaos, he had to press this part of the space into nothingness. As for the fragments, forget about the fragments. That could only be left to fate. If he was lucky and was not involved in the devouring and destruction of the void and nothingness, there was still a chance for him to retrieve them. There was no other way. After all, he was in a self-sealing state. A lot of conditions were suppressed by him, and a lot of methods could not be used. If he really wanted to do as he pleased, he would have raised his hand and surrounded this weak aura of chaos with millions of arrays. In less than 3 seconds, he would be able to purify it into a wisp of smoke. However, this major premise was suppressed by Hui, so he could only take a detour and use some trick. Jibai, be gentle. Although I don't need to breathe, you don't have to break my neck. Yun Nuoxing sighed helplessly. Zhou Jibai wrapped her arms around his neck and closed her eyes, not daring to look down. Hearing this, she trembled and said, I'm afraid. No, you're afraid. Just follow Xiaolan to the gate. If you stay here, there will be some movement later. I'm so afraid that I forgot about this. My brain is not working well. Yun Nuoxing. Alright, it was not that he could not understand. When the battle at the front line of the void was at its most intense, he almost did not use his brain. All his energy was used to deal with the battle. How's the arrangement? Xiaolan's figure appeared beside him with a whoosh. Her aqua-blue long hair and tail were hanging in the air and swaying with the wind. She glanced at the scene and saw that it was slightly dark, as if the sunlight in this area had been weakened. Other than that, she did not find anything strange. Hui is making the final confirmation. There are still 3 minutes left in the countdown. There's still time. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Hearing this, the little blue dragon girl looked at him with a slightly strange expression. Why do I feel that you become energetic when talking about such strange things? Energized. Yun Nuoxing blinked and said to himself, Am I? Zhou Jibai closed her eyes and nodded vigorously, making him think about it carefully. However, he felt that he was no different from usual. If there was a difference, it was probably because he felt that the chaotic aura here was a little big. However, because the chaotic aura was not at the level of the 8th realm of elements, it did not make him feel more different. Rolling her eyes at this unconscious guy, Xiaolan looked down at Hui and the little girl who were still doing something in that space. Suddenly, she said, How are you going to blow it up? Are you going to blow up the entire Kunlun Wonderland? Peel off the entire space and throw it into the void to be destroyed. It won't affect this place at all. What? Peel it off and throw it to where? Xiaolan was stunned. What kind of place is the void? Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and glanced at her. The thoughts of trying my best to explain, glossing over it and fooling around immediately appeared in his mind. In the end, he chose to fool her. In short, it won't affect this place. You don't have to worry about anything else. Xiaolan was still confused. Scratching her head, she was about to ask further when the space beside her flickered. Hui and the little girl appeared together. It's done, it's done. But Feng, this thing has changed a little. It's rooted a little deeper. Although it won't affect the void, when it's torn from the space, there may be a big reaction. It should be its last struggle. Then just punch it in. There's no need to tear it. When the void wraps the entire space, cut off the space in one go and sink it into the void. Hui listened and thought for a while. Then, he spread his hand. Then it's okay. When do we start? There are still 2 minutes left. Now. After handing Zhou Jibai over to Hui, Yun Nuoxing floated a step forward. The colorful energy light burst out from his body like a torrent. The little blue dragon girl who was close to him felt a sense of suffocation. She was so scared that her hair stood on end. She quickly retreated a long distance. We caught her before she ran into the danger zone in a panic. At the same time, the chaotic aura that had grown tens of thousands of branches appeared. In the blink of an eye, the two directly appeared in the space, entangled in all kinds of indescribable shape. The chaotic aura had also approached that point in time, and it seemed to have a premonition of what was going to happen. In an instant, it became abnormally irritable. The speed of the energy flow increased by several times. There was also a strange energy movement in the place that was sealed by the void domain. A strange and sharp energy whistling sound suddenly burst out from the void domain. A violent energy storm blew in the Kunlun wonderland. The order energy runes below flickered violently like a lamp tube that was not in good contact. Accompanied by the two order energies crazily bombarding each other in the space of the real world, the rules of the surrounding space had been reduced to the point that it was almost about to collapse. After a while, it was distorted into a fried dough twist. I'll leave the stability of the space of the real world to you guys. Yun Nuashing turned around and squeaked to Hui. In the next moment, a pair of azure wings popped out from her shoulder blades. The origin energy was suddenly released. The space that was entangled by the order and chaos energies suddenly caved in, as if the ground had suddenly caved in. The surrounding space also showed a distorted scene of falling into it. And around the three mountains, there was only pure darkness left. As the origin energy flashed past, that space was like a water droplet that was about to leave the real world. The caved-in big pit also bounced back in just 2 seconds and closed up again. When the distorted scene returned to normal, there was only a pit left where the three mountains were originally. Other than that, the world was so peaceful that it was as if nothing had happened. Where is he? Xiao Lan recalled the scene just now. She recalled the moment when the space water droplet dripped into the dark space. He also disappeared on the spot. She could not help but shudder. On the other side, he's dealing with the space that was dragged into the void and carrying out the final destruction, Hui replied simply. The little blue dragon girl scratched her head as she listened. She was a little anxious. So where is the void? This. Hui and the little girl looked at each other and shrugged. It's hard to say. Just think of it as another space that won't affect this space. The little blue dragon girl gritted her teeth. Isn't it the same as not saying anything? She wanted to know what the so-called void was. Her instincts told her that it was definitely a, but she did not know what to say. Her intuition, which had been down for thousands of years, finally worked for once, but in the end she encountered something unspeakable. In the void, the two types of order energies inside the space that had been completely peeled off had already left the real world. Under the control of Yun Nuashing, they began to have fun. Left and right hooks were thrown at each other's faces without holding back. The void domain also lost its effect because it was in the void. The scene of the reckless battle between the chaos and order energies inside had also spread to the outside of the morning hall. In the void, the suppression effect is back. There's no need to seal myself. Yun Nuashing looked down at her palm and shook her head. That little life star was still a little strange. She did not know what was the reason why it could avoid being suppressed by the origin heavenly god's shelter. The boiling chaotic energy quickly raised the light to another level. The remaining order energy was only acting as a bait and a detonation point, constantly stimulating the former. The barrier of order in that space had not yet been removed. At this moment, it was violently shaking under the rampaging energy. All the energy was moving uncontrollably and quickly occupying the entire space. Under such circumstances, the void also sensed that the trash that was thrown out was a little dangerous. It automatically gathered energy and wrapped the space that was about to reach its end. The chaotic energy was already devouring and disintegrating the sealed space. At the same time, it also seemed to be self-destructing. In just a few seconds, the casually constructed realm of order was already on the verge of collapse. Be careful. Step back a little. You are not in the 8 elements sector now. The voice of the little angel sounded in his mind. Yun Nuashing looked at the space that was being wrapped by the gathering energy of the void and shook his head. It's fine. It's fine even here. The flash of a cross suddenly appeared. Then, a bright light mixed with order and chaos was released in the void. The 3 types of energy were mixed in a big pot, increasing the commotion by more than 1,000 times. It seems like it can spread here. Yun Nuoshing looked into the distance and sighed helplessly. Then let's take a step back. You idiot! Step back! Just as he was about to step back, a pale golden figure suddenly rushed into his sight. Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. Perhaps because his brain was really weak, he did not react much. The beautiful figure jumped on his face and dragged him away. It was also at this time that the light that was wantonly destroying the void came crashing down. After a while, at a place some distance away from the scene of destruction, Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked at the void. There was only darkness there. There was no remnant energy remaining in the void. The release of energy had wiped out everything, and then he turned his head and saw the pale golden figure. At this moment, she was looking at the void behind her with a face full of fear. She could not help but murmur, "The void can still produce such a large-scale energy explosion. Unbelievable! Originally, the void should not even be able to contain energy." Her energy wrapped around him. Of course, it was the power of order. Moreover, it should be the power of the highest level of order in the three elemental realms. Oh, and the power of the natural order as well. Coupled with the color of the color and the clothes, he actually thought that the cloaked girl had suddenly rushed over. However, when he took a closer look, the girl did not have such a good figure. Even her voice was different. As for the little lady's surprise, that was his fault. The characteristics of the various things in the 8 elemental realms and the 3 elemental realms were a little different. It was the same for the void. They were used to fighting in the void, and could resist the corrosion of the void in all aspects. Using the void as a battlefield was nothing out of the ordinary. However, in the eyes of someone who could stand in the void in the 3 elemental realms, it might be very unbelievable. You are. Yun Nuoshing suddenly thought of something. He looked at the figure, which seemed to be the figure he saw in the dungeon. Have we met just now? The girl, who was also wearing a white cloak, turned her head and smiled gently at him. Not really. At most, we just passed by each other. Now we are officially meeting. Hello. The girl, who looked to be about 20 years old, and was slightly older than the cloaked girl, lowered her head and pondered for a moment. You don't look like a mortal. You look very special. I can't tell. Forget it. What's your name? Yun Nuoshing was speechless. So it was not easy to tell what he was. Just call me Feng Ling. Please don't mind what I am. I guess you can't tell what I am. Yun Nuoshing spread his hands. After all, he himself did not know what he was now. He could only tell that he was an energy life form from the source. As for the inside, let's see what was used as the foundation. The sin of the world, the element of destruction, the energy of origin, the energy of annihilation, and the light of origin of chaos. It was like a pot of hot pot. It's a very interesting structure. The girl smiled and reached out to shake Yun Nuoshing's hand. It was soft and boneless and comfortable to the touch. Oh, as for my name, you can just call me Elon. The girl smiled and stroked her long hair. As you can see, I'm a god. Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a second. He looked up and down at the beautiful girl with a charming smile, and took a deep breath. Well, an energy life form, the law and order that stood at the top of the order of the 3 elemental realms. This kind of thing outside of the norm could only be possessed by the Protoss of this realm. In that case, the cloaked girl was also a Protoss. This kind of outfit, why didn't they think of it? Was their brain damaged after they went down to the mortal realm? Chapter 1791. Including this time during the Dark Age, he had seen the Protoss of the 3 elemental realms twice. Although he did not know much about them, he heard from the little girl that the Protoss were some kind of inspection rule that was born in the void. It was something like a self-defense mechanism. As for what it was used to defend, needless to say, it was definitely related to the chaotic void. Apart from that, their existence was to protect the world of order. As for the 8 elemental realms, there were no Protoss in the 8 elemental realms. If there were, they had all been destroyed. That's right, he was referring to the origin heavenly god, who had fallen for more than 10 eras. If there were Protoss in the world of order, it was none other than them. In that case, the Protoss of the other elemental realms were equivalent to different versions of the origin heavenly gods' elemental realms, just like how the other elemental realms were more or less similar to the 8 elemental realms. Every Protoss seemed to be the same. They were all existences that stood at the peak of order in their own elemental realms. This also explained the huge law and order in the cloaked girl and the woman in front of him. As for why he did not think in this direction at first, it was purely because he had never met them, so there was no standard to measure them. He just subconsciously felt that these two people were quite strong by the standards of the 3 elemental realms. That was all. He did not think further until she revealed her identity and said, "Oh, so you are Protoss. Or something. I am here to find the whereabouts of the divine artifact. The energy shadow found the place where you were and there was the energy of the divine artifact, so I appeared in front of you." The two of them walked back side by side to the place where the energy explosion occurred in the void. They still had to deal with the fragment, provided that the fragment could survive the explosion. Yun Nuashing felt that there was a 70 to 80% chance that the fragment would not even be left of it. After all, the power of order that enveloped him and Hui caused such a violent explosion in the void. Even if it was something related to the Protoss, even if they did not use excessive power, there was no guarantee that it would still be left. Speaking of which, he had a question that he was quite concerned about. Is it okay to say that I am a Protoss when we just met? The woman pursed her lips and chuckled. It doesn't matter. There aren't many in the void who can stand alone in the void. Since you've already reached this level, you'll meet us sooner or later. Even if I don't tell you, you'll notice our existence. It's just a matter of time. We, the Protoss, exist only to maintain the stability of the world of order. We will not casually interfere with the weak worlds that are just starting out. Occasionally, we will guide some life forms or races with potential. If we discover a new person with great power who is comparable to us, we will secretly observe. If they are harmless, we will show ourselves and take the initiative to contact them. Oh, so you were just inspecting. Although it's only been a short time, due to the special circumstances, it can be considered as having been inspected. The woman nodded lightly. Other than that, it was also because I saw that you were indifferent and thought that you wouldn't be able to avoid it, so I hurriedly pulled you. As she spoke, she turned to look at her and smiled faintly. It seems to be unnecessary? It doesn't matter. I didn't expect that there would be such a riot, although it really couldn't hurt me. Yun Nuashing shrugged. There was a considerable amount of energy left in the void in front of them, but it was all hidden in the void. It was being devoured by the void bit by bit, returning to its original state. However, there was still the stench left behind by the collision of the aura of order and chaos. No matter how many times I try to get used to this aura, I still can't get used to it. Elan smiled bitterly at Yun Nuashing. She waved her hand and a layer of pale golden barrier of order enveloped them. Looking at you, it seems that this isn't the first time you've come into contact with it? I've come into contact with it many times. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. No matter what, he had come into contact with the aura of chaos many times, so much so that just thinking about it made him want to vomit. You just said divine artifact, so that fragment is really something of yours? It should be a well-preserved thing that has not been destroyed in the void, shuttling through the world, drifting for a long time. It is called divine artifact. Mortals also like to call the things that we often use divine artifact. But to us, it's just because we are the gods, so the things that we use are called divine artifact. It should be a weapon, well, it could also be a box for storing things. I'm not too sure what it is. Elan shrugged. Earlier, there was a mission to retrieve this divine artifact that had been drifting in the void for a long time. But it didn't seem to be going well, so I came here to help. The one who came here first to deal with this mission was a reckless brat. She rushed out of the door without even taking the auxiliary items that she was assigned. Yun Nuoshing suddenly thought of the cloaked girl. Hearing her talking about the items, he thought that he would have to bear all the costs of this mission. Now that he heard from Elon, it turned out that the brat had forgotten to take the items for the mission, and so, if you're talking about her, I've actually seen her. Yun Nuoshing scratched his cheek, thought for 2 seconds, and decided to say it out. He simply told them about what he had been busy with the cloaked girl for the past few days. As Elon listened, the expression on her pretty face changed for a while, and finally settled on the expression of a headache. She bowed slightly to Yun Nuoshing. I'm sorry, that little rascal has caused you trouble. I also didn't expect that she could torment a simple recycling mission to this extent. Phew, I'll settle the score with her later. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. He was more concerned about another question. Since it's your thing, why would it release energy that is completely opposite to your power? Probably it was contaminated by the breath of the void of chaos. Elon waved her hand to spread her power evenly in the void, and explained as she searched. That thing has been lost in the void for a long time. It has been hundreds of thousands of years. We speculate that the place where it began to drift should be on a battlefield. It was lost when we were fighting with the forces of chaos, and was thrown here by an explosive force. According to the records, the battle at that time should have been very difficult, and we were outnumbered. Even we had to pay a considerable price to annihilate the forces of chaos that eroded order. In that kind of situation, it's actually normal to lose some things, but generally speaking, we would retrieve them. After all, if the divine artifact was accidentally lost in other worlds and fell into the hands of mortals, it would be a disaster. By the time we react and retrieve it, most of us can only help to clean up the mess, clean up the remaining lives and the land of life that was full of holes. Elon saw the strange expression on Yun Nuoshing's face and laughed dryly. This kind of thing happens all the time, so we would generally take care of our own things, unless it's to the point where we can't control it at all, just like that battle. We've gone off topic. Ahem, the divine artifact can also be corrupted by the forces of chaos. You've seen it for yourself. Our power has also been distorted into their appearance, and the forces of chaos will gradually erode our power. So, it will not release too much power in the beginning, and when the forces of chaos slowly take over the entire divine artifact, its power will also become stronger and stronger, and finally burst out completely. But don't worry, it's still within a safe range now, and it won't burst out so easily. But the divine artifact did not obediently get devoured by the void while it was being turned into trash. It had become the battlefield of the battle between order and chaos, and it had been persevering, drifting across the sea in the void, and after hundreds of thousands of years, it fell into this little blue ball. With a loud bang, it split into dozens of pieces, and the core of the divine artifact was nowhere to be found. And for the past few years, the divine artifact had been wreaking havoc on the little blue ball, until the people of the divine artifact remembered that a piece of trash had gone missing, and finally sent someone to retrieve it. But in the end, the person who came was a careless little girl, and after a long time, she still could not fix it, so they had no choice but to send someone over to help. Well, he could roughly imagine what was going on with this so-called divine artifact, and it was probably not too far off from them. They were a group of immortals who had lived for a long time, and they did not have the concept of time. To the mortal world, they were a group of high-energy destructive creatures wherever they went. Your expression is a little strange. Elon blinked, and waved her hand in front of Yun Nuoshing's eyes. Are you affected by the power of chaos? No, I'm just thinking about something. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh and looked at the void. After a moment, he reached out his hand and pointed forward. You don't have to look for it, the fragment is there. It's not destroyed and it's a little strange. I thought that under that level of energy explosion, even your things would not be left behind. Elon looked at the direction he pointed, and let the golden energy flowing in the void begin to spread into the distance. After a moment, she said to him in surprise, "Found it." Yun Nuoshing looked at her golden energy, and it was not like the pure energy flowing in the void that they used. Her golden energy seemed to be a kind of domain or order domain. She let the domain spread first, and then used the energy flowing in the domain to explore the void. Compared to them, there was an extra step, and there were quite a lot of restrictions. How do you know that the fragment is there? It's also in my domain, but I didn't detect any energy reaction before my energy spread deeper, Elon said in surprise. Yun Nuoshing's eyes turned. There's still my residual energy in it, I can feel it. Well, this was nonsense, he just saw it with his eyes. Elon should not be able to use her eyes to capture the things in the void. Is it okay for you to work here? My companions are calling for me. Seeing that she was concentrating on salvaging the fragment at the bottom of the void, Yun Nuoshing pointed to the direction behind him with his hands behind his back. Hui and the others were calling for him in the space of the present world, and they were probably dealing with the problem of the Kunlun Wonderland. Well, I can handle it alone, you go back first. Wait. Elon nodded. When Yun Nuoshing was about to turn around, she suddenly exclaimed in a small voice, as if she just remembered something. She reached out her hand and lightly tapped on the back of his hand, leaving a golden energy pattern. Then she smiled at him and said, "Okay, you go back first, I'll come back to you after I'm done with the fragment." Yun Nuoshing shook his hand and looked at the golden pattern on the back of his hand, nodded, turned around, and disappeared into the void. After Yun Nuoshing disappeared, Elon lowered her head and muttered to herself, "I've never seen the structure of a life form before. It's a bit similar to us, but it seems to be more. There's no way to distinguish its energy, and the way it just left the void is also not normal, it seems to be a bit too random. According to the classification of the void, I don't think I've heard of such a level of life form. Could it be a special, mutated life form? It's a bit rude to think like that, but there's no hurry, I'll slowly study it later." In the space of the present world, in the Kunlun Wonderland, the thing that turned the little blue ball into a little black ball was thrown into the void and destroyed, and was being salvaged and purified. The slightly bad aura that was spreading in the Wonderland was also taken away. Hui and the little girl casually patted on it to purify it, and the remaining chaotic aura in the space was completely annihilated. Hundreds of people also woke up, and they could pretend that nothing happened for the time being. It was just that the 3 mountains in front of them turned into a pit, which was a bit hard for the people in the Wonderland to accept. Xiaolan knew about it first and accepted it, but when Qing Su woke up and saw the 3 mountains turned into a pit, he fainted before he could catch his breath. As expected, the Kunlun Wonderland turned into the Kunlun Basin. The little blue dragon girl looked at the mountains that were originally full of vitality turned into a pit. Looking down from the sky, it was like an opening in a whirlpool. She shook her head helplessly, and when she turned around and saw Hui and the others' pained expressions, she hurriedly waved her hands. I didn't mean to criticize you guys, it's just a little sad. Anyway, wherever we go, something happens." Hui squatted on the ground and drew circles in the snow, his face gloomy and resentful. The little girl looked at him, then raised her head and shrugged at Xiaolan. "Don't worry about them, they'll be fine after a while. This is a common thing. Every time something happens that exceeds their initial expectations, the more it exceeds their initial expectations, the deeper their resentment." Xiaolan was confused, but she roughly understood. Just as she was about to turn around and look for Qing Su, she stopped in her tracks and asked curiously, "What's the initial expectation?" "Nothing will happen. I'll just make a normal trip." The little girl shrugged and pointed at the 3 big pits. "At least, this shouldn't happen." "Oh, all right then." Xiaolan smiled bitterly. However, this is all an accident, there's nothing we can do about it. Watching the little blue dragon girl go to look for Ching Su, the little girl smiled bitterly. Accident? Accident? It was probably an accident, but in front of all these accidents and their names, she didn't believe that this was an accident, even though they hadn't come here when this happened. How's the cleanup? Hui was still drawing circles on the ground when he heard Maple's voice. He stood up with a resentful expression and turned around to see him opening a portal and returning here. He scratched his head. Here, it's just like what you see in front of you. Yun Nuoxing looked around. It's a mess. The mountain has turned into a big pit, and only a few of the hundreds of people have woken up. Although the aura of chaos has been cleansed, their souls and consciousness were sealed, so it will take some effort for them to wake up. The first to wake up should be the group of people who are ranked at the top. How should I put it? It's like they didn't deal with anything. Rounding up, it's like they, a group of outsiders, forced their way into someone else's territory and caused a huge ruckus. Although it was to deal with the aura of chaos, it was still a huge ruckus, right? Where's the shard? We patted the snow off his hands and looked behind Maple. The shard was nowhere to be seen. It's not gone, is it? The shard is still there, being dealt with in the void. Someone will bring it back later. Someone? Yun Nuoxing nodded and told them about how he was waiting for the fireworks to explode in the void, but because he was standing too close, Elan thought that he was planning to be buried with them and hurriedly pulled him back. In the end, he shrugged and said, Protoss, did you think of it at the beginning? No, not at all. Hui and the little girl shook their heads vigorously. They knew that the girl in the cloak was an energy life form. The rules were very strong and the order was very strong. However, for them, who were beyond the norm, they had to add the word, third elemental world, in front of her to discuss in detail. Therefore, they did not associate her with the Celestials at all. Now that they heard it, they were more or less surprised. It was as if they suddenly found out one day that a little brat who caused trouble all day and would cry after being beaten up was actually the king of children. Almost to that extent. By the way, the impression of the little girl's recklessness was too deep. They could not get rid of the first impression of her. Hey, are you guys done packing? Xiaolan ran over from the side. She tugged at Yun Nuoxing and looked her up and down. Are you okay? You're okay. I thought you brought that thing to be buried with you. Yun Nuoxing, a middle-aged man who kept shaking his head and sighing, followed behind the little girl. His face was full of melancholy and depression. From time to time, he would turn around to look at the big pit. He would suddenly take a deep breath and tremble all over. It made people worry that he would pass out on the spot in the next second. Don't be crazy over there. If it's gone, we can just rebuild it again. Anyway, the foundation of the Kunlun Wonderland is not damaged. At most, we can seal the mountain for a period of time and rebuild it in half a year. If it's still not possible, we can all go down the mountain. Now, there are cultivators living in seclusion in the big cities. It's not a big deal. Xiaolan could not bear to hear him sigh all the way. She kicked him. It's almost time for you to tell us the cause and effect. How did you guys provoke that fragment? I asked you to look after the seal. You didn't do anything strange with it, did you? Ching Su got up from the ground and patted the snow off his body. He looked at her and took a deep breath. I didn't expect it either. I met up with the people from Penglai and talked about the past. Then, I went to the morning hall according to the procedure. How did it? Xiaolan narrowed her eyes in distrust. Then, she rolled up her sleeves and scales appeared on her arms. I'll count to 5. 5, 3, 1. Don't. Ching Su broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly waved his hands. It was indeed sealed and thrown into the dungeon. Hasn't it been fine for the past few years? Then, something happened recently. Ching Su smiled bitterly, gritted his teeth and said, about 10 days ago, something similar suddenly appeared in the hall, and it wasn't sealed. However, Compared to the fragment you gave me at the beginning, the one that appeared later was much smaller. I was sitting in the hall at that time, and I saw it appear with my own eyes. 2 minutes later, it disappeared, leaving behind a ball of unstable energy. I sealed that ball of energy using the method you taught me, and threw it into the abandoned dungeon together with it. Then, Ching Su's face was covered in cold sweat. He turned around and said, "The energy resonated within 2 days. After all, they were the same type of energy. They came from the same source, and they were all chaotic energy. Without the correct method, a seal could only be maintained for a short period of time. Moreover, seals existed to be destroyed. The chaotic energy of the same source suddenly gathered together. The fragment that had been stable for 4 or 5 years suddenly became active. Then Kunlun Wonderland became active. It was about the same level as a hibernating bear being woken up. Well, he felt that it was about the same level as Maple throwing a tantrum in bed." Yun Nuoshing shuddered. Alright, now I know how the 2 different auras of chaos came about. One was a fragment that was left behind in the dungeon and diluted a little after being transferred. It was then mixed with the second cluster of chaos energy that was thrown into the dungeon. The other was the core fragment, which was at most the size of a single fragment. In the end, it still caused a big fuss. Even picking up trash was not easy. Therefore, it was best not to touch the trash that was related to the gods. Something big would happen. The things that the gods left behind could not only be a blessing, but could also be a disaster. Next, it was time for the friendly interaction between the 2 old friends. Of course, from their point of view, it was just Ching Su burying his head in the snow and being scolded by Xiaolan. While being scolded, he was also being slapped by her tail. It was hilarious no matter how they looked at it. Ha! Anyway, it's done. Hui stretched and yawned. He stretched his neck and said to Xiaolan, "Take it easy. Exploding in the Kunlun Wonderland is better than exploding outside, right? If something happens outside, it probably won't end so easily. The greatest value of a self-contained space is that you can hide in your nest and make some small movement. You don't have to deal with the gazes of the outside world." Hearing this, the little blue dragon girl let Ching Su go. She sighed. "If it wasn't for this old fool, we wouldn't have to be so busy. This fool only has himself to blame." As she spoke, she felt that she couldn't take it anymore. She slapped Ching Su's back with her tail. Ching Su covered his face. "The disciples are all watching from behind. Leave me some face." Hui rolled his eyes. His prostrating appearance just now was already embarrassing enough. Why would he care about these words? The light on the back of his hand suddenly lit up. Yun Nuoshing saw the rune left by Elan shining. He took 2 steps away and used his body to block the opening of the crack in the void. He didn't want to scare anyone. As soon as the crack opened, Elan's figure walked out. She was holding a fragment that was 2 to 3 meters tall in her hand. Seeing him, she smiled. "The fragment is intact. The aura of chaos has also been cleared. Thanks to your help this time. I didn't have the confidence to deal with that situation perfectly. It's good that you're fine. As for the rest..." Before Yun Nuoshing could finish speaking, another crack in the void suddenly opened beside them. They were stunned. Just as they turned their heads, a pale golden figure rushed out and crashed into his arms. She flailed her arms and cried, I can't. Come and help me. I really can't deal with that. Don't pull me. Let me cry for a while." Yun Nuoshing expressionlessly pressed down on the cloaked girl's shoulder and forced her to turn around. He even lifted her chin and made her look straight at Elan. The cloaked girl. Elan's beautiful face instantly darkened. Chapter 1792. The meeting between the 2 old friends was just a small interlude. The mess in front of them was over, but it was not over yet. At most, it was just a stamp on a blank card filled with dates. Judging from how noisy the girl in the cloak was, she might have erased the stamp herself. The incident at the Kunlun Wonderland left a huge mark. It would take some time to clean it up before it could return to its original state. However, before that, Ching Su and the others had already started to prepare a temporary camp for tonight. They were all cultivators, so it was enough to just set up a tent. After all, they wouldn't freeze to death, and freezing for a few days would help with their cultivation. Although the proposal was rejected by a large group of people, saying that they would be frozen into jerky, there was no point in denying it. After recognizing the reality, they could only give up and work on this snowy land seriously. The Kunlun Wonderland wasn't built in a day and a half. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ching Su. He even pushed back and forth to rebuild it many times. The little blue dragon girl explained to Hui and the others indifferently. When Ching Su heard this, he immediately ran away. He was afraid that if he stayed in the same place and said a few more words, he would be beaten up. It wasn't a good idea to stay in someone else's place, especially when he saw how busy they were, sighing as they worked. He just wanted to run away quickly. If he didn't run away, he couldn't help but want to help rebuild it. After all, it was just 1 or 2 mountains and a bunch of buildings. It could be done with a wave of his hand. It was just a little shocking, and he would inevitably be caught by Xiao Lan and questioned about it afterwards. Oh, speaking of that girl, she seemed to be looking for trouble with the Punglai Wonderland. This calculative little girl didn't seem to intend to let those talkative youngsters off so easily. They would be treated the same as Ching Su. They had to wait for the girl to finish scolding them before they could leave. The teleportation circle was ready, so they didn't have to fly around on the road this time. Teleportation is so convenient. Zhou Zhibai had always heard Yun Nuoxing and the others talk about teleportation. This time, she personally experienced it. It was just a flash of light, and in the next second, she was back in the living room of her home. Zhou Zhibai felt that it was a little refreshing. She walked around the living room to make sure that it was her home and not an illusion. Only then did she turn around and look at the door. Who is she? Don't bother about her colleagues. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand. About the Protoss, well, she hadn't decided whether to tell this little girl who just wanted to live a peaceful life. Although it wasn't peaceful to be involved in this group of people, as long as it didn't involve the core, everything would return to normal once this matter came to an end. They were like reflections in the water, swaying and disappearing with the ripples. They wouldn't have any impact on this world. Has this matter come to an end? Yun Nuoxing raised her head and heaved a sigh of relief. Elan had finished her one-sided education of the cloaked girl. At this moment, the cloaked girl was whispering to her excitedly. She used the softest voice with the most excited expression. While talking, she would inadvertently glance at them and continue to talk excitedly. Then, she suddenly could not continue. She suddenly flew over and grabbed Elan's arm. She bared her teeth and shouted at Elan, "I don't care so much. If you dilly-dally any longer, something big will happen." The black crack opened in front of them without any warning. This time, they were close enough to feel it more clearly. It seemed to lead to the concept layer. The cloaked girl hurriedly wanted to drag him in. Elan quickly grabbed his arm before he was dragged into the crack of the concept layer. The two of them, one inside the door and one outside the door, pulled him hard. If Yun Nuoxing didn't know, he would have thought that they were going to tear him in half. And looking at Elan's nervous expression, there might be something that was hard to say. Don't just bring people into that place. What if something happens? You said that he can stand alone in the void. What kind of accident can there be? What kind of accident can there be in a simple rule space? I think so. I forgot about it. Yun Nuoxing. Seeing Elan's embarrassed smile, he always felt that something was wrong. Then he looked at the other Protoss girl, and this feeling was even stronger. Zhou Zhibai and the little girl planned to stay in the villa and not follow. Zhou Zhibai felt inexplicable when she saw the crack, and she was really tired from running back and forth and dealing with the aura of chaos, so she didn't go. The little girl stayed to take care of her. As for Hui, as usual, he felt that something interesting would happen, so he came over. The little blue dragon girl was like a spectator at this time. Wherever there was excitement, she would go. After all, she was 5. She had lived for a long time for mortals. Naturally, she would feel bored and have nothing to do. Now that it was rare for her to come out, she naturally wanted to join in the fun. After passing through the crack, the scene in front of them changed instantly. What appeared in front of them was a land of red sand that spread quite far away. It was bright all around, but there was no light source in sight. As for the surrounding space, it seemed that they had come to the star-field space. There were light spots of stars shining many light years away, and the most eye-catching thing was a huge planet hanging above their heads. It was within reach. The planet was very close to the red land they were standing on. The illusion made them think that they could touch the land if they stretched out their hand. It was so close that they would almost fall into it. In terms of size, it should be bigger than the little blue ball. In the place facing them, there were thick clouds condensing into rings of clouds, spinning on the planet at an abnormal and unnatural speed. It was as if there were hundreds of gales blowing at their lives. It was like a sea of clouds vortex, sparsely blocking the view of the land. However, they could still barely see the magnificent mountains and rivers above through the gaps in the clouds, as well as some traces of mountain ranges. Where is this? Hui looked around. The red land under his feet, the planet close at hand, and the starry sky in the distance were all in an ambiguous state. They didn't really exist. For this space, these scenes were temporarily constructed. It wasn't that the space wanted the visitors to adapt to it, but it was arranged according to the situation that the visitors were familiar with. In short, it could be regarded as a temporary conference hall or something like that. At this point, they more or less knew what this space was for, but they still had to get an answer from them to confirm it. The cloaked girl didn't respond to him. She waved her hands around the space in front of her for a while. She used the golden energy to draw energy runes in front of her. Then, she suddenly slapped out. The space around them suddenly shattered like glass. It was as if they had just escaped from a glass cage. Come here, hurry up. After the cloaked girl opened the glass cage, she stretched out her hand and pulled Yun Nuoshing out, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Hui and Xiao Lan smiled bitterly and hurriedly followed along with Elan. This is the starry sky? The blue dragon girl looked around. Because that guy was pulled into a flag that fluttered in the wind, she had to ask Hui. Hui looked around and shook his head. This place just looks like the starry sky outside. In fact, we are walking inside. What do you mean? The blue dragon girl was confused. Hui patted his head with a headache. After thinking for a moment, he had a flash of inspiration. This is a special space. Treat all the things you see above as distant maps. Xiao Lan instantly said, "Oh," but she raised her head and looked at the nebula in the distant starry sky. Those blue, purple, and red nebulas all looked very real, much more real than the current composite map. She couldn't help but be a little suspicious. Are they really maps? Hui turned his head with a face full of sweat. Just take it seriously. If I say more, I can't explain it clearly. The blue dragon girl rolled her eyes. Perhaps she already knew that there might be an indescribable gap between herself and the few of them, so she didn't continue to ask. This is a special space for inspection of this world. Elan supplemented with a rough explanation and looked around while she was at it. It's a little incredible. The space here is smaller than all the other similar spaces I know. Ah, so that's it. This planet actually has an independent world center. No wonder the space here is smaller. We didn't enter the world center of the world, but came to this planet. Hui listened and used his own understanding to translate her words. The world center was probably the heart of the world. Is this situation rare in the void? It's rare. At present, there are only 11 planets and regions of various sizes in the void that have such a situation, and every one of them has become an example in book. Including the one we just discovered, there are a total of 8 of them that still exist, and we've studied each of them for tens of millions of years. We couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard that. The Protoss were the same as them. They always liked to run into other worlds. The blue dragon girl was still confused, but she couldn't hold back her curiosity and quickly asked Hui, "Give me a simple translation." Hui rubbed his forehead and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Maple and had a flash of inspiration. Simply put, with the World Center, you can stay in your own nest, produce and sell your own things, and never go out. Even things like air are your own. If there's no air, you have to go out occasionally, and share the air with the space outside, understand? Xiaolon let out a long "oh." Elon listened to his professional simplified translation and couldn't help but look at him again. "You're quite knowledgeable, aren't you?" Of course, they could also produce their own heart of the world and mass-produce it. At this moment, countless hearts of the world were being produced in the void frontline by the second and were being used for smelting. What's up ahead? We looked at the red land that kept passing before his eyes, and the huge planet above his head was deviated from its position as they flew past. I thought you all knew, so I didn't mention it. Not really, just a little. But I still need you to solve the puzzle. It's not bad even if you know a little. Elon smiled and looked at the cloaked girl who was flying forward as if her life depended on it. She should be going to a place where she can see the whole planet at a glance. That brat's actions are not very reliable, but she still has points in theory. After all, she's a rare theoretical expert and knows how to deal with it. She should have something she wants to show us but can't say it out loud. Hui, a theoretical giant. Yes. After flying forward for 5 or 6 minutes, the cloaked girl slowly stopped with Yun Nuashing. At this time, they all noticed the difference in front of them. 200 or 300 meters in front of them was the edge of a huge crater. The crater looked like it was made by a drill with a diameter of 3,000 meters from the sky. It looked like it was shrinking down layer by layer. In the center, there were blue chaotic energies in the form of lightning from time to time, sweeping across the space with lightning arcs. The entire crater was occupied by this chaotic energy and vision, and it looked quite intimidating just by looking at it. That place is the passage to the World Center. Elon landed with the cloaked girl and looked at the chaotic crater in front of them. She frowned. But there shouldn't be such a chaotic scene on a normal day. I don't know what's wrong. The cloaked girl was already busy. She took out the fragments of the divine artifact that she had collected before. Then, pieces of golden runes emerged from the red land. Suddenly, a 3-dimensional, translucent little blue ball appeared in front of them, about 2 feet in size. This is the planet we are on. The blue dragon girl recognized the translucent image in front of her and felt that the atmosphere seemed to have changed for a moment. She frowned and didn't say anything. Elon knew what had happened at a glance. "Brat, don't tell me this is your doing?" "Of course not." The cloaked girl jumped and pointed at the little blue ball. "When I came here, it was already like this. The divine artifact had broken into dozens of pieces and fell on this planet. And each of the fragments, except for the fragments that maintained a considerable amount of weight at the beginning, the rest continued to shatter and gradually became like this. This is the result that I found out after I collected 3 fragments. The little blue ball floating in front of them. Well, there was nothing special about the little blue ball. There were countless of them in the stars. Ahem, the point was, on the surface of the little blue ball, there were 100 or 200 black smoke that rose from the surface into the atmosphere as if there was a large-scale fire. It would not be blown to the entire planet with the help of the wind, and it was difficult to change. It was like a black smoke column, and those smoke columns were evenly distributed in 100 or 200 places on the little blue ball. It's not that it doesn't spread. Has it spread to this extent? We looked and felt that something was wrong. He thought that the dark aura did not spread out because it was floating in the air. In fact, it had covered a large area on the ground, but when it gathered in the air, it continued to shrink into a smoke column. It shouldn't be. We haven't seen such a large-scale erosion. Hui said this sentence in a daze. When they were in Mount Kunlun, when they were in Jiang City, and when they flew by on the plane, they did not see such an exaggerated erosion effect. If it was really like what the image in front of them showed, then this little blue ball had already become a little black ball by 70%. I haven't seen such a serious situation either. Elan crossed her arms and pondered. Could it be the characteristic of the divine artifact? The cloaked girl smiled bitterly and fiddled with the ball. For now it seems so. I also came here to borrow enough fragments to find that something was wrong. I went back to the outer space to observe carefully. After running back and forth 10 times, I confirmed that it was indeed invisible, but the effect has already appeared. Even if it's a weak chaotic energy, if it spreads evenly across the entire planet, it's enough to make everything unbalanced and manic. Yun Nuoshing whispered softly and turned to look at the two Protoss. Since it's already like this, the Protoss should intervene by force, right? Elan looked up and met his eyes. She hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, actually, insufficient manpower? Yun Nuoshing was really stunned when he heard her words. What kind of special period was this? Why did she suddenly say that there was insufficient manpower? Could it be that the chaotic void was it the chaotic void? Could it be that something happened in the chaotic void? Yun Nuoshing felt a little cool on his back when he said this. You know? Elan's slightly surprised expression made him unable to help but flip the table in his heart. His frozen face quickly trembled a few times, as if it was about to break out of the ice. About 1 or 2,000 years ago, 1 or 2,000 years ago in the Divine Realm's time. If it's converted to the time of this world, it's about 5 or 6,000 years ago. Elan rubbed her long hair that hung down on her hands, and her tone was a little solemn. I don't know why the chaotic void's activities became a little strange. The chaotic energy showed signs of expansion. All the Protoss have entered a state of preparation and battle since then, and it has continued until today. Yun Nuoshing and Hui both turned their heads. They knew the reason, and if there was no accident, it was definitely that reason. The underworld's bastards. Their actions were really fast. Although it had been a long time for them, and it was not until 1,000 years ago that they officially started to take action, it was a strange thing. But they could not say it out loud. They could not think of how to say it, so they could only pretend to be stupid. So, because of this, there was a shortage of manpower, and even this girl was sent out. We could not help but glance at the cloaked girl. The cloaked girl immediately jumped up. Hey, what do you mean by that look? Are you trying to say that I'm unreliable? Hui tilted his head and laughed dryly, nodding his head gently. The cloaked girl's face immediately darkened. After all, you're just a newcomer in logistics, a rising star in the theoretical world of the divine realm, an idiot with a single-threaded brain. Elan held her face with her hand and sighed worriedly. The girl almost went berserk after hearing that. Elan slapped the girl's head and made her look straight at the half-blue and half-black ball in front of her. Let's get down to business. Do you have a solution? A solution? Since you asked us for help, you must have thought of a solution, right? Even if it's just the beginning of a plan, or you're completely at your wit's end, so you want us to help you save the situation? Aye. The cloaked girl's face changed dozens of times in a second. After a moment, she lay down on the ground and rolled around. I don't know. This mission is too difficult. I don't know what to do, I can't handle it. This world may be hopeless. Yun Nuoshing and Hui shared the same thought. Elan sighed. She lifted the girl from the ground and threw her aside. She reached out and fiddled with the black and blue ball. She glanced at it as if she was checking it. After a moment, she whispered to herself, "The structure of the world is stable, and the rules have not been touched by the power of chaos. It is currently in a state of mild erosion, and the erosion is still in the surface world. If it's faster, it can still be saved before it causes great chaos and huge changes. We stared at the ball and grinned. In fact, if it really comes to the most critical moment, they can also turn the tide. For example, releasing the self-seal, using a huge sacred storm to forcibly purify. Well, it's just that the movement will be very big. The moment the self-seal is broken, the power of the Yuanshu realm will be released. It's about the same as condensing a sacred energy 700 or 800 times bigger than the sun and smashing it on the head of the little blue ball. That level of vision is not something that can be covered up easily. Yun Nuoxing looked at the big pit next to them. She lifted the cloaked girl who was drawing circles on the ground and walked to the edge of the big pit. "Where is the world's core?" the cloaked girl murmured and hung on his back. "It's gone. It's hiding in the surface world. I don't know what's wrong with this world. It's not right, and even the world's core is not right. I have to come here to check with the power of interference, and the world's core is not very cooperative." Yun Nuoxing heaved a long sigh. That world core is still very energetic and has the strength to jump around in the real world. Does that guy know that if he continues to jump around, he'll die? Anyway, this magical abyss of souls is indestructible. Even if the world's core explodes, it will regenerate. It may not even care. It's strange. The world's core should not have left the bottom space. I've never heard of a world's core that would come out by itself. It even automatically hides in the surface world. This is beyond our understanding. Even the worlds under our protection can hold on for a while when something goes wrong with the world's core due to various overload. But for this kind of thing to run around, Hui scratched his chin and suddenly said, "Could it have been done by the power of chaos a long time ago, so it's a little crazy now?" "That's quite possible. Considering the uniqueness of this world, the world's core may not be in a normal situation." Elon nodded. As she spoke, she took out something and threw it into the crater in front of her. "Let's temporarily suppress the chaos caused by the absence of the world's core. If it is as you said, that it has been corrupted by the power of chaos, we must solve the problem when the conditions are right. Brat, come here and take note. First, we have to deal with half of the fragment. Judging from the current situation, it is not important whether we can keep the divine artifact safe. The survival of this world is the priority." I know. This is something that we, the gods, have to deal with. Although we cannot simply interfere with the mortal world, we can only forcefully intervene when it involves the power of chaos." The cloaked girl mumbled as she got down from Yun Nuoxing's back. "Common people, this is my first time doing this. It doesn't feel real. You will in the future. Get used to it slowly. You are not a qualified god yet." Just as they began to discuss how to deal with it, the blue draconic girl came over with a strange look. "Wait a minute, why do I feel that your words are a little, god race, gods and whatnot?" Feng Lingjun, explain it to her. "There's no harm in telling her. We may need some powerful mortals to help us next. We are short of manpower now." "Me?" Yun Nuoxing pointed at herself. She scratched her head in annoyance when she saw Xiao Lan's seriously inflated expression. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly pushed Hui away with a slap. "Hui, explain. You are so lazy. So lazy. So lazy," Hui said. Chapter 1793. Things like gods were actually quite difficult to explain to others. Firstly, considering that there were many people in this world who were atheists, the premise alone was quite troublesome. It was especially difficult for those who had lived for a long time and possessed great power to believe in the so-called gods. Even if the little blue dragon girl had known them for a short period of time and had seen many things, and knew that they had a halo called strange hanging above their heads, she might not believe it so easily. Well, actually, the so-called gods were just another type of life form that was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. It wasn't as simple as being strong. Being strong was only a basic structure. The important thing was the concepts and rules that gods contained. If one couldn't understand the latter two, they would never be able to understand what gods were. Therefore, there was a very contradictory point here. Ordinary people regarded gods as omnipotent, as a life form that was powerful to another level. Well, that was bullsh*t. The two of them could also be regarded as gods in the eight elements realm, but in the end, they were still fighting the underworld and the forces of chaos in the void every day. Well, compared to the lower level of life forms, they could indeed be said to be omnipotent. That's right, this sentence also had to be divided according to level. Generally speaking, when they reached the level of omnipotent, the world would become omnipotent. In other words, anything could happen. I went off topic. What I wanted to say was that the so-called gods were another type of conceptual life form. Their existences were equivalent to the truth in front of these life forms that weren't particularly high in level. They were the answer, and those who stood in such a position weren't there to show off or show off. Instead, they needed to deal with matters that ordinary people couldn't deal with. This was their duty. In other words, they stood at a very high level of a model worker of another level. To put it in a more tragic way, they could also be described as workers, but the place where they worked was the divine realm. Their daily job was to inspect the billions of worlds in the void and protect the peace of the worlds of order. Their special job was to plunder weapons and fight against the forces of chaos in the void. This was the god race of the three elements realm. As for the situation in the eight elements realm, because the origin god had passed away, the world of order was full of gods. There was nothing much to say, and even if there was, where to start? That's more or less what it means. Hui clasped his hands together and concluded with a sentence. The little blue dragon girl stared blankly at Hui with her pair of golden eyes, then turned her head and stared blankly at Yun Nua's star. She was just short of using a strand of saliva to embellish this silly expression. Yun Nuashing slapped the blue dragon girl's head and said, "If you don't understand, then forget it." "How could I not understand?" Xiao Lan immediately jumped up and glared angrily at Yun Nuashing, who was looking down on her. After a while, she calmed down and said, "I'm just a little confused. It's hard to imagine. I didn't think that the gods in your legacies, your legends, your stories, and your beliefs are all born from imagination and fantasy. They are fantasy and are not the same as the real god." Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and looked at Elan and Feng, who were busy over there. She said faintly, "If you can't understand, then don't care." Xiao Lan stared blankly at the ground. She suddenly squatted down and pressed her head with a distressed expression. "I need to tidy up. You guys go ahead. Don't worry about me." It seems that she still can't accept it. Hui leaned over and whispered to Feng, "Actually, there's nothing to care about. After all, it's completely unrelated. After this matter is over, we'll slip away. If we don't turn back, and there's no way to turn back in reality, it's impossible for us to cross paths again. So, there's actually no need to accept or care. Just listen." "Do you think she knows now?" Yun Nuashing glanced at him. "She doesn't know that we're about to leave and never come back. She's just trying to accept the present." Hui made an "oh" sound and scratched his head. That's what happened. This space suddenly vibrated slightly, causing Yun Nuashing and Hui Du to simultaneously turn their gaze towards Elan and the others. The slight vibration seemed to be mixed with traces of energy, causing the four of their expressions to change a little. The two of them were a little stunned, while Elan and the other two. Now, no matter how they looked at it, their expressions seemed to be more and more dignified. There was almost no need to ask to know that something was going to happen. As for what it was, primal chaos energy, what could it be? "Don't tell me we're really going to save the world?" Hui grinned. "I actually don't like to play in front of billions of ordinary people. Although I'm used to it, after all, I'm a guardian." Yun Nuashing glanced at him and walked forward. "Let's go and take a look." Elan and the cloaked girl both looked solemn at the moment. The reflection of the little blue ball in front of them was trembling slightly for some reason. It looked like a poorly connected electric light that would go out at any time. We're in trouble. The chaotic energy has begun to spread faster and is out of control. Elan, think of something. The cloaked girl's face was full of cold sweat. The moment she opened her mouth, her voice was very unreliable. Yun Nuoshing, who had just walked over, couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. You want me to think of something? Elan's beautiful face darkened a little. What can I do? The emergency treatment has already been done. The normal method can only ensure that the rules of the space will not collapse. Didn't you say that there's nothing you can't handle? Theoretical brat, quickly use your brain that has collected millions of records to think of something. Even if you tell me I can't do anything. The cloaked girl was so anxious that she was about to cry. This is the territory of someone else. The world center ignores me. It doesn't even cooperate with me. What can I do? Now, even if I use the world center of the heavenly realm, I don't have the time to seize power. It's not dealing with ordinary things, and it's not my own territory. The chaotic energy. This is an abnormal situation. It's an invasion of foreign enemies. It's a war signal. What's the use of just the two of us? We have to at least get a war brigade. Anyway, we have to find a way to suppress the boiling chaotic energy. We have to delay it as long as we can. Delay. Elan couldn't help but smile bitterly. We can't delay it for long. First of all, we have to remove the divine artifact fragments that have taken root as soon as possible. We have to get rid of as many of them as we can. Are these locations okay? Have the divine artifact fragments already jumped once? There won't be any movement in a short period of time? That's right, but… The cloaked girl still wanted to say something, but Elan opened the portal back to the surface world. I'll leave the northern hemisphere to you. I'll go to the southern hemisphere. The core should be there. You brat can't handle it. Hey, wait. Why did you leave just like that? There should be another way. Let's think about it. The cloaked girl watched her disappear in the blink of an eye. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She was so anxious that she stomped her feet and walked around in circles. If you can't think of any way in a short period of time, it's better to act first. It's not too late to change paths when you have a new way. Yun Nuoshing said slowly. So, what's the specific situation now? The cloaked girl was startled by the voice behind her. She quickly turned her head and said to Yun Nuoshing and the others in a hurry, the power of chaos has begun to spread. It's a little restless. Maybe it sensed that we suddenly stepped in and wanted to fight back. It has begun to corrode the depths. If we let it continue to spread until everything in the world is branded with the mark of chaos. I know. This place is going to set off fireworks. He snapped his fingers. The cloaked girl. That's what you mean. But why do you have to say it so elegantly? She laughed bitterly, sweating profusely as she looked at the reflection of the little blue ball. At this moment, 2/3 of the surface of the sphere was covered by a thin layer of black mist. The pillar of dust and smoke that soared into the sky swayed continuously like a tornado, increasing its size little by little. At the end of the pillar of dust and smoke that connected to the distant sky, there was even a small energy vortex that was constantly devouring the energy of this world to strengthen itself. Seal the space of this planet, seal the void, and seal the concept layer of rules. From now on, this area will be listed as an isolation zone. Lock everything within the range. Then, break the spatial continuity of the rules to stop the spread of the chaos. Throw this ball into an independent time zone. For a short time, cut off the connection to the sea of time. Don't let the chaos have a chance to take advantage of it. Yun Nuoshing said as she reached out and pointed at the reflection. Then, she stopped with a frown. How do I use this thing? The cloaked girl smiled bitterly and shook her head. Without the World Hub, we can't do this. Until now, we still don't know where it is hiding. Yun Nuoshing and Hui both breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Protoss of the three elemental realm were not that good at controlling everything in the void. Well, if they wanted to do something immediately, they would need to undo the seal. So, they were not in a position to say anything. If they did not tear the seal, they would need some time to prepare. Then use Elon's method to remove the influence of the fragment. You go quickly. The cloaked girl was a little nervous. Aren't you coming to help? We will buy you time. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and opened a crack to the real world. You can't interfere with this world without using the World Hub, but we can. So, we are responsible for buying time. You go and retrieve the fragment. Chaotic energy, this kind of thing was a disgusting thing whether it was in the 8 elemental realm or other elemental realms. For the world of order, it was born as order, so it was the enemy of chaos, and vice versa. However, order was relatively peaceful, and generally very obedient in its own territory. It rarely made any big movements. Chaos, on the other hand, liked to roam freely in the void. Even a piece of trash thrown from the chaotic void could cause a great disaster in the world of order. For example, now, it was just a cloud of chaotic aura attached to the divine artifact. Using the residual energy and characteristics of the divine artifact, it had begun to do whatever it wanted on the little blue ball. Although the chaotic energy had not grown to the extent that it could really do whatever it wanted in the world, it was too wretched this time, hiding behind the scenes. Even he and Hui did not see that the world had been covered by the chaotic energy for a while. They could not even feel the breath. If the people of the Protoss did not have a way to borrow the world's perspective, they would have begun to zoom in. After all, the nerves in the brain were still trapped in the scene of the fierce battle for 5 eras. If they were to unseal themselves at this time, it could easily be a world-destroying level of purification. That could not be suppressed. The instinct had been engraved in the soul, and could not be changed. Earthquakes, tsunamis, floods, hurricanes, landslides, volcanic eruptions, thunderstorms, snowstorms, rainstorms, sandstorms, hailstorms, tornadoes. Well, I think there may be a meteorite missing. Hui looked up to the sky and heaved a long sigh of relief. He put his hands in his pockets and showed a worried expression. This was the result he got from using his soul to monitor the whole planet. Although there were many disasters, they did not happen in the same place. Instead, they happened at the same time in all parts of the planet, without a second of difference. For example, a hurricane suddenly broke out at the back of the planet without accumulating power or warning. He saw with his own eyes that huge and thick clouds gathered in the area where the sky was clear for thousands of miles in 5 minutes, followed by a storm that hit the ground. He was not sure how the people on the road were doing, but that place had been submerged. On the rooftop of a tall building in Jiang City, this was the top of a tall building more than 300 meters above the ground. It was the closest place in Jiang City to the sky, but it also made them feel that there was no difference in this height. At this moment, the night suddenly fell, a few hours in advance, and the night fell in this city with a hurried curtain of rain. Strong winds and heavy rain hit the originally clear sky of Jiang City, but this place was still fine. It did not welcome a typhoon, and the unexpected events here had not reached a very explosive level. The sudden strong winds and heavy rain made the pedestrians on the street curse and look for places to hide from the rain. They sighed and cursed at the dark sky that was like a curtain of night. At the same time, the whole city very tacitly lit up the lights to illuminate the night. The people who squeezed into the supermarket hesitated at the entrance, hesitated for a moment before walking into the supermarket. Not long after, they walked out with a big umbrella, but before they could walk a few steps, they were swept back into the supermarket by the strong winds. Some people hugged their heads and tried to hide from the heavy rain, rushing into the rainy night. Countless flashing lights tore through the darkness of the night and slowly went away in the curtain of rain. In a place a little further away, it seemed that because of the sudden storm, there was a bit of noise. The clamor was torn to pieces by the strong winds and washed away by the heavy rain. No one was willing to get out of the car to curse at each other in this kind of heavy rain. The changing scenes all happened in a short 10 minutes, just like a drama. I guess those people who are watching the weather will be so busy that their brains will stop working because of the sudden change in the situation of heaven and earth. Don't you think so, Fong? Yun Nuashing released a faint colorful luster in the dark sky and the curtain of rain, dispelling the heavy rain that came within 10 feet of them. When she heard Huey's words, she looked back at him and nodded casually. At present, it was only the initial impact of the erosion. At present, it was only a prelude. That's right, the sudden natural disaster in the world, the large-scale natural disaster that no one knew about, was just a prelude. It was a prelude that no one could know about, a prelude to destruction. Half an hour ago, the world was quiet, and the things that happened in the corner were still happening in the corner. Half an hour later, this planet had become a corner. It was something that happened in the corner of the void, a disaster-level event known as the erosion of chaos. So far, almost 95% of the people just treated the sudden abnormal weather phenomenon as what did it take. No one knew. Maybe it was a thunderbolt in the clear sky, or maybe it was a small episode that disturbed their daily lives. People used 5 minutes to adapt to the sudden weather that was not considered extreme. Some people changed their itineraries, and some people continued to rush through the curtain of rain. Instead of worrying about the sudden wind and rain, it was better to make the best use of the time to get busy with the things at hand. They wanted to finish their work as soon as possible so that they could have a good night's rest. That's right. Compared to what I had to do, and what I was busy with on a daily basis, this sudden downpour didn't seem to attract much attention. After all, it was just a storm. If there were any immediate changes, perhaps you would have to look at the city even further away. Earthquakes, mountain torrents, and tsunamis were only mild. The sudden extreme weather could be heard on the TV, and the sudden earthquake of the neighbor, a magnitude 3 or 4 earthquake. There was a weak tremor in Jiang City, and a small tsunami in a city, suspected to be an underwater earthquake. How can you all be so calm? Xiao Lan was anxiously circling around them, and her pretty face was full of nervousness and uneasiness. Although I can't see anything, my instincts tell me that something very bad is surrounding this country. Something very bad is about to happen. No, it is happening. The intuition of a hidden guardian? Hui looked at her circling and said slowly, "Yes." Xiao Lan trembled violently, and the uneasiness on her face had reached its peak. In ancient times, I have had a few uneasy feelings, and they all foretold that something bad was about to happen in this country, and it came true every time. I have to do something. Do what? What are you going to do? What can you do? Do you know what is going to happen? What are you going to do? I don't know. Xiao Lan glared at him angrily. But just standing here and watching, let that uneasy feeling grow. I can't sit still. Look down there, it seems like there is a car accident. Can you go and help? Look at that supermarket. There are more than 100 people trapped inside because it is impossible to bring umbrellas in the clear sky. A few people are in a hurry to go home because their children are at home. A few people are in a hurry to go home because they didn't close the windows and didn't collect the clothes. A few people are worried about their children who are still in school, and they are afraid that they will be trapped in school and can't come back. There are people, and many things. How much can you help? We continued. I know. So what I am talking about is definitely not such a small matter. Xiao Lan anxiously waved her hands. So, I will tell you about the situation on the other side for reference. You should have felt the earthquake just now. Although the intensity is not great, it is just nearby. 400 miles in this direction is experiencing a thunderstorm. There are already fires burning in the rain. Houses are damaged, roads are collapsing, and the ground is sinking. Let me see, a little further away, on the other side of the ocean, there is a huge volcano that is about to erupt. Tornadoes are raging on the ground, lightning is dancing wildly, and the sky is falling and the ground is sinking. This. The little blue dragon girl suddenly stood still and muttered, "What is going on with this world? What is it?" We let out a long sigh. The pain of illness is trying to resist. Well, think about it with your cognition. If a planet is struggling and resisting with all its might, what will it do? What will it do to the life that is attached to it? Zhou Zhibai looked down at the ground and said softly, "Overreaction, causing the culprit that is not the cause of the destruction to be purified, some of them, just like the people who are sick. The intensity of the disaster is still slowly increasing, but it will not accumulate to the point of drastic change in a short period of time." The little girl said and looked up at Zhou Zhibai. "But it is a little strange. It seems that before the disaster broke out, a considerable area of this planet was in a state of mild panic and chaos. What happened?" Zhou Zhibai did not even have to think to know what she was referring to. There are more disasters and diseases this year, especially the diseases. Almost a year has passed, and it has not stopped. Our country is considered very good, but other places, well, as you can see, chaos and panic. Indeed, it is calmer here. Coupled with this sudden disaster, it is not a good year and there is no peace. Zhou Zhibai sighed softly. She looked down at the empty street below, and looked at the red light of the traffic jam on the city's main road in the distance. The heavy rain washed away the noise. She could not hear, but she could feel the anxiety and uneasiness there. It was as if everyone was blindly fleeing, but did not know where to go. "What are we doing here?" Hui pointed at Feng and then at himself. "As you said, the patient is resisting fiercely, but he doesn't want to cooperate with the treatment. We're holding down the struggling patient by force and letting someone forcibly remove the pain. Finally, we'll cleanse him to his heart's content. If everything goes well, we'll do that." Zhou Zhibai understood immediately. "It's a tranquilizer. Immune suppression." Hui spread out his hands. "Something like that." Without saying anything, the self-sealing forced purification would lead to self-evident consequences. The consequences were mainly brought by themselves, so there was no way to use this method to deal with the chaotic energy of the 8 elements realm. If they were killed by the superstandard rules and order power that exceeded what an individual could bear, even the reincarnation would become a probability. The worst result was that they could not be restored or even reincarnated. The limit was very vague, but in the simplest way, this was the case for ordinary people killed by the chaotic energy and the god-level order power. The 8 elements realm was an exception. Even ordinary people in the 8 elements realm would not have such a thing happen because they had been immersed in an environment with strong rules for a long time, and their souls had adapted to the strength of the rules. Therefore, when they descended, they tried not to affect the affairs of the world and other worlds as much as possible, just in case they accidentally killed someone. Therefore, they could not forcibly interfere with the planet that was being eroded by the chaotic energy, and the land that had suddenly erupted in disaster. Unless it was the last moment, when there was no better choice. We felt tired as he thought about it. Didn't we come down to have fun? Why do we have to be involved in this kind of thing? It was not easy to relax a little these days, but it is all back to square one because of this stupid thing. Feng, you are such a troublemaker. Yunnuashing. Why did he suddenly get involved? Chapter 1794. It's raining. The dark and gloomy sky seemed to have skipped the afternoon and arrived at night. The dark clouds were boundless, and the light had disappeared. Only the lights in the city could not dispel the darkness and coldness here. This area had not seen rain for almost a month. It had just warmed up a little, but it began to cool down again. But there was a bad feeling. The heavy rain was an ordinary heavy rain, and the wind that blew had the feeling of winter. But what was this strange feeling? He felt that something was wrong. Nan Hang, have you seen my sweater? In the dormitory, Nan Hang turned his head to look at his roommate. At this moment, he had already wrapped himself up like a dumpling. Nan Hang could not help but complain. Weren't you just wearing a short-sleeved shirt 15 minutes ago? 10 minutes ago, you were only wearing an extra coat, and now you're wrapped up like a ball. 3-4. His roommate trembled as he hugged his quilt, looked at the dark sky outside the window, and rolled his eyes hard. God knows it will rain in winter. I personally felt the temperature drop little by little. You didn't. Hiss. Close the window. The wind is leaking in the quilt. The window is closed, and the wind is coming in through the crack of the door. Nan Hang pointed at the door angrily. Where's your down? How could I bring down my down at this time? I didn't expect it to be so cold. No, why are you wearing a short-sleeved shirt and long pants below? Aren't you cold? It's okay. Nan Hang subconsciously pressed his chest and smiled bitterly. With the spiritual energy protecting his body, he really didn't feel much. As for the cold, it wasn't the cold on the outside, but the inside of his body was a little cold. It was an inexplicable feeling. It seemed that his body had been a little cold ever since he felt that something was wrong with the wind and rain. When will this rain stop? Didn't the weather forecast say that the probability of rain is 0? It also said that it will not rain in the next half a month. At most, the temperature will drop, but it's not time for the temperature to drop yet. His roommate played with the phone in his hand, shivering because of the cold. Damn it, it has been raining for more than 10 minutes, and the weather forecast at this time said that it will be cloudy. It looks like it's going to rain for a long time. Nan Hang muttered to himself and frowned slightly. What the hell? This slightly irritated, depressed, and restless feeling made him involuntarily want to do something. But after standing up and looking around the dorm, he could only sit down. Where are the class monitor and the others? Class monitor and the others just went out. I think they went to the gymnasium while you were standing on the rooftop in a daze. Nan Hang smiled bitterly. I was cultivating on the rooftop for a while. The rooftop is the only place in the entire dormitory building. Right, speaking of the rooftop, he felt normal half an hour ago. Everything was normal. He was even planning what to eat and what to do tonight. But when he came back, in just a short while, he felt that his spirit and the sky outside were covered by an unknown haze. Huh! Nan Hang stared blankly outside the window and stood up. Did you see outside the window just now? There seems to be a flash in the gymnasium. I didn't see anything. The rain is so heavy, I can't even see 5 meters away. Speaking of which, the class leader and the others haven't replied for half an hour. Oh, is there some kind of activity going on at the stadium? Let me see. His roommate swiped through his phone and shook his head after a moment. The group didn't say anything, but the department did tell us not to go out if it's raining heavily. Nan Hang, close the door if you're going out. It's so cold. What is this feeling? I can't describe it. Everything in the world seems to have fallen into a state of uneasiness. He was a cultivator. Even though he was only at the beginner level, he could clearly feel this strange feeling floating in the air. It's strange. This rain, strange. Everything is a bit strange. If the world itself is a concrete existence that can be described, can he think of this wind and rain as it roars and cries? Even though he didn't understand this feeling, he felt like he was crazy for charging into the rain and rushing all the way to the gymnasium in the rain. He was probably affected by that strange feeling. The lights in the gymnasium were still on, but he didn't feel anyone's presence. The class monitor and the others seemed to have left. No one would come here in a short period of time. This is completely crazy. I came here for nothing. Nan Hang smiled bitterly. He weighed whether to rush back to the dorms or hide here to hide from the rain. He decided to find a place to hide from the rain. The auditorium opposite the entrance of the stadium had become dilapidated at some point in time, and from the looks of it, it seemed to have been hit by something with a huge weight, and it should have fallen from the sky. He looked up at the ceiling of the gymnasium. It was intact. Forget it, let's talk about it after the rain stops. Just as Nan Hang was thinking about this, he seemed to see a dim light emanating from the big pit in the auditorium. It was a faint golden light. It seemed to be the light he saw when he looked out of the dormitory's window. His curiosity prompted him to walk towards the auditorium. The large gymnasium was only illuminated by the lights hanging from the ceiling. It was empty. He didn't know why, but he felt a little uneasy at this moment. The sound of the rain outside seemed to have weakened a lot. When he walked into the gymnasium, he found some things he didn't see before. There were a dozen jackets scattered under the basketball hoop, 1 or 2 pairs of shoes, empty water bottles, and 2 or 3 basketballs on the edge of the court and the auditorium. The remaining traces seemed to tell him that there were people here just now, but they left in a hurry for some reason and didn't even have time to pack up their clothes. This is the class monitor's basketball. Nan Hang picked up the basketball closest to him and looked at it, then put it on the ground. He looked at the traces left behind by the people who suddenly disappeared. After looking for a while, he walked to the auditorium and stretched his neck to look down from the edge of the pit. Then, his breathing suddenly stopped. A 1-meter-long thick metal cylinder was quietly lying at the bottom of the big pit. Its overall color was a very disturbing black. In the center, there was a wisp of golden light constantly flickering. It was as if this light had attracted him from his dormitory to this place. In addition, there was also a layer of thin black fog. He still remembered this fog. He had seen it once in Soaring Dragon Mountain. In other words, this 1-meter-long thick cylinder was the same as that thing? Although he didn't personally experience the horror of this thing, he completely remembered what Senior Hui said. If this thing fell into the sea, it could instantly turn the Pacific Ocean into a black ocean. In just one day, this little blue ball that was regarded as a treasure would become a little black ball. In short, this kind of thing isn't something I can deal with. At this time, I should. Nan Hang slowly and carefully took a few steps back. He quickly took out his phone and dialed the number he got himself. Yo, Southern Skyplane. In this special dark moment in the world, what's the matter? The sound of a strong wind and heavy rain came from the other end of the phone. Senior Huey's voice sounded as if it was a matter of course, which made him smile bitterly. It's Southern Air. No, please don't call me that. Nan Hang stroked his short bangs and smiled bitterly for a long time. He looked at the big pit. Actually, in my school, there suddenly appeared a shatter. Dong! A heavy sound exploded in his ear without warning. Hui grimaced and quickly took the phone away from his ear. He looked at the phone that showed that it was in a call, but Nan Hang's voice didn't come again. Hello? Where are you? Southern Air? Southern Air? After trying to call for a while, Hui raised his head with a strange expression and said to the few people who looked over, "Some people talk, and then disappear." What do you mean by disappear? Xiaolan was confused. This thing is still lit up, but there's no sound. Jibai, based on your experience, maybe something happened? Zhou Jibai responded without hesitation. Judging from the sound, the phone should have fallen on the ground. Although I think it might have been suddenly tied up, I didn't hear any more sound just now. So, it might be like what you said, it suddenly disappeared. Hui said, oh. He thought about what he just heard and associated it with what happened suddenly. He almost had an answer in his heart. Where is Southern Air School? Zhou Jibai looked in another direction. Jiang City University is in that direction. It's not too far from here. Okay. Hui nodded and patted Maple's back. Maple, stay here and don't walk around. I'll be back soon. That little guy might have encountered something. Maybe a piece of debris smashed into his school. It might have fallen near him and flattened him. Yun Nuashing. Why did he encounter fragments one after another? Rule entanglement point? Well, it's probably just pure bad luck. Hui looked at him with strange eyes and joked. Maybe he's been in contact with you so much that he's been infected with some strange characteristic. Get out of here! Haha. Hui quickly took the little girl to Jiangjiang University. At this time, he was still acting as a tranquilizer. Although he could move, he could not count on other things. He had to ask another person for help. Watching Hui and the little girl disappear in the rain, Zhou Zibai turned her gaze and walked to Yun Nuoxing. She carefully glanced at Yun Nuoxing, who was untainted by the aura of the world. What's the situation now? Although she didn't know what had happened, the only thing she could be sure of was that something very bad was happening in the world at this moment. She was a cultivator, and Xiaolan next to her was the hidden guardian of Huaxia. But at this time, they could only find a safe place to hide like ordinary people. What's the situation? Yun Nuoxing murmured. On the surface, the state of chaos erosion is still slowly getting worse. Hui and I forcibly intervened to give this planet some time to breathe. However, the disasters that have broken out all over the world have no intention of stopping. It doesn't cooperate with us, and I don't know why. The little blue dragon girl was very nervous when she heard the hidden meaning in these words. What about the non-surface? If the root cause can't be solved quickly, the extinction of civilization or the collapse of the existing human civilization system, choose one of the two. Neither of the two answers was good. Zhou Zibai and Xiaolan shuddered when they heard it. Extinction, the collapse of the system, almost both of them were terrible situations. It sounded very far away, very far away. Even in the past, when they inadvertently heard these words, they felt that these things were very far away from them. Xiaolan had also experienced the ancient times, the glory and decline of that era, until it was replaced. She had witnessed the development and changes of this world for more than 5,000 years. Even so, when she suddenly heard this answer from him, which was equivalent to the worst ending, she didn't know what kind of expression she should put on to welcome this sentence that was like a judgment. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and glanced at Xiaolan, who had a gloomy expression, and then turned his head back indifferently. He was used to it. Every day in the void, there would be the annihilation of the world's light. Countless civilizations and life races were swept into the destruction. In the places that they could reach, they had collected the last words of a civilization and a world. A reflection, a surviving plant, a handful of soil, a crystal ball that recorded the history of the world for hundreds of thousands of years, a part of the seeds of life, a few beasts, a few people, there were all of them. They were the part that escaped with difficulty under the erosion and destruction of the energy of chaos, the only left behind by the entire world. They were used to it. So even if the world was about to be destroyed in front of their eyes, it was difficult for them to feel anything. However, they tried their best to not let things develop like this. Whether it was him, Hui, Elan and the others, they were trying their best to pull the world that was sliding into the abyss of destruction back from the edge of the cliff. Under normal circumstances, the four of them would have actually solved the problem. However, this world was not normal. Then, they could only say that they were unlucky. Tell me, what can we do now? The little blue dragon girl's golden eyes glittered in the rainy night. What is it that I can do now? You can do anything you want because it's not important. Yun Nuoxing continued to speak in an indifferent tone. Before the premise of destroy or not is confirmed, it's useless to do anything. So, you can do anything. You can go and save people. If the worst-case scenario doesn't happen and you save people, then you've saved them. If it does happen, then it doesn't matter because by then, there's nothing that matters anymore. So, the blue dragon girl clenched her teeth, her small fists white. Even I can only do something so insignificant? In reality, it's more or less the same. Yun Nuoxing nodded slightly and looked to the other side. But I don't think you can even do that. Xiaolan looked at him, puzzled and followed his gaze to the rainy night. The storm that had lasted for almost an hour had caused chaos in a large area. The abnormal rainfall and the overflowing river made it look like the sea was pouring into the city. Some streets were submerged, and cars were trapped in the submerged streets as decorations. The people trapped in the cars looked at the submerged streets blankly, and they were suddenly in the middle of the river. The wind blew the heavy street signs away, and they rolled on the sidewalk. A person who was walking with his head down could not pay attention to what was in front of him, and by the time he reacted, he was already pressed to the ground by the heavy street signs. A person who lost his footing fell into a street that had become part of the river. The surging river brought a huge wave and swept him into the water, and he disappeared in an instant. On another street, someone was swept under a car, and the yellowish river had covered up to his shoulders, and it was still rising at a significant rate every minute. I don't think you deliberately asked me to pay attention to these things because you have a bad taste. Xiaolan gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to turn around, as if she was really going to listen to him and save people, Yun Nuoxing reached out and pressed on her shoulder. He said faintly, "This kind of thing happened at the same time when the disaster happened. It's just that it's getting more and more intense. However, they don't need you to save them." The people who were trapped in the isolated island in the river were pulled to the side of the road by emergency ropes that spanned across the entire road. A few people suddenly appeared from all directions on the street that was almost empty just a moment ago. They worked together to lift the 2 to 3 meter long street signs and lifted the people who were pressed to the ground. Someone with sharp eyes quickly grabbed the people who were still floating in the river and pulled them onto a cart. With the concerted efforts of a dozen people, the cart that weighed 2 tons was lifted to the side, and the injured were sent to the nearest hospital as quickly as possible. "I think you're poisonous." Xiaolan could not help but roll her eyes at Yun Nuoxing. "Why are you deliberately looking at these things?" "I didn't deliberately look at them. I just happened to see them in passing." Yun Nuoxing shook his head. From the moment they forcibly intervened, their souls had already covered the entire little blue ball. They were using the power of laws and order that they could use to forcefully entangle with the energy of chaos and delay its invasion. So, he saw these things in passing. "They don't need you to save them, they don't need us to save them, they don't need any guardians, they don't need any gods. They don't need any prayers either. They are just fighting with all their might. There is no way for them to understand what the disaster that is suddenly happening at this moment is because their energy is only enough for them to deal with all the drama that is happening at this moment. They need to deal with the things that are within their power, to save people, to help others along the way, or to stay in their place and not cause trouble for others. They need to cheer and encourage those who are suffering the same fate as them, so that those who are capable can unleash more power and deal with everything that is happening suddenly together. You and I are just outsiders. We should deal with things that are outside because they don't need us. You have the ability to get involved in this so-called small matter, but have you thought about what will happen after that? The impact it will have on this world? The Blue Dragon Girl was speechless. They were people who lived in seclusion. Their true forms were non-human beings. In the eyes of this world, they were existences of legends. To put it bluntly, they were anomalies and grotesque. They were not of our kind. She remembered something. About 1,000 years ago, she had gone out for a stroll out of boredom. She was inexplicably mistaken as an evil dragon that was the source of the calamity. After that, she found out that a calamity had happened at the border of the country where she had appeared. She was the scapegoat that had left her depressed for 1,000 years, and she rarely showed herself after that. Until now, they had become existences of fantasy to this world. So, what you are trying to say is that I can't help them or solve the root of the problem. I can't do anything. Is that what you mean? The Blue Dragon Girl could not help but smile bitterly. Humans don't need anomalies to save them. That's reality, the reality of this mortal world. Hui told me that. Yun Nuashing nodded. That was true for this world. However, even in the divine realm, there had been incidents where they were opposed and treated as calamities because they could not be understood. He was very familiar with that as well. After all, life was the same no matter where it was. More or less. Life forms hidden in the darkness are only suitable to move in the dark, and not appear in the light. Perhaps in their own eyes it is correct to be a savior. Ah, I saved people. Ah, this is an act of my sincerity. If I treat others with sincerity, I will receive the same treatment. Hey, wake up, this is a dream. As the saying goes, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Interspecies communication under such circumstances would only cause greater chaos. The blue dragon girl gritted her teeth and glared at him fiercely. Why do I feel like you are very experienced? It was just an act of naivety back then. It was like an impulsive act of a child who did not know the dangers of the world. As Xiao Lan listened, she suddenly felt that something was not right. Her gaze changed. What happened after that? After that? His eyes that were glowing with a colorful luster appeared a little lost and confused. That was something that happened when he reincarnated in the lower realm. The same thing happened in the ancient era as well, the dark era. There was no such thing. Therefore, he felt that he might have been a little naive during the dark era. After that, there was no after. The sound of the apocalyptic karmic fire burning the world was quite pleasant to the ears. Yun Nuashing suddenly chuckled. That was the first time Zhou Zhibai and Xiao Lan had heard him laugh. However, the words that came out of his mouth made them feel a little cold. I digress. Yun Nuashing withdrew his smile. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at the land that was covered in endless rain. Chaos was slowly unfolding. This world is just like that. The blue dragon girl pinched her own arm. After a moment of silence, she said, You deliberately said that to stop me? Yes. Why? After all, you are a young girl. Since the beginning, you have been looking at all of this with the eyes of wanting to do something. It is as if you are looking at your former naive self. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. He closed his eyes and said, However, if you insist on doing something, I will not stop you. Xiao Lan smiled bitterly when she heard that. What else could she do? However, if she did not do anything, how should she treat her identity? Chapter 1795. The Dark Age. Feng Ling of the Dark Age. Apart from the slight deviation in impression caused by his re-experience, he could feel that he was a little different from himself since he first returned to the Dark Age. It was as if the traces of Feng Ling's original journey had left in his soul were affecting him. But it was just a slight influence. It was as if he would occasionally make a choice that was slightly against his will, and sometimes he would seem to have become a different person. Those were the results of his Dark Age self having experienced nearly 100 eras. It was hard to understand, but he could just treat it as a sudden, childlike innocence. To put it bluntly, it was the Dark Age that did not experience those big and small things. From the beginning, he had chosen to come and go in a hurry, with the wind in his wake, and cover his ears, and no one loves him mode. From the beginning, he was relatively indifferent, which was in line with his future self. But it was not until a few eras had passed that he felt that the faint impression that remained in his soul had completely faded away. There was no difference, whether it was the Feng Ling of the 56th era or the quarter moon of the ancient era. There was not much difference. From the beginning to the end, he was himself. As for the changes, perhaps there were, he himself could not say for sure. It was not something that was worth paying attention to. Anyway, he did not particularly care about the experience of countless lives on a planet. Whether it was destruction, survival, safety, or scares without danger, he was just like an outsider. Oh, he was originally an outsider, overlooking the things that happened in this world, indifferent. It did not matter whether he helped or did not do anything. It all depended on his mood. But for Elon and the other Protoss, they could not just sit back and do nothing. It was their duty to maintain the stability of the world of order. Worlds that had fallen into abnormalities and were about to be destroyed, especially worlds corrupted by the forces of chaos, they would pull them back even if they had to use all their strength. Well, now that he was in a good mood, he could at least help a little. Just treat it as paying rent. Although that was what he said, he still hoped that he could simply tear the seal and do it in one go. You will really vaporize this little sapphire in one go. 1 second. Hui sighed faintly. Yun Nuashing. If it was during normal times, even if they did not seal themselves in the lower realm, casually using their power would not cause such a big commotion. But now they were in a state of war frenzy. Not only Feng, even he himself could not control himself. Now, he was using his full strength under the state of seal. There was no trace of suppression at all. His body could only output at full strength. He thought to himself that anyone else would be in the same situation. After maintaining a full power outburst of energy for 5 eras, he did not believe that anyone would be able to return to their original state just by stopping all of a sudden. The few people with the best control in the world of order had already said that they had completely lost control. Not to mention the others, even the heavenly god of origin would tremble for a few hundred years. The corruption of the forces of chaos was a phenomenon that was difficult to observe with the naked eye. Even if their eyes could directly see everything in the void, they would not be able to observe the process. To clearly identify the entire process, they would need to use the 3 major powers of order, law, and space simultaneously to analyze a region in all aspects simultaneously. With their current situation, they could indeed observe it. They should have been able to. However, as mentioned earlier, this world was not normal. The world core of this world was not cooperating with them at all. It would have been fine if it did not cooperate, they could have used their own power. But when it expressed that it was not cooperating, it even blocked the doors and windows in the house and sealed it tightly, not even leaving a gap for them. Under such circumstances, it was no wonder that they felt that the world core was being ridden by chaos. What's the situation now? Mild corruption. 1 hour, 10 minutes, and 7 seconds to moderate corruption. Yun Nuashing looked up at the world against the wind. How are things on your side? Where's the little one? He's gone. Hui and the little girl stood at the edge of the auditorium. They picked up a phone that had fallen on the ground and saw that it was still in a call. They confirmed that it was the phone left behind by Southern Airlines. The thing is still here, but the person is gone. And it should be taken away by the shard. That's the only possibility. The little girl's voice followed his words. She beckoned Hui to come over and pointed at the crater in the auditorium. The shard. Feng, I saw it. This place was indeed hit by the shard. Only the shard is suspicious here. Hui said through the soul transmission. He fell into the crater with the little girl and fiddled with the dim shard. After a moment he continued, it seems to be a shard with a storage space. The little one might have been taken into that space. Yun Nuashing was stunned. A storage space infected by the presence of chaos? I think you'd better go in quickly. Otherwise, you'll only be collecting his corpse. I know. I'll go in now. After Huey's voice disappeared, the soul seeds of the two trembled. Then, the connection was restored. It seemed that they could still continue to communicate through the soul across space. However, there was a small obstacle. Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked down at the entire land of Jiang City. His gaze continued to spread into the distance. This blue planet was still experiencing frequent disasters. The places that had not had the time to experience disasters had already been covered. The places that had already been hit by natural disasters were gradually increasing in intensity. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Under the constant shaking of the void and the wind of chaos, Everything had fallen into chaos. However, the billions of lives on the surface were still resisting and struggling. Until now, not many people had noticed that this was abnormal. They were all trying their best to struggle. How could they have the time to care about other aspects? Elon, you'd better hurry up. Yun-Nuashing raised his head and let out a long sigh of relief. He was just muttering to himself. He left in a hurry and did not leave the two people with the means to contact him across space. Now, he did not know where they were and what they were doing. However, they must be doing their best to stop the boiling of the power of chaos. In that case, he did not need to pay too much attention to them. He just needed to trust them. They were the Protoss of the three elemental realms. At the North Pole, in a place that was dyed black by the aura of chaos, the cloaked girl submerged herself into the water. Using only a pair of slender hands and the divine power of the Protoss, she was fighting against the chaos. The entire North Polar Sea was stirred into a mess. The huge fragment that was hidden deep below became restless when it sensed her arrival. There was a volcano in the southern hemisphere. Fire and lava rain scattered all over the sky. The scorching smoke scattered in all directions from hundreds of thousands of meters high in the sky. It was like a meteor shower that fell within a radius of a few thousand meters. Smoke rose from the ground. Black gas lingered around. A large number of wild animals died in batches because of this sudden disaster. The strong wind blew away the volcanic ash that filled the sky, revealing Elon who existed within it. She was as well as a huge fragment that was 2 meters in front of her. The aura of chaos had already entangled with her divine power. Prioritize sending the ordinary people out. The soldiers have already propped up a bridge of life in front of us. Our mission is to strengthen this bridge. Then let everyone safely evacuate from here. No one can fall. Do you hear me? Ha! Louder! Louder! Why are you speaking so softly? Did you not eat? Can you still be considered as cultivators? You want to save the world by speaking so softly? Sir! Other than here, most of the people in other places are stuck in the flooded areas. We need more people to support us. We need boats. No boats. No one. Even if there are boats, they can't come in. Use all the available forces around you. Think of a way yourselves. If you don't have a way, then use your head to smash a way out for me. You are allowed to use your own strength. This is a special situation. You are allowed to use it. This can't go on. The disaster happened without any warning and without any time. It is impossible to evacuate millions of people under such an abnormal situation. Sir, the sea level has risen by almost a meter. The coastal areas are in danger. When the young man in blue heard that Uncle Lou had no time to respond to him, he scratched his head in distress. The lights on the ceiling had flickered for the 7th time or the nth time. The ground was shaking. He didn't know which province or city the earthquake's aftermath had affected this place. He felt that the source of the earthquake seemed to be getting closer and closer. It was shifting from the inland area to the coastal area. Fortunately, the earthquake was not particularly strong now. Fortunately, my ass. The inland earthquake and the coastal sea level were rising by the minute. Looking at the sea, the tsunami seemed to have strengthened from the initial insignificant to the initial scale. Was this world going to be finished? Or was it going to be messed up? No. I can't do anything now. The young man in blue jumped to his feet. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Something was happening. Something was madly sweeping across this sapphire-like planet. It was going to destroy the shining light of this planet. He did not know where this feeling came from, but it seemed to have been there for a long time. That's right, it was a feeling that he had felt a few eras ago. Is it because of that crisis? Is it the same as that time? But this time, this weak world has come into contact with the power of chaos. The young man in blue shuddered and came back to his senses. He grabbed his phone and found Yun-Nuashing's number. He dialed the number and it was picked up within a few seconds. This speed gave him an even worse feeling. Senior phone. This world. Chaos corrosion, mild corrosion. It is less than 50 minutes away from moderate corrosion. The other side seemed to know what he wanted to ask and threw an answer at him. It was indeed this stupid thing. But how could this weak world provoke the power of chaos? What would happen to a world of this energy level after being contaminated by the power of chaos? The young man in blue rubbed his forehead in distress. Is there no other way? We are trying to save them. As for the result, the voice on the phone paused for a moment. The sound of a violent wind rang for 2 seconds before Senior Maple's voice sounded again. We can only depend on the luck of this planet. Can't we release the power of the 8 elements realm? Yes, but the result of us releasing the power is equivalent to the destruction caused by the deep corrosion of chaos. The civilization system of this planet will collapse. The young man in blue almost collapsed on the chair with a toothache. In other words, releasing the power of the 8 elements realm might purify 1 or 2 billion people at the same time. Yes, that was the power of the peak of the origin realm and the primeval realm. It was a legendary power that even he could not compare to. If he released it casually, it would cause indiscriminate destruction. So, we can only use the slow method to save them. What are we going to do? What can we do? The fragments I told you about last time, they have all erupted. I don't know if you have found them. Just clean them up and purify them. But in their current state it will be difficult to deal with them even if you find them. We will only know after we try. The reclusive guardians of your country were traumatized by an ordinary fragment. It hasn't disappeared after 5 years. What can you do? The young man in blue was speechless. He smiled bitterly. The reclusive guardians were special life forms left behind from ancient times. They were not human beings. They would be fine if nothing serious happened. According to Uncle Lou, they were comparable to the immortals among mortals. They were the strongest beings allowed to appear on this planet. However, in front of the power of chaos, they were still nothing. They might not even reach the threshold of a measurement unit. Well, we can't do anything about it. Then, what kind of damage will it cause if it reaches the medium level of corrosion? It's not easy to talk about this topic. It's like I don't know what it's like when a son has a stomachache. To put it simply, where would it sink, where would it explode, and where would it go wrong? No place would be spared. At present, the space where humans live is experiencing all the meteorological disasters you have recorded. This planet's self-regulation system is finished along with its own consciousness. When it reaches the medium level of corrosion, the entire planet's order defenses would be on the verge of shattering, and the destructive power of the chaos presence would multiply. Of course, no one would feel it. No one would feel it. In the end, it could only be attributed to a sudden collective outbreak of natural disasters. I read some books about this. I've read books on this world that mention something about the end of the world a few years ago. It's quite an interesting idea, and I'll use that as the standard to tell you about it. The void-class calamity, caused by chaos corruption, would be 100 times more destructive and faster than the apocalypse you've proposed. As for the worst outcome, what could be the worst for this planet? Everything would simply be pulverized and the planet would be reduced to dust billions of years ago, or worse, perhaps even the sun or even the system itself would be affected by the dust tainted by chaos energy. But by then, it would no longer matter because your little blue ball would be gone. The young man in blue fell to the ground, his face gray and unwilling. Was there no other way? The most important person to him was still in this world. What if I unleash my soul? Your soul has been affected by the chaos energy of the 8 elements realm once. It is in a fragmented state. It took a few reincarnations to glue part of it back together. There is not much power left in it. Even if you unleash it, it would be useless. Isn't that a dead end? Finally, he could not help but roar, Why can't I do this or that? Isn't this a death wish for this little planet? Why would a world with the lowest energy level in the lower plane of the three elements realm provoke the chaos energy? The void is joking. The voice from the phone stunned the young man in blue. He calmed down a little and opened his mouth, but there was no expression on his face for a long time. He could not even make a sound. The void is unreasonable. If you really want to know why, you can only say that you are unlucky and that your fate is fixed. Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. Coincidentally, when the Protoss were confused by the chaotic void, they encountered the erosion of the chaos. There were only two people who could be used. As for them, forget about them. They were just here to be bystanders. It was just a coincidence that they encountered this play and were forced to open for business. They were the most dangerous, flammable, and explosive object in the void. He had fought with Hui for 5 eras. He did not know the extent of mercy. The little girl had run tens of thousands of laps in the entire Deyuan realm. Her situation was probably similar to theirs. To be honest, 50% of the living beings in the world of order in the 8 elements realm were lunatic. The remaining 50% was divided equally among all living beings. They were the small group standing at the top of the lunatic. They were the group of people who were crazy to the extreme. It could be said that there was nothing normal about them except for their sanity. If they were to help others repair the ceiling, they would probably turn the foundation into a big pit. Do what you can. Not the you in the 8 elements realm, but the you at this moment. Although I don't know what your identity and status is in this world, if you want to do something, just do it. Instead of hesitating, it's better to take action now. At least you won't regret it in the future. However, don't be stupid, because it's useless to be stupid. You will only cause trouble for others. The young man in blue smiled bitterly. Although these were very serious words, he still felt a little pain in his liver after hearing them. The phone floated to the side and no longer made any sound. He didn't know what the young man in blue had gone to do. He probably went to do something that was within his power. The strong wind and heavy rain smashed on the ground in tons. The dark clouds blotted out the sky and the heavy rain that tore the world apart fell into the world with thunder. This weather disaster was so abnormal that no one needed to remind them. Finally, everyone felt that something was wrong. However, as mentioned earlier, no one had time to think about these abnormalities. What they needed to do was to save their own lives. The people outside continued to run for their lives, while the people inside tried their best to reinforce their locked doors and windows. They heard a series of pitter-patter sounds in the wind and rain, as if they would be blown away by the strong wind in the next second. Clang! With a wave of his hand, a window flew out of nowhere, and the whole frame flew out together with it. Many daily necessities appeared in the wind and rain. Plastic toys, dolls, wind chimes, rubber balls, basketballs, volleyball, boxers, clothes that had not been unpacked, milk powder cans. He felt that many strange things were floating out together. He didn't know which room's window was destroyed to cause so many things to roll out. He hoped that the people inside the room were fine. Sea and sky still. The little blue draconic girl beside him suddenly let out a dragon's roar. Dense water droplets appeared on her body and rushed into the sky in a few seconds, gathering into a water ball in the clouds. Then, it began to extract the water in the air, causing the stormy waves that hit Jiang City to stop a little. It was only a little. It probably changed from a heavy rainstorm to a heavy rainstorm, but it only slightly suppressed the momentum of the heavy rain. The wind did not seem to have any intention of stopping at all. Ugh! Damn it! If our people were still here, let alone a heavy rainstorm, even if a water ball the size of a planet came crashing down from the sky, we would be able to resist it. Little Blue saw that the effect of her actions was almost negligible, and stomped her feet hatefully. A power related to water? Yun Nuashing tilted her head slightly. Seeing Little Blue nod, she asked again, "Then what about your people? They're all gone." After the changes in the ancient era, most of them had fallen. The rest had also passed away when the time came. The little blue draconic girl clenched her fists so tightly that her arms turned white. I'm the only one left, she suddenly thought of something. She grabbed his arms with both hands and stared at him with her golden eyes. If you're a god, you must have a way. You don't have to do anything personally, but if I pray to you, can't you, so, even if I told you all that, you still insist on. Yun Nuoshing looked straight at her and stopped halfway. He turned his gaze away from her eyes. I'm not the god you know. Our system is different. Even if you pray to me, I won't be able to respond to you normally. Besides, do you know what I represent? Little Blue was stunned. This is really important. What kind of god are you? Who knows? Yun Nuoshing shook his head. He himself did not know what he was. I can only tell you that I represent. He hesitated for a moment as a figure flashed across his mind. He slowly said, I represent destruction. So, even if I respond to your prayers under normal circumstances, I might not be able to help you survive this calamity. Is that so? Little Blue laughed bitterly. She could not help but tighten her grip on his arms. Even so, she was not willing to give up. However, Yun Nuoshing turned his head and looked down at the world once again. If everything went according to plan, if everything could be resolved quietly in the dark, if nothing could be disturbed, then it would not be a joke in the void. Unfortunately, nothing in the void would go according to plan. This time, the little blue ball had skipped all the steps and directly fought against the power of chaos. It was the worst joke in the void. Chapter 1796. Sometimes, when he was unlucky, he felt that the whole world was against him. Everything was not going his way. When he was in a dilemma, he would become irritable and become a fool who would throw a tantrum at the air. There was nothing he could do other than to be angry at the air. That's right, he felt that he was absolutely unlucky. These few days, he was definitely plagued by bad luck. Everything was not going his way. It was a far cry from the peaceful life he had imagined. He really just wanted to live a peaceful life. Forget it, there was no point in pursuing the peaceful life at this time. He had already been involved. Even if he shouted at the sky, it would be useless. If he had the strength to do so, he might as well obediently run away. Yes, run. He was running for his life. As for what was chasing him, Nan Heng looked like he was about to die. He inadvertently looked behind him. A big black centipede that was at least 2 meters thick and 12 to 13 meters long was tumbling and playing in the desert. Wherever it went, it left a huge trail. Its 2 antennae were just 1 or 2 meters away from entangling his legs. Why was there such a big centipede? Was this an ancient creature from the Cretaceous period or a remnant of the world? Moreover, this black centipede that was shedding dregs all over didn't look like a normal thing at first glance. Apart from the shape of a centipede, this thing was completely unrecognizable. Speaking of which, why was he here? Wasn't he in the stadium just now? Ah, he remembered. He was talking to Senior Hui just now. Well, the phone wasn't in his hand. It should have fallen on the ground. He hadn't paid off the installments yet. Hopefully, it wasn't broken, but that wasn't the main point. When he was talking, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of a faint golden light flashing in the big pit. He curiously stretched his neck to take a look inside. Then, he came back to his senses and stood in the desert. Before he could react, there was this, so big, centipede baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at him. If he didn't exercise self-discipline a little bit more, he would have given this centipede an extra meal today. However, it wasn't a good idea to keep running. This desert was endless, and there was nothing in sight. Why not just kill it here and be done with it? As a cultivator, he couldn't possibly be unable to defeat a giant centipede, right? Nan Heng stopped in front of him and turned around to face the giant centipede that was rushing towards him. He shouted, "Evil creature! I can tell at a glance that you are a damned thing. Release your centipedes. Ayayaya. Nan Hang took a deep breath, and with a roar, he turned around and charged at the huge centipede. He gathered all the spiritual energy in his body on his hands and feet, and his running speed increased sharply. He stepped on the sand and leaped high, gathering all his strength on his fists. Then, he was hit by the black centipede's head and flew more than 10 meters away. Like a meteor, he drew a beautiful arc and plunged into the soft sand, shaking his internal organs. If he had fallen directly on the ground, he might have vomited blood at this moment. Spitting out the sand in his mouth, Nan Hang gasped and sat up in the sand pit, enduring the strange pain in his body. His face turned green when he saw the explosively black and ridiculously huge centipede slowly crawling towards him. He weighed his own fighting strength against the centipede, and after a moment, he smiled bitterly. I can't beat it. I'd better keep running. However, before he got up from the sand pit, the giant centipede suddenly stood up straight and shook its head to the left and right, as if it had lost its target and was looking around. Nan Hang was sure that 2 or 3 times the centipede's eyes swept the place where he was, but it couldn't see him as if it was blind. After circling dozens of times in the same place, it turned around and drilled into the desert, jumping forward in the sand like a sandworm, raising waves of sand. Nan Hang, ? Even centipedes have become blind these days? Or is it that I'm finally lucky for once? Nan Hang clutched his chest and tried to breathe evenly. If it was the latter, it would probably take a lifetime of luck. However, although I escaped from the centipede's mouth, Nan Hang sat in the sand pit and didn't have time to shake the sand on his head and in his clothes. He looked around blankly, and his vision was full of light yellow sand. Where is this place? Sahara? Arabian desert? Taklamakan? There wasn't even a sun in this place, so where did the sunlight come from? Anyway, first, let's find a place to walk down. Maybe we'll return to a normal place after walking for a while. Maybe he could even pick up his phone. After all, it was in installments. Nan Hang stood up in the sand pit and pointed in all directions. He randomly chose a direction, and just as he took 2 steps, the ground suddenly trembled. Boom! A sand wall more than 10 meters high rose from the ground, and a giant scorpion that was also shiny black crawled out from under the sand. Its tail was 30 to 40 meters high, and its pair of pincers that were probably 10 meters long made Nan Hang shiver all over. He thought that if he was the one who was pinched and had a comminuted fracture, he could even imagine the sound of his spine cracking in half. Nan Hang looked at the giant scorpion in a daze. I'm not the main character in the monster movie. Why are you looking for me? If the main character in the monster movie wasn't the main character, then the main character was basically, am I actually one of the extras who ran for their lives? The situation changed. He was still running for his life in the desert, but the thing chasing after him changed from a giant centipede that was more than 10 meters long to a giant scorpion that was twice the size. The combat power of these things was definitely proportional to their size. He felt that his internal organs had shrunk when he was hit by the centipede, and if this scorpion pinched him, he was afraid that he would be directly cut in half. He took back his words. He didn't use up all his luck, because he was still being chased by the scorpion. Nan Hang, get down. Hide in the sand. Quick! The heart-wrenching scream made Nan Hang tremble violently. It was a familiar voice, but he couldn't remember who it belonged to. He didn't even consider if he would die a better death if he hid in the sand. He even squeezed his head into the sand a few times. It was a little hot. The sound of the earth shaking suddenly stopped. The giant scorpion seemed to have paused in place and stopped chasing. It was exactly the same as the centipede from before. This made Nan Hang feel very confused. He carefully turned around and looked behind him. The giant scorpion waved its shiny pincers a few times and swung its tail back and forth in the air. After a while, it seemed like the giant centipede couldn't find a target and turned around to leave. He popped his head out of the sand pit and looked at the giant scorpion in the distance with confusion. "What's going on? Nan Hang! Nan Hang!" A call sounded from not far away. Nan Hang quickly stretched his neck to look in the direction of the sound and was instantly stunned. The class leader and the others were crawling over while lying in the sand. Nan Hang couldn't help but want to laugh. "What are you laughing at?" The class leader crawled to Nan Hang's side. When she saw him trying to hold back his laughter, she punched him in the head. "Why are you here too?" "I don't know either. I just saw something strange in the stadium. I thought you guys were struck by lightning, so I came over to take a look. Then, for some reason, I ended up here." Nan Hang shrugged. He should know the reason why they were sucked in. They were probably brought into the fragment, but the problem was how to get out. "I don't know if Senior Hui received my message and came to save me. Are you guys okay?" "We're still here, that's all. When we first came in, we were scared out of our wit. Fortunately, we can move well and the thing that chased us wasn't particularly big. We were scared to death when we saw you being chased by a scorpion that was dozens of meters long." The class leader sighed again and again. "As long as we stay in the sand, we won't be chased by those black bristle-like things. But we can't just stay here forever. We still have strength now, but we'll run out of strength after a while. We have to find a place to stay first. Nan Hang, did you see anything special when you came in?" "There was a place that wasn't far from here," a boy said. He leaned out slightly and pointed into the distance. "It's in that direction. We saw it when we came down. It was a place covered in black fog. It looked like a sandstorm, but there doesn't seem to be black sandstorms in the desert. It looked quite suspicious, so we took a detour." "Black sandstorm?" Nan Hang furrowed his brows in deep thought. The scorpion and centipede that were chasing after his, but were also black. If he wasn't wrong, this might be the dark aura that Senior Hui and the others had seen together. But it was even stronger, giving him a rather bad feeling. "Let's go there and take a look first. There's nowhere else to go here." The class leader was also a little hesitant when she heard this. She looked back at everyone and saw that everyone nodded, so she agreed. The group of people lay in the sand and moved forward. It looked particularly funny. About half an hour later, Nan Hang saw the sandstorm that the class leader and the others were talking about. He couldn't help but gasp. Probably less than a kilometer away from where they were lying in the sand, there was a high wall made of black fog that stood indomitable. It looked like flowing clouds and mist. Just looking at it gave him a bad feeling. He could feel an extremely bad feeling coming from the high wall, even from this distance. If he walked in rashly, he was afraid that he would be gone. "It's here," the class leader said. "This is a literal black storm. It's completely black. No matter how you look at it, it's strange. I don't dare to get close. I'm afraid that as soon as I walk in, I'll be dragged into the wind like a man." Nan Hang swallowed his saliva and suppressed a bunch of thoughts in his heart. At this moment, he was a little regretful that he didn't have any results from his cultivation. If he could increase his power by 7 or 8 times, he might be able to do something. When it comes to power, you can't get it even if you want it, but that has nothing to do with him boasting about being ordinary. The class leader was also startled when she saw that Nan Hang's face was suddenly twisted. She moved a little closer and could hear him desperately muttering, "Senior Hui save me, Senior Feng save me, Senior Feng save me. I swear I'll cultivate properly when I get out of here." F***ck being ordinary. His entire person was spouting nonsense. "Let's back up a bit. If something happens..." Someone pointed at the black storm in the distance and couldn't help but say, "I feel like the storm is getting closer bit by bit. If invisibility doesn't work and we're discovered by the bugs, it'll be bad." The class leader and Nan Hang quickly looked over and saw that the black storm was indeed moving at an extremely slow speed, so they nodded. Boom! Just as the group was about to retreat, a trembling sand wall suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone instantly turned pale with fright. It appeared. Oh, I'm the one who appeared. Just as everyone was shouting and preparing to run for their lives, a light laughter suddenly made their expressions stiffen. They stopped screaming and quickly turned their heads. The towering sand wall fell onto the sand. A gust of wind blew by and a figure wearing strange clothes appeared there. Then he gave them a thumbs up. Yo, Nan Hang, you called me? Senior Hui. Nan Hang smiled bitterly and patted his chest. This is too exciting. I thought it was a big bug coming out. Wow. Behind Senior Hui. They forgot that Hui was standing on the sand, so when they saw 100-meter-tall sandworm rising from the sea of sand behind him, they were scared out of their wits. Don't panic. Hui gave a thumbs up, and a grayish-blue light flashed by like a sword, cutting the 100-meter-tall sandworm into two halves, turning it into a black cloud and exploding out of thin air. The class leader and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this. Isn't it just fighting bugs? I'll take care of it in a bit and take you guys out later. Hey, you're not the one fighting the bugs. Can you not make it sound so easy? The little girl slapped him hard on the back and waved her hand to point at the black cloud. A large group of black sandworms, big scorpions, some kind of reptile, and arthropod bugs were coming out together. Each of them was dozens of meters in size. I'm just a support. When Nan Hang and the others saw a large group of bugs rushing out, they took a deep breath and fainted on the spot. Hui! He had never liked things like countdowns. From the big countdowns of several eras, to the tens of minutes or a few minutes that would pass in the blink of an eye, it always made him feel like he was being chased by someone. Even if it didn't affect him in the end, he still felt like he was being chased by something and had to use all his strength to get rid of it. It was also a very uncomfortable feeling to be nervous along with the ticking of time. But as far as the current situation was concerned, it was almost inevitable to enter a moderate level of erosion. There were less than 7 minutes left, and he didn't believe that there would be any special changes. In short, he just needed to prepare the defenses of the concept layer in advance. Even if the chaotic energy had driven the space of the present world crazy, as long as there was no way for it to reach its claws into the concept layer, there was still room for maneuver. Although in the end, he might only be able to save a broken shell and less than 70% of the attachments, it was still better than being completely wiped out. Was he going to move everything to Mars and let the blue sphere fend for itself there? Oh, this seemed to be a good idea. Everything had to go back to square one and start all over again. Maybe after tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years, the blue sphere's world core would reshape a complete new world. Of course, what happened at that time would have nothing to do with the billions of people now. Mars colonization, let's forget about it, considering the current human conditions. Zhou Zibai couldn't help but smile bitterly as she listened to Yun Nuoxing's nagging. Oh, I was just thinking about it. After all, Yun Nuoxing raised his head to look at the dark sky. His spirit that was overlooking the entire planet quietly entered the state of being sealed by the rules. From now on, the internal void was isolated from the outside world. Both the inside and outside were sealed. A destructive energy surged quietly in the dark. It only had two uses. Could either purify this planet or sink this entire place into the void. Time's up. Time slowly ticked by. The countdown of 7 minutes slowly ticked away. At this moment, all the lives on the planet were in a trance for a moment, as if they had fallen into a dream and then woke up in an instant. It was just a momentary trance on the senses, but it didn't cause anything to deviate from the track. However, it left behind a gloomy atmosphere, as if countless lives were born at the same time with a weak sense of despair, but it was not to the extent of giving birth to ideas. Phone. Time's up? It has just entered the state of moderate erosion. However, this little blue ball seems to be quite tenacious. It didn't use any superfluous words. At the moment when the earth-shattering event was announced, It was still struggling even though it could no longer control itself. All right, I have two news here. Look, let's talk about the bad news first. The bad news is that we are surrounded in the space of the fragment. The organized chaos energy is not a physical entity, nor are they chaos soldiers. Oh, by the way, that little guy is fine, and so are his little friends. Pretty unlucky, aren't you, to be involved in this kind of mess twice? Yun Nuoshing expressed a moment of helplessness. If that's the case, what's the good news? The good news is that this fragment should be the core. There was a lot of noise in the soul communication. Hui was not sure what was going on over there. Since he said that they were surrounded, he was probably fighting against the chaos energy that did not have a physical entity. There are still remnants of the power of order in the fragment. The divine artifact itself is still fighting against the chaos energy. The two of us are intruders, so the level of the battle has increased by a few levels. With just the two of us, we probably won't be able to take it down in a short time. Yun Nuoshing combined the news from both sides. I think there's good news and bad news in both of your news. That's why I didn't say it in order. Do you want to come over and help? The moment I release the suppression, the speed of the erosion of chaos will increase by 12 times. The disaster that erupts in the space of the present world will no longer be gradual. At most, it will enter the state of deep erosion in half an hour. By then, we can only use the method of forced purification. Hui smiled bitterly. It was the same answer. Because of that, the two of them did not dare to make a move. They only used their power to suppress the chaos energy. Bad luck. At least with the world core, it won't be so troublesome. With the power of the two of them, it was not that they could not handle the erosion of chaos. It was just that the world itself wanted to be finished. They just hung a person who jumped off a cliff in the air. What could they do if the guy wanted to die? The world core Yun Nuoshing frowned. His eyes flickered as he looked at several places on the planet. Those places had a similar aura to the concept of laws. If he was not wrong, it should be the aura left behind by the world core. The few places were in the south and the north, and there were only remnants of the aura. There was no reference value at all. It was not the place where the world core was. Zhou Zibai looked down at her phone. The wind had condensed into a wind circle that enveloped half of Huaxia. The terrain on the ground could not stop the power of the wind. For the first time, the inland felt the feeling of being hit by typhoons every year. Although it was not a good feeling, the neighboring countries could no longer be seen. They were all covered by a whirlpool of clouds in the sky. Under such circumstances, the internet was not disconnected. The news was still rolling, reporting the abnormal situation at the moment. It would refresh every 5 minutes, broadcasting the disasters that had befallen various provinces. Everything seemed to be just an unexpected extreme weather event. Everything seemed to be normal, and it was far from the worst. Even ordinary people could react now. They casually typed "the end of the world," "divine punishment," and so on the internet. It seemed that some people were seeking excitement and took the initiative to rush out of the door to welcome the wind and rain. There was even a live broadcast. Excitement? Zhou Zibai raised her head and looked at Jiang City in silence for a while. The apocalyptic rainstorm was still washing away the light. Even the vision of a cultivator was difficult to see, particularly far away. The rain had returned to the intensity before Xiaolan's intervention. The tall building under their feet seemed to be shaking a little in the wind. If Jiang City was like this, she didn't dare to imagine what it would be like in other places. Xiaolan suddenly jumped on the spot and turned to look at Zhou Zibai in a daze. "Zibai, what will the effect of a 100-meter-high tsunami be?" Zhou Zibai shook her head sluggishly. She could not imagine that kind of scene. Just the earthquake that set off a tsunami of that level could destroy a lot of things, right? The sea is in turmoil, an invisible force has created this wave out of thin air, and is sending this wave to all the coastal areas in the depths of the Pacific Ocean. The energy of chaos, Yun Nuoxing said softly. It's just creating a tsunami. It doesn't take much effort for the energy of chaos. They can tear the sparks in the starry sky, make the stars go out of control, and disintegrate the galaxy. That's why I said, this is a disaster beyond all of your knowledge. You are suffering something that you should not be suffering at this time. There are too many things beyond your level. Dead end. These two words suddenly appeared in their hearts, filling up their minds like a flood, and they could not get rid of it. Noticing that they were slightly muddle-headed at the moment, Yun Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief. Who could be blamed for this? No one. If anyone wanted to blame, they should blame the void. It was the void that caused all this to happen. Even the magnificent waves that happened on this planet were just a ripple that did not hurt the void. The void was indifferent to the madness of the 8 elements realm. It did not even care about the life and death of a small planet. In the end, only the life of this planet would care about what happened here. Are you serious? Zhou Zibai and Xiaolan turned their eyes. He suddenly opened his mouth and muttered to the storm in front of him. The two girls looked at him strangely for a while. When they saw that he did not move, they suddenly heard him continue, "It's hard to say. According to what you said, it's an extra opportunity that appeared out of thin air. Is that so? Is it confirmed?" As soon as his voice trailed off, Yun Nuoxing began to lower her head and ponder. Seeing that the situation was a little strange, they did not dare to speak casually. The color of the sky suddenly changed, turning into a golden color. Even the raindrops that fell to the ground were tinged with a faint golden color. Circles of ripples streaked across the sky, as if the sky had suddenly lit up. This abnormal phenomenon caused Xiaolan and the other girl to stare in a daze. The consecutive abnormal occurrences caused them to almost stop thinking. Hey, what's going to happen again? Xiaolan quickly stepped forward and stretched out her hand to slap Yun Nuoxing, but when she touched him, it was as if she had passed through a shadow. She did not touch anything. Her line of sight suddenly rushed into hundreds of millions of colors, and countless illusory pictures flashed by like fleeting lights and passing shadows. She saw the scenes of hundreds of millions of stars burning and falling, countless large stars falling, and galaxies collapsing and disintegrating. And she seemed to be standing in the middle of the entire star field, coldly and indifferently watching the star field burning and collapsing. Then, everything turned gray. Chapter 1797. The first ray of light in the morning entered the bedroom in a lazy and lifeless state. The breeze lifted the curtains and allowed the sunlight to shine on the spacious bed. The figure wrapped in the thick blanket was about to wake up when she felt the sunlight. However, there was another sudden explosion that forced her to wake up. She could vaguely hear someone shouting outside the door. While shouting, she stomped her feet and shook the villa. Zibai. Zibai, get up quickly. I'm hungry. I'll count to 5. If you don't get up, I'll break in. 5, 3, 1. Zhou Zibai realized something and quickly sat up. Before she could turn over and get out of bed, she heard a loud bang coming from not far away. Then, the whole front of the unlucky door fell to the ground, waking her up again. Facing the wind of early winter, she shivered. A blue shadow rushed over from the door, causing Zhou Zibai to quickly turn around. She was pressed down on the bed. The blue shadow that pressed her down on the bed shouted, "Get up! The sun is shining on your butt. Hurry up and get up for breakfast." Zhou Zibai gloomily touched the phone on the bedside table. "It's not even 7:30. I don't care, I'm hungry." Zhou Zibai sighed. Ever since Xiaolan moved into the house, she had never tried to sleep past 8 o'clock. When she thought about going to the company later, she might have to deal with the people of the Zhou family. Her blood pressure was high, and it was high that a mere 4th realm of the human realm could not resolve. She fluttered twice to let Xiaolan, who was riding on her, move to the side. She stood up and pointed at the door with a pale face. The next time you break in, your living expenses will be reduced by half. Do you know that the renovation fee is very expensive? Your Zhou family is so wealthy, yet you still care about such a small amount of money. Didn't you just sell the flame dragon stones to a spendthrift a few days ago? Xiao Lan didn't seem to care as it rolled around on her bed, giggling as it spoke. No matter how big my family business is, it's still my hard work and brain cells that I earned it. Also, the price of the flame dragon stones was too low. If it wasn't for that guy using his identity from the imperial capital to lower the price, sigh. Zhou Zibai rolled her eyes. All right. Xiao Lan saw that Lin Sanjiu was still angry and had high blood pressure after being woken up early in the morning. Xiao Lan thought for a moment and sat up. Don't be angry. I'll bring you a real luminous pearl next time. It's as big as a basketball, but you have to take me to eat half of it. Zhou Zibai thought about the night luminescent pearl the size of a basketball, and her face twitched. This reclusive Miss Guardian would definitely not do something without thinking. Maybe it was one of the large amounts of money she had saved up over the past 5,000 years. But, she said, if I keep such a big thing, there is a risk that it will be taken away at the beginning of the promotion. I'll smash the house of whoever comes. Take the things back and take some compensation for the mental damage. This senior dragon's treasure was probably brought back from the past. Zhou Zibai covered her forehead and sighed softly. It was said that giant dragons had the nature of collecting shiny treasures. Judging from the things that Xiao Lan had given her several times, the legend was not necessarily a lie. Lin Sanjiu forced herself to be very energetic early in the morning. Although she had already gotten used to it, this habit also made her sleep earlier at night. If she did not sleep a little more, she would not be able to survive a lot of trouble the next day. After dressing up and washing up, Lin Sanjiu took Xiao Lan to the nearest breakfast street to have a vigorous breakfast. About 8:30, Mr. Jing drove her to the company, but it seemed a little different this morning. After eating and drinking, Xiao Lan suddenly opened the door and sat in the car. I'll go and have a look too. There's nothing fun in the company. Anyway, there's nothing fun at home. Well, there was indeed nothing in the villa. Well, should I buy some entertainment back? Forget it. Most of the time, she only used it once or twice, and then threw it aside to collect dust. Her schedule for the day was tight. Normally, 24 hours was just enough. When it was not normal, she could only compress the sleep time and force it to be enough. There was nothing she could do if it was not enough. After all, 24 hours could not be used as 48 hours. Mr. Jing looked at Zhou Zibai through the rearview mirror and could not help but ask, Miss, do you have a special schedule today? No? Why do you say that? Oh, it's rare to see you dressed up. I thought there was a special meeting. I was wondering if I should change to a more beautiful car. Mr. Jing said with a smile, I thought you finally had someone you like. Zibai, are you in love? Xiao Lan turned her head curiously. That's a good idea. Zhou Zibai sighed. Look at my time. If you have time to be in love with me, it's either a phone or a stack of documents in the cabinet. Maybe it's not a bad choice to be in love with air. Hey, if that's the case, why did you suddenly dress up? Xiao Lan reached out and poked her delicate face. It feels like you're going to meet someone important, but it's not so grand that you have to go to a formal occasion. Probably because you suddenly want to change your style. Zhou Zibai shrugged and tilted her head to look at Xiao Lan's outstanding figure and face. She suddenly smiled. Hee, Xiao Lan was shocked by this silly girl's expression. She had goosebumps all over her body. Even if the back of the car was spacious, there was no place to hide. Seeing Zibai pounce over, she could only retreat and was pressed down on the seat. Even so, she did not give in and struggled with all her strength. She shouted, Wah! What are you doing? Don't touch my face. I don't want to change clothes. Don't pull my hair. Hurry up and dress up. It's such a waste to leave such a good face and figure and not do anything. I've been barefaced for 5,000 years. What's wrong with this? What's wrong with this? Mr. Jing shook his head helplessly. He watched Zibai grow up. In front of outsiders, she looked like a capable elite, but deep down, she was still a little girl. This senior Long. It seemed like it was the same. Xiao Lan kept resisting. However, the clothes that were very new to her seemed to be impossible to take off with her own strength. It looked quite beautiful, so she could not bear to tear it into pieces. She could only compromise. The result was that the company's entrance was especially crowded today. Look, aren't you quite popular? I'm a hidden guardian. Why would I want to be popular? The above conversation was carried out in the office. The people who were watching Xiao Lan dress up in the front row probably did not expect her to speak so fiercely. Xiao Lan was here to join in the fun. It did not take much effort to make a place for her to join in the fun in this spacious office. After setting up a table full of snacks and turning on the TV, this senior Long could sit here peacefully for an entire day without making a fuss. As for her, she still had many things to do. For example, there was a lot of feedback from the Flame Dragon Stone auction, the content of the talks with other companies, new cooperation, and new developments. She had to tidy them up today. She would be busy again after a while. There was also the aftermath of the Zhou Road being blown up some time ago. Due to the serious consequences, the Alliance of Cultivators intervened, so it did not take much effort to deal with it. Well, most of it had been blown up. She might as well let them help with the renovation of the new store that was designed not long ago. Also, some of the scheduled follow-up activities had been postponed due to the rainstorm at the outdoor venue. It would probably have to be postponed until New Year's Day. Considering the effects of the illness this year, the number of people would have to be adjusted appropriately. Would it rain again in the next few days? In short, she hoped that everything would go smoothly. She inadvertently glanced at the TV that Xiao Lan was watching. The news was about the earthquake in Sioux City. It was a magnitude of 5.4 earthquake with a depth of 20 kilometers. The scope of the earthquake was large. Which provinces and cities were affected by the earthquake damage, and so on. At this time, one could see that the comments section was bombarded by the news just by looking at the web. However, no matter what the comments were, the hostility was more or less heavy. In this world, if one did not pay attention, there would be a little bad change. Sure enough, she was too idle. There seems to be a lot of these things recently. Zhou Zibai casually mentioned this to Xiao Lan as she sorted out the information on the table. Recently, there have been strong winds, heavy rain, and earthquake. It seems that there was a tornado that destroyed half of the suburbs. Shanghai and the imperial capital were hit by an abnormal type of typhoon. It seems that there was a tsunami too. The impact is quite big. It seems that there is no way to completely clean it up in a short time. It's the end of the year and there's no peace. If we don't deal with these things, we won't have a good new year. Xiao Lan slowly finished the desserts on the table and shrugged. Well, I haven't celebrated the new year anyway. Every year, I have always celebrated it by myself. Sigh, speaking of which, I haven't celebrated a human festival yet. This year, I might as well join in the fun. Is there any place in particular that you want to go? You can go out for a walk during the new year, but forget about going abroad. Zhou Zibai said as she stopped the work in her hands. She supported her chin with the back of her hand. However, if you go to a famous tourist area during the new year, you may only see a lot of people holding their mobile phones and cameras. If you want to really relax, you have to go to some relatively remote places. So, is there any place that you want to go? I should be the one asking you that. There's no place in China that I haven't been to. I'm not too sure about the degree of remote, but if you want to see scenic spots and historical sites, I have a few good recommendations for you. You don't have to tell me the traces from hundreds or thousands of years ago. Now, you may not be able to find traces that are completely similar to the original traces after 10 years. Besides, you don't know how many years you haven't set foot in other places. Haven't you always stayed in Soaring Dragon Mountain? Xiaolan opened her mouth and was stunned. Suddenly, she felt a little sad. She entered a gloomy and depressed state. She couldn't help but lower her head and murmur, traces of the times, tens of thousands of years. Anyway, I'm an antique. I'll just go back to the valley and watch the falling snow alone, and the world is boring. Zhou Zhibai couldn't help but smile bitterly. The room was full of resentment. Well, I'm also interested in the places you mentioned, but the premise is that those are not caves and secret realms left by people in ancient times. We're going out to have fun, not to find trouble for ourselves. What are you talking about? Xiaolan stood up and put her hands on her waist. Aren't we going out to have fun to see other places? Let me tell you, little girl, some of the fairyland in the cave are much more beautiful than the mountains and rivers outside. They also have the breath of history. Look at this place now. Where can you see the traces of thousands of years? Most of them are dead things. Zhou Zhibai smiled helplessly and looked out of the floor-to-ceiling window in the direction of Xiaolan. The sky seemed to be slightly gloomy. She couldn't help but frown and sigh. It seems like it's going to rain again. This unlucky weather. Nope. Xiaolan also looked out of the window. The weather is sunny and there is not much moisture in the air. It is even a little dry. It is estimated that it won't rain in the next 7 or 8 days. But if you want it to rain, I can make the weather on the Pacific Ocean livelier. If you want it to rain in a few days, then make it a little livelier. If you want it to rain tomorrow, then make it a little noisier. If you want it to rain later, then make it a little noisier. If you want it to rain? Xiaolan scratched her head. Then we have to borrow a few clouds from thousands of kilometers away. It's too dry around here. The Western Hemisphere is a little noisier. As expected of Lord Nessie, she could still play like this even when it was raining. In the end, she didn't do anything. She just saw the sky darkening and thought it was going to rain. She didn't really want Xiaolan to have a rainstorm to change her mood. Today was also a peaceful day. She dealt with a lot of things in the company without incident. After receiving dozens of phone calls, she left behind more things. After a day of consolidation, it was about 10% of the things that had not been dealt with. Thinking of this result, she really wanted to evaporate the world the next day. Boring, so boring. On the car home, Xiaolan couldn't help but grimace. Work is so boring. I said it's not fun in the first place. Zhou Zhibai smiled bitterly and patted her head. It's different. It's different from what I know. Why aren't there any men coming to force me to marry you? There are no bulls in heat coming to my door looking for trouble, and there are no new guys from other companies who are ready to burn down the camp declaring war everywhere. I've already thought of all the plots, but none of them came in handy. Zhou Zhibai and Elder Jing. What kind of weird plot did you come up with at the beginning? Why are there so many weird and meaningless people? In the evening, they went to a remote farmhouse restaurant for dinner. As for why she chose this place, well, she didn't know. Maybe she wanted to be quiet today, so she didn't go to a crowded place. Part of the night was reserved for cultivation. Since the last time she came back from the Kunlun Wonderland, the 4th level of the human realm had loosened up. Xiaolan speculated that she would be able to break through in a few more days. These days, she had been thinking of ways to help her enter the Earth realm and consolidate it. But why did you come to the rooftop? Zhou Zhibai tilted her head and looked at Xiaolan in confusion. At this time, the full moon was in the sky, and the moon seemed to be bigger than ever before. Under the moonlight, the coldness of the early winter didn't affect them. Xiaolan didn't know why she suddenly moved to the rooftop. She rarely came to this place. Xiaolan scratched her head and felt very confused. I don't know. I wanted to come to the rooftop for no reason. Right, I want you to change a place to cultivate. I want to use the weak power of the moonlight to try to speed up your breakthrough. Is that so? Zhou Zhibai muttered, but I feel that it's a bit strange. It's not strange, it's not strange. Hurry up and cultivate. There's not much time left in a day. It was another peaceful day. It would be perfect if she could close her eyes tonight and open them safely tomorrow. It would be even better if she didn't have to be woken up by the sound of someone breaking in tomorrow morning. But she didn't lock the door. Why did Xiaolan have to break in? The next morning, probably because she was not far from breaking through, she felt that her essence, energy, and spirit had increased by half a level. The amount of time she needed to rest had also decreased. Today, she was actually able to wake up before Xiaolan broke through the door. Jibai! A heart-wrenching scream sounded on time, causing her to smile bitterly. She walked towards the door while responding. Wake up, wake up! Don't break the door! Zhou Jibai quickly opened the door before Xiaolan broke in. She was shocked. You actually woke up so early. Did you not sleep the whole night? I slept naturally and woke up naturally. There was no torture. Zhou Jibai yawned. But I'm sleepy 24 hours a day. Things like spirit, you can get a little bit. As for how long it can be used, it's up to fate. After washing up and dressing up for a while, the two slowly walked down from the second floor. They were discussing whether they should have a normal breakfast or an abnormal one. When they went down to the hall, Zhou Jibai subconsciously looked at the sofa. Good morning. Eh? Who are you greeting? Xiaolan tilted her body and looked in front of her. The empty hall only echoed with the sound of their breathing. The dragon's senses did not capture any strange existence. She could not help but be stunned. She looked at Jibai with a strange gaze, and all kinds of strange thoughts began to swirl in her mind. Zhou Jibai was also stunned. She probably scared herself. She could not help but cover her little mouth. There was not a single sound in the empty hall. There was no life other than them. Her words just now sounded like she was talking to the air. Xiaolan suspiciously reached out and pressed on her head. She carefully checked for a while and shook her head. There is no abnormal phenomenon. Why did you suddenly become absent-minded? I know, it must be because you woke up 5 minutes early and didn't let me wake you up. Zhou Jibai smiled bitterly. Normally, it would be easier to wake up naturally and not be woken up. This is definitely not because I didn't wake up or didn't wake up. It's something else. She glanced around the hall a little absent-minded. She stayed in the middle of the sofa for a longer time. She paid special attention to that place, as if there was something there. No, she thought there should be something there. She always felt that there was a sense of inexplicable emptiness, but it was very shallow. It was as if 1 or 2 parts of her daily life were suddenly missing. Something had inadvertently disappeared. The pets that she had raised for more than 10 years had returned to their planet. Even if a few days, a few weeks, or even a month or 2 had passed, the subconscious action of looking for them might still be retained. The shadow that suddenly flashed in the corner of her eyes made her subconsciously turn her head. The sound that suddenly came from the house, even if she knew that it was just the sound of the wind, she would think that it was the movement of the shadow that flashed by. She suddenly realized that it was just an illusion that she did not want to forget and chose to keep. Although it would only get fainter and fainter, it would never disappear. Yes, she seemed to have gotten used to something. She had just gotten used to something that should have existed, but it had inadvertently disappeared. It was so sudden that she could not accept the reality that it was no longer there. What exactly is it? Zhou Jibai suddenly lowered her head. There was a flash of confusion in her eyes. Xiaolan, if one day you suddenly find that you have forgotten something, but there is no way to know what you have forgotten, do you have a way to find the lost part? What part? Memory? Feeling? She was not sure. The feeling of emptiness came from the heart. Xiaolan leaned back against the handrail of the stairs and scratched her head. It's a little troublesome. The lost memory is not actually lost as we think. It is just buried in the deepest part of one's memory. It is difficult to find it again. If one deliberately tries to forget it and really succeeds, it will be even harder to find it. There are many secret techniques of the dragon race. Most of them are related to oneself. Most of the secret techniques are used on oneself. But when it comes to memory, they have never been particularly good at it. It is easy to organize one's own memory, but touching the memory of others. Xiaolan poked her forehead. Think about it in another direction. What do you remember? What do you think you have forgotten? Zhou Zibai shook her head gently. She herself could not tell what the situation was. Forgetting was the most terrible thing, because she did not know what she had forgotten. Sometimes she could not tell whether she had forgotten something or not. Probably because Xiaolan saw the indescribable incongruity in Zhou Zhibai's gloomy expression, she also frowned. In fact, not only Zibai, she also felt a little abnormal. She was a little annoyed. Thinking back carefully, since she left the soaring dragon mountain and came to this house, she began to recall. When she came out of the valley, she met a little girl who was looking for a little guy's friend. She felt that it was interesting, so she followed her to this place. The whole process was normal. However, she did not remember going to the rooftop. Last night, she almost subconsciously ran to the rooftop with Zibai. Moreover, she did not know why her heart was so restless these days. She could not control herself, and always wanted to make the Pacific Ocean have strong winds and heavy rain. She wanted to let the rain cover the entire Jiang city. It seemed that there was an inexplicable feeling in her heart that told her that it should be the time for the storm to come. She might have gone crazy, probably because she had been in the valley for too long. It's probably just a normal case of forgetting something. Zhou Zibai rubbed her forehead in distress and said helplessly to Xiaolan, "This kind of situation occasionally happens in life. In fact, if you don't care about it, you will naturally remember it after a period of time." Xiaolan frowned. Was it really that simple? She felt as if she had been possessed. Phew! I wanted to say that, but if I let this strange feeling continue, I probably won't be able to do anything smoothly. Elder Jing, I will not go to the company today. Xiaolan and I will go out. Well, there is an urgent matter, probably a very important matter. Zhou Zibai put down the phone and turned to look at Xiaolan. She nodded. Let's go out. Where to? Jiang City University. Let's find Southern Airlines. Oh, that little guy, but why that little guy? Zhou Zibai walked to the door and subconsciously looked back at the empty hall. There was not even a wrinkle on the sofa cover. Intuition. Chapter 1798. The confusion in his memory began when he woke up in the morning. When he opened his eyes, he saw the familiar ceiling. The temporary decrease in his intelligence caused by the opening of his eyes was shattered by the impact of a stronger memory. He got up abruptly and leaned against the window to look outside. His face was distorted. Blue sky, white clouds, and the sun shone brightly. The tall building 2 streets ahead on the left was still under construction. The scaffolding seemed to have been stacked higher. He did not need to concentrate to hear the knocking sounds coming from there. It was so noisy to start construction early in the morning. Ah no, it was really strange. Where was the wind? The rain? Earthquakes, floods, tsunamis, and the apocalyptic scenes of lightning and thunder? Ruling out the possibility that he was daydreaming. It was possible that it was a dream, but it was not easy to determine which side had fallen into the dream. Was it the chaos erosion that caused the collapse of all things in the dream? Or he took out his phone and quickly looked at the date displayed on the calendar. His face twitched fiercely. It was the same day, but the time had returned to the early morning. There were only 7 hours left before the destruction this afternoon. At first glance, it seemed that time had been reversed. However, when the chaos erosion occurred, the connection between the time of this planet and the sea of time had a crack. This place had been trapped in the time locked by the chaos erosion. There was no way to reverse time and make everything seem as if it had never happened. This was a realistic dream. This was a dream, the most chaotic nightmare. Is this the real dream? The blue-clothed young man covered his face. The pain from his clenched hands made him sober up a little. He slowly sat on the chair, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. What the hell was this? The chaos was eroding, and destruction was imminent. Suddenly, he was in a dream. Dream, what was the essence of this dream? Is it a dream created by Senior Hui and the others? He slowly came back to his senses. If it was them, they should be trying to reverse the current situation entangled in a deadlock. They should use order to reshape this false dream, and let everything return to the normal track. However, where would this dream lead to in the end? Would it return to the chaos erosion again, or would it go to another path that was completely different from reality? However, this was just his own fantasy. He needed to find clues and evidence. If his guess was correct, they should still be in this world, somewhere in this dream, and they should have a passage to reality. The silver-white sports car shot out like an arrow and slowly came to a stop on the side of the road 5 minutes later. The blue-clothed youth held the steering wheel with both hands with a dull look on his face. So, where am I going? Even if he knew that there was a place where he could return to the real world, he had no idea where to go. There was no clue at all. He looked at his phone and hesitated for a while before slowly picking it up. Uncle Lou, there's something I need to. I'm not free at the moment. There are disasters all over the world at the end of the year. We're busy with disaster relief here. Everyone in the Alliance of Cultivators has been sent out. If you have free people on your side, you can come and help. If you don't deal with it well, you won't be able to pass the new year. Uncle Lou's hurried voice sounded and then quickly left. The blue-clothed youth was dumbfounded. After a while, he followed Uncle Lou's words and looked at the situation. The disasters all over the world had ended. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, strong winds blew, the sky fell, the earth collapsed, and so on were all over. The damage caused was not as serious as imagined. It was only at the level that Uncle Lou said. If he did not deal with it well, he would not be able to pass the new year. Even if it was just a dream, it still had a certain degree of connection with reality. The disasters that had already happened and been experienced would not be erased, but would be greatly weakened. In everyone's impression, this disaster was just an ordinary disaster. There might even have been warnings and preparations to evacuate in advance. There was no major disaster, no heavy casualties, and no one would feel that the world was going to end the next day. It was so normal. It was like knowing that there was going to be a typhoon in autumn. It passed as normal, packed up as normal, and continued to live as normal. The impression of the disaster has not been completely erased. In other words, even if the matter is resolved in the end, the chaos this time will be deeply imprinted. It's an established fact that has already happened. The blue-clothed youth muttered to himself and understood. As for how many scientists and geologists would be driven crazy after that, that was a matter for the future. Ah, right. Since this world is built with the energy related to order, I should be able to find some traces with a special method. The blue-clothed youth suddenly realized something and clapped his hands. Although he was a weakling at this moment, and his soul was fragmented and could not do anything, he was still a person who had been to the 8 elements realm and mastered that kind of power. The energy that had gathered in his soul and had been silent for several eras began to move gently. It circled around his body a few times and familiarized itself with it for a while. Then, like a dandelion, it floated out with the wind. The situation was quite smooth, but it was a little shaky in the process of spreading. The range that it could spread was far less than before. When the remnant power of order spread out in all directions with the soul, the essence of this dream began to be revealed to him. Although it was only a small part, it was enough to reveal a lot of information to him. What he saw was the essence of this world, like the ancient ice layer that was completely frozen deep in the South Pole, never to be melted. This was a world that was completely frozen. The flow of time was an illusion, the existence of space was an illusion, and the sky was also an indispensable thing that existed to cater to this illusion. This was a dream, he said at the beginning. A dream that was used to forcibly drag the world that fell into the abyss. It was a dream that was built by the consciousness and habits of billions of people, trillions of lives. It was the dream of this world, this small planet itself. They who existed here were real. What was moving was their consciousness, the consciousness of billions of people, and not themselves. They should have been dragged into this space and frozen in a special way, waiting for everything to end and when the ice and snow melted. In this way, the world where the disaster broke out and the dream world, at this moment should be connected in some direct way. Since the two of them were in a sense the same, there must be a clearer energy trace left behind. In the real world, he used the power of his soul to scan the space, and then on the map. Oh, there was no map, so he used the navigation instead. The range of his soul was not big enough, so he could only drive around Jiang City. He hoped that they did not hide the point too well. Found it? The car had only been driving for a few minutes when the blue-clothed young man suddenly noticed the strange point. He quickly pulled over and moved the navigation map according to the direction he sensed. Finally, his eyes fell on a place relatively close to the city center. The slightly familiar building made him feel uncomfortable. Jiang City University? Why was it Jiang City University? Could it be that when Senior Hui and the others unfolded this world, they happened to be in Jiang City University, so the connection point was here? Forget it, he did not care so much. Anyway, it should be here. Let's go there first. The silver-white sports car let out a low roar and instantly turned into a silver arrow and rushed out. It almost rushed to the gate of Jiang City University. He directly jumped out of the skylight and did not even bother to lock the car. As soon as he landed, he was slightly stunned. There was no one within 100 or 200 meters of the gate of Jiang City University. There were no students and no passers-by, as if this was a wasteland that had been abandoned for countless years. There were also rumors that it was haunted, so no one dared to come here in the daytime. Faint traces of distortion, the power of order dispelled all the life that came here. It seems that I have found the right place. The blue-clothed young man nodded and walked 2 steps closer before he found that there was indeed someone here. 2 figures appeared behind a stone pillar at the gate. The view of the place where he stood just now was blocked. He only saw the 2 of them when he walked closer. Miss Zhou. He quickly walked forward and shouted. Zhou Zibai and Xiao Lan, who were standing behind the stone pillar in a daze, turned around subconsciously. Seeing him rushing over, they were a little surprised. Why are you here? I'm here. Well, I'm here to look for something. The blue-clothed young man's words were a little stiff. After a moment, he waved his hand. Why are you here? He was referring to special circumstances. The weak power of order might have turned the entire Jiang City University into a distortion zone, dispelling all the people who came here, including those who had the intention to come here. It was a little suspicious that Zhou Zibai and this girl appeared here. Zibai said that she was in a daze and seemed to have forgotten something. Based on her intuition, she found this place. Xiao Lan scratched her head and looked forward. There was a trace of doubt in her eyes. But it's strange. The whole university is quiet. After we came here. Well, I don't know why, but I don't want to go in. Aren't we hesitating whether to go in or to retreat? Then you came here. The blue-clothed young man understood. When Senior Hui and the others used this world, the 2 of them were also beside them, so they were swept into it. However, their rules and order were not strong, so they were only in a daze as if they were sleepwalking. They didn't even know what they were doing at this moment. Moreover, listening to their words, he suddenly guessed. Have you seen a person with colorful hair who wears black clothes all day? She's very beautiful. Zhou Zibai and Xiao Lan frowned at the same time. There was a clear description, but it made them confused. They could not find the same memory in their minds, so they subconsciously wanted to shake their heads. But for some reason, their necks were stiff, resisting their orders. Well, you don't have to answer. I probably know what's going on. I know who you are looking for. Come with me. The blue-clothed young man waved his hand. His idea should be correct. These two people were sleepwalking. He nodded to the two and then walked into the university. Zhou Zibai and Xiao Lan looked at each other, and their eyes were a little confused. They subconsciously raised their feet and followed his footsteps forward. The campus was empty and quiet, and the main road was silent. The buildings in Jiangjiang University were exactly the same as what he knew, except that there were no signs of human activity, no sound, and no external furnishings in the huge space. The parking space was empty, and there were no traces of people setting foot on the sacred place where people took photos all year round. The trees by the lake were still lush, but there was not a drop of water in the entire artificial lake. It was filled with fallen leaves. Even if all the leaves on the shore and the small hill were plucked, it was impossible to fill up the artificial lake with a pile of fallen leaves. When they walked to the other side of the artificial lake, their ears suddenly caught some sounds. It was empty just now, and there was not even the sound of wind. The sudden sound was enough to make them have goosebumps. They quickly turned around and saw a group of boys who came out of nowhere. They were playing basketball in their hands, talking and laughing as they walked toward the dormitory area. The basketball accidentally hit the corner of the roadside and bounced out. It rolled into the artificial lake in a few moments, splashing a small amount of water. The boys quickly ran over, picked up long branches on the road, and stretched out their hands to catch it. If I remember correctly, there was no water in this lake just now, right? Xiao Lan rubbed her eyes. Are my eyes deaf or my ears blind? Not in any way. It's just that this place is like this. Well, it might be troublesome to explain. Look, I'll go up and say hello to them, the young man in blue said as he walked forward. He waved his hand and used energy to pull the basketball out of the water and threw it aside. Then, he turned his head. The boys were still grabbing each other by the shore. They stretched out their arms and branches in an attempt to reach the basketball floating in the water. The way they tried to catch the air made Zhou Zibai and Xiao Lan stunned. What's going on? This is the situation here. You can think that we don't exist in their minds. Well, for example, what we do has no way of affecting them. He tried to explain it as simply as possible. What's going on? Maze? Hypnosis? That's more or less it. I can't explain it further in a short time. Xiao Lan heard this and frowned. Well, I feel that these words make me feel uncomfortable. It seems like I've heard it a few times. By the way, do you remember what you're looking for? The young man in blue coughed dryly and changed the topic. He used his soul to expand the search area. The distortion of the inner space was more exaggerated than he imagined. Their approximate destination was here, but they might not be able to find the center immediately. If they really stayed with Senior Hui and Senior Feng from the beginning, they might be able to sense the center faster than him. Nanhang. We're here to find Nanhang, but we can't contact that little guy. Xiao Lan spread her hands and said, but we don't know where he is. The young man in blue looked at Zhou Zibai. I just mentioned your intuition. Where do you think he is? Zhou Zibai looked around thoughtfully. It was as if she was sleepwalking. She raised her hand and pointed at the distance. He immediately turned his head and looked. It was the direction of the gymnasium. Without saying anything, he walked towards it. Let's go. The entire Jiangning University should be the center of the explosion of the power of order. If he could still use his eyes to observe the flow of energy, he should be able to see a huge energy vortex hanging in the sky. There were countless naturally formed energy nodes in the entire world. They were nodes that were connected to the center of the vortex. The purpose of their existence was to expand the influence of this core. Based on his previous knowledge, this place was called the core, but it was actually a buffer zone to preserve the core. The real core was only one place, and it should be the gymnasium that Zhou Zhibai pointed out. Please, it has to be there. The energy in this place was too chaotic. His soul could not find the way. There are people playing basketball here. Those few shadows just now should have left from here. Xiao Lan stepped forward and pushed open the door of the gymnasium. The empty space inside reverberated with the sound of a basketball hitting the ground and the basket. This was very normal, just like the few boys who were about to return to the dormitory. The people here should be normal in this dream world. It just happened that this place was the center, and a part of it was separated from the real world by the power of order. Therefore, even if something happened here, it could not affect them, and they could not affect the people here. I found Nan Hang. Before entering the gymnasium, he saw Nan Hang first. He was sitting in the audience seat opposite the entrance. He held his chin with his hand and looked depressed. He looked at the class monitor and the others who were playing basketball on the court and sighed deeply. He had been here watching them play basketball for a long time. Even if he walked over to talk to the class monitor and the others, they would only say, "The holy light is fooling you." And they would say it again and again in the past. After repeating it back and forth for dozens of times without changing their voices, he gave up. Well, although the class monitor and the others were usually quite unreliable, he felt that their condition might be worse this time. It was also possible that it was not him who was wrong, but the world that was broken. After all, he had been sitting here for an entire day. He did not see the sky turn dark, nor did he feel hungry. In fact, he became more and more energetic. He was just a little bored. Watching the class monitor and the others play basketball for an entire day without stopping, he wanted to go down and say a few words, even if they only repeated the same line. Then, he saw the three people who were pushing open the door and walking in. He immediately stood up and hurriedly jumped over the railing of the audience seat and rushed to the door. Thank God, there's finally a living person here. Nan Hang breathed a sigh of relief. No one has come here for an entire day. Even if I stood at the door naked, no one would pay attention. It's very strange. The young man in blue was about to say something, but when he heard Nan Hang's words, his expression changed. He looked at Nan Hang with a rather serious expression. Don't tell me, ahem. Nan Hang's face turned red. By the way, what the hell is going on here? He pointed to the few guys who had been repeating the same steps for an entire day. The class monitor and the others are like NPCs doing the same actions back and forth. I went over to touch them, but they didn't respond. Only when I tried to talk to them would they respond, and they were repeating the same sentence. It's even worse in other places. The entire Jiangjiang University has become strange. The young man in blue was stunned for a moment. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, "It's very complicated. Anyway, I just want to confirm that you know what happened, right?" Well, then let me change the question. What were you doing before you came here to watch them play basketball? Nan Hang scratched his head. In the desert, I was fighting insects with Senior Hui, and then there was no later. When I came back to my senses, it suddenly became like this. Okay, he confirmed that this guy should be someone who stayed at the scene of the crime. Zhou Zhibai and the other two couldn't remember Senior Hui and the others, but Nan Hang still remembered that the former should have been affected when the dream world unfolded, and the latter should have been involved in the center. By the way, speaking of insects, Nan Hang suddenly remembered something important and hurried to the audience seats. The three young men in blue also hurried to follow him. They watched as he took out a thick, 1-meter-long cylinder from under the seat. There was a golden spot in the center of the cylinder, and the rest of the cylinder was covered by a large black spot. It's a fragment. The young man in blue understood at a glance what it was. It was something mixed with the aura of chaos. It should be the fragment that Senior Maple mentioned. A fragment left behind in this world where the chaos did not erode. Perhaps it was the key to awakening from the dream. He took the metal cylinder from Nan Hang and fiddled with it for a moment. The latter suddenly released a ray of golden light into the sky. In the surging power of the rules and order, there was the aura he was most familiar with, the aura of the energy of the eighth realm of elements, but it was quite weak. In terms of strength, it seemed to be only the strength of the third realm of elements, which was very strange. Looks like it's true. This is the way to the outside world. The young man in blue was about to walk in, but his expression froze. He remembered a very important question. Even if they went back, what was the use? What they were dealing with was a disaster of the void like the chaos. Even if they went back, they would only add to their troubles. When Xiaolon heard him say the passage to the outside world, she was a little inexplicably anxious. Seeing that he was stunned and did not move, she suddenly became a little irritable. She flew up and kicked him into the golden light pillar. "Don't waste time. Hurry up and go in." "Huh?" Suddenly stepping over the light, he felt as if he had been thrown into the void, hanging on a windmill and spinning tens of thousands of times. A wave of dizziness flashed past like a flash of light. Before he could even react, he was already fine. He slowly calmed down and opened his eyes. Instantly, half of his body turned cold. A strange planet occupied most of his vision. The thick black aura ignored the gravitational restraint and floated on the surface of the planet, as well as the stars beside it. His eyes could hardly see through the surface covered by the black fog. Billions of thunderbolts were raging everywhere on the planet, like a net of electricity covering the entire surface of the planet. The frequent flashes of lightning were not only caused by the fury of the thunderbolts, but also seemed to be the movement of energy explosion. The blazing fire was like a small lump on the planet suddenly exploding, mixing the fiery red color with the thunderbolts into the starry sky. The blood-like dim red light bloomed on the various continents of the planet like a tide, spreading in all directions. The surging sea rolled up an immeasurable level of tsunami with the power of destruction to all continents. In the middle of the vast sea, a huge vortex was slowly spinning, stirring the entire sea. On the other side of the planet, the condensed storm clouds covered the entire hemisphere and was still expanding. A gust of wind more than 7 or 8 times the speed of sound swept wildly in the area covered by the dark clouds. This was the vast scene seen from the perspective of the overlooking star. He could not imagine what a terrifying hell map it would be if he were to see it from the surface up close. Crack, there seemed to be an auditory hallucination in his ears. He seemed to hear the sound of the planet cracking. A crack suddenly appeared in the sea, and twisted strips of light covered the largest continent. Dozens of cracks that were clearly visible to the naked eye formed little by little and gradually expanded into crimson light ribbons, spewing out flames. He could even feel that the entire planet was trembling and breaking apart. It's exactly the same as that day. The blue-clothed young man stared blankly at the earth that was brutally torn apart by the chaotic energy. He could not help but turn pale. He recalled that day when the chaotic energy attacked. The continents of the 8 elements realm also collapsed and were torn into pieces by the chaotic energy. Where were they? In the empty starry sky, there was a floating platform and a crystal ball that emitted a faint light, but they were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 1799. Karma. It was a wonderful thing, an abstract concept, an elusive and untouchable existence. It could be controlled by humans, but it could also be uncontrollable. When weak karma was involved in a huge karma link, it would be affected by its own uncontrollable influence. It could be brought to the top or pushed to the bottom. But no matter what, the original karma had been torn to pieces when the latter intervened. It tried to form a new link, but could not adapt to the influence of the latter, and could not be rebuilt. It was as if it had been abandoned. For them, karma was a useless thing. Their karma had been linked to the void, and as everyone knew, the void was the most ridiculous thing. It meant that their karma was completely blank and out of control. They would only think of it occasionally when they were dealing with the lower life forms. But in fact, it was quite difficult to even think of it. After all, they had not touched such a thing for many years. It was a good idea to steal karma, correct mistakes, and try to get everything back under control. However, the power of chaos would not let them do as they pleased. Otherwise, they would not have to use such a troublesome method to try to bypass an inevitable ending. As mentioned earlier, a great cause and effect would have a great impact on a weak cause and effect. The power of chaos was one of the great and one of the greatest in the void. Due to its special characteristics, it could even cause more damage than the void could cause to cause and effect. In short, it was **T. There was no way to reverse the reality that had been destroyed by the power of chaos, but it could save the reality that had not been destroyed. It could be delayed, and naturally, it could be resisted. They could not be more familiar with the scene of chaos. They were so familiar with it that they were a little irritable. They were so familiar with the scene of being surrounded by chaos that they could not wait to unleash all their energy to make a scene. However, when they remembered that they were in the realm of 3 elements, they suddenly became discouraged. Even if he was a shield and unleashed all his energy, the void would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, he was now a middle-level premier, whose realm was higher than Maple's. If his aura exploded, the realm of 3 elements would probably have to wait for dozens of eras to recover. Although he had said it several times, he still wanted to say it again. It was so **King frustrating. The power of chaos had strengthened to the extent that it could cause a storm in the entire planet in just a few hours. The dark storm blew across the surface of the planet, dyeing the traces left by human beings little by little with the gray of destruction. Everything that it touched turned into black dust under the erosion of the storm and was blown up into the sky by the gale. From afar, it looked like a storm of sand and dust was blowing across the entire city. Everything was gradually disintegrating and disintegrating. No matter whether it was fragile or hard, they were eroded and destroyed by chaos at the same speed. Only some relatively large objects could slightly resist the erosion of chaos. The gray dust drifted from every corner of the planet and was blown to every corner by the gale. It drifted across the sea and into the starry sky. Even the sun had been extinguished long ago, leaving only the dim light in the world constantly flickering. Ordinary people could look directly at the huge fireball even without special eye protection. Its light was weakened by the power of chaos and could not completely hide its huge body. At this moment, it looked like an ordinary furnace, with distinct areas divided by the trajectory of the flames. The dim crimson light sprinkled on the world, setting off the gray storm, making the world look desolate as if it was the end of the world. The trajectory of life, the brilliant trajectory that human beings had spent tens of thousands of years to create on this planet, had turned into chaos in just a few hours. The ancient traces that had once been glorious, symbolizing the reverence of the future, the so-called beliefs, ideals, dreams, and all other traces were eroded bit by bit in this dark storm and slowly dissipated. No one witnessed this scene. They were all in the dream, having beautiful dreams that had nothing to do with the scene of the end of the world. Deep erosion, the process has reached the final stage, and the speed is still gradually increasing. In a few hours, order will completely fall to the critical point, and when that time comes, I hope you can hear some good news from your side. Unfortunately, there is no good news. Because of the acceleration of the chaos erosion, the difficulty of recovering the fragments has exceeded the level that I can handle. Yuwa awa, I can't do it, I really can't do it. Blocking the power of chaos and recovering the fragments at the same time, is this something a human would do? Is this something a god would do? I really can't do it. I really can't do it. I really can't do it. Then let these billions of people play together? Yun Nuashing spoke calmly. Let's just treat the reverse dream as their last beautiful dream. Letting them pass away quietly in the dream is also a good choice, At least compared to being corrupted by chaos, it's better. No! The cloaked girl and Elon shouted at the same time. Their faces were full of difficulty. The former quickly shouted, "Just use all your strength to hold on to this world. We will definitely take care of all of this. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I can really take care of it." "Is that so?" Yun Nuoshing turned his head. More than half of the tall building he stood on had been turned into gray dust by the power of chaos and scattered in the air. More than half of Jiang City's composition had spread into the air, and this was also the progress of destroying all traces of human beings on this planet. When this overall process reached the end, this world would return to the scene where it was not invaded by any life, and everything would return to nothingness. Yun Nuoshing's eyes, which were paying attention to the world, were suddenly attracted by something that was arranged to be sent out. He turned his head subconsciously, and a wisp of his soul left this place and came to a place at the edge of the planet. On the platform placed in the starry sky, the blue-robed young man, Zhou Zibai, and the others were staring at the little blue ball that was being dragged into the abyss by the storm of chaos with a pained expression and an even more indescribable expression. As soon as the wisp of his soul materialized appeared, the few of them were shocked. "Why did you all come out? Come out. Sure enough, the world over there is in another space." The blue-robed young man suddenly understood, and then looked at the little blue ball that had been completely enveloped by the storm of chaos with a dazed expression, and said dully, "Then this is our real world." Yun Nuoshing glanced at him, and then turned his head to look down at the planet from the starry sky, and shook his head. "No." The blue-robed young man was stunned. "No? Then what is going on here? The planet that you see now is—" Yun Nuoshing paused for a moment, and thought that what he was going to say might be too complicated. He lowered his head and thought for a while, and changed the way he said it. "A simulation experiment. Can you understand if I put it this way? Simply put, the planet that you see now is the situation that appears in the process of the erosion of chaos continuing to deepen, and it is the follow-up of everything that continues to develop. However, there is no life here, and it is just a model that lacks life." Yun Nuoshing floated on the platform for a while, and then reached out his hand to point at the crystal ball that appeared here at the beginning. "Your world is here." Not long after the erosion of chaos entered moderate erosion, the few of us discussed and decided to use a power that we have forgotten to try to deal with this process. At that moment, the entire void of the planet that you are on was stripped away and frozen in this crystal ball, but there was no chaos power in it. Instead, what appeared in the original position of the void, in the original position of the starry sky, was a model without any life. The chaos power was left here to continue to wreak havoc, and we continued to deal with the out-of-control chaos power here. "I don't understand at all." Xiao Lan covered her head with a blank face, while Zhou Zibai and Nan Hang nodded beside her. They did not understand what was being said at all. It was clearly a human language, but when they listened together, it sounded like a ghost was reading a book. The only one who understood was the blue-robed young man. After all, he had lived in the Eight Elements realm for an era, so he could still understand this part. "I see, so the chaos power is isolated like this. But what is going on over there? That peaceful world is like a dream. Although there are memories of the disaster, there is no sign of chaos erosion at all. That is the other part, the opposite of your real world. As you said, a dream is a place where the consciousness of all life on this planet is placed. The real you and billions of lives are still in the frozen real world, maintaining the movement of the frozen moment. It is only your consciousness that moves in the dream. As for you, because Nan Hang is by Huey's side, and Zibai and Xiao Lan are by my side, you are exposed to the uniqueness of our bodies. Your own soul is special, so your consciousness is more active, and you can sense the difference in the dream. This was a condition created by referring to the situation of Sui Qing and Sui Feng's world, a temporary idea. The blue-clothed youth smiled bitterly. All right, now he knew what had happened. He knew a few pieces of information which could be summed up in one sentence. The destruction of their world had been delayed. It was only delayed, but it had not been truly resolved. Well, then, if we resolve all of the mixed energy in the model, how do we make it work in the real world? Yun Nuashing said, "What I just said is the power that we have forgotten, cause and effect. The current situation of being destroyed by chaos is an established fact, so it cannot be changed. But we can change the latter. When this planet is frozen and the void is stripped, it is almost equivalent to cutting off all communication between the internal void and the external void. At this time, we can make changes in cause and effect on the frozen internal void. If we can get rid of the chaos power in the model, this cause and effect will also be synchronized in the real world. The worldwide disaster caused by chaos erosion will abruptly fade in the next 10 minutes, and finally return to peace. No one will feel anything unusual." The blue-robed young man listened with a long "oh." The power of cause and effect was not used much in the Eight Elements realm, so he could not remember it. But it could be used here. Wait, there seemed to be another meaning in her words. Then, if it is not solved, Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at him. When the chaos power of this model grows to the maximum it can bear, and when it breaks the limit of order, it will also lose its effect. The real world will be released from the frozen state and continue to suffer the destruction of chaos erosion. Everything will return to the state when it was frozen, and start again. Ah, I understand now. Nan Hang clapped his hands excitedly. Isn't this just saving and loading? If we can't beat it, we just need to do it a few more times. Unfortunately, with the strength of the void here, it is only enough for us to touch it on a large scale once. If we do it again, the power will crush this void. Yun Nuashing shook her head slightly. But in terms of the result, there is no difference. If we can't clean up the chaos power before the model collapses, this world will be destroyed. If we do it again, this world will also be destroyed. There is no difference. Everyone. So, either way we will die, right? Xiao Lan was speechless for a moment. After she recovered, she slowly raised her hand. Put it down, you can't do anything. I haven't even said anything. Xiao Lan gritted her teeth and glared at him. Looking at the planet that was completely covered by dark clouds, she whispered, "Is there really nothing we can do? The only thing you can do is to stay here and watch. Watch as everything calms down and returns a peaceful world to you. Everyone can just treat it as a gust of wind, a rain shower, a dance on the rock and roll land, and then the world will return to peace. Those who should clean up the mess will clean up the mess, and those who should face the tragedy will do their best to face it head-on. After all, this is something that can't be helped. If you want to find someone to take the blame, you can only blame it on the void. However, the void will not care about you, and will even roll its eyes at you, because you can't do anything about it, or watch as everything comes to an end and enters destruction. Unfortunately, this is the truth. Even if you look at me with a pained expression, it is still the truth. I can't wait for you to solve it yourselves. I'll just watch from the side." Yun Nuashing covered his face and sighed bitterly. Every time he went to someone else's house, he would run into trouble, big or small. The void did not revolve around him, so why did it have to put the blame on him for things that had nothing to do with him? Why couldn't it just let those things revolve around the underworld? For example, throwing 2 heavenly gods of origin over there. Right, then he would be relieved, and there would be nothing to do. The void would be peaceful. Congratulations, congratulations. Feng, how's the little girl? Huey's voice pulled Yun Nuashing out of his state of resentment. He subconsciously looked back at the crystal ball and nodded. She's in good condition. At least she will be fine before we reach the end. Well, it was not Hui who suggested using the power of cause and effect, but the little girl on the altar. If she did not remind them, they would not have remembered it. But even if she reminded them, they could not use this method. In the end, she had to do it herself. It turned out that the function of a support was pretty good, much better than two guys who specialized in carrying shields and tearing apart the void. This wave of support was to save the day, and the two simple-minded guys who were confused by chaos could only watch from the side. It would not be difficult to maintain the dream of trillions of lives at once under normal circumstances, and the self-sealing state. Looking at her now, it did not seem to be too difficult. "Feng Ling, I want to tell you two news." Elan's voice sounded a little nervous. Not long ago, when she froze the planet, she contacted the two gods who were so busy that they were about to throw up. Now, it sounded like they were about to throw up. Tell me the bad news first. Elan was silent for a moment. Theoretically, both are bad news. Yun Nuashing. Then pick one. I seem to have found the world center of this world. It's right in front of me now. Hui and the cloaked girl who were listening by the side were instantly excited. They said in unison, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's cut it off quickly and end this farce." But Elan looked straight ahead stiffly. A huge whirlpool was rolling up huge waves in the sea, and the whole sea seemed to have sunk thousands of meters. The violent storm was driven by the whirlpool, making this the core of the storm. The bottom of the whirlpool was shining bright red, as if it led to the deepest part of the planet's core. The breath of chaos in the sky was also gathering here like a whirlpool. Vaguely, a gray airflow was falling from the sky and spreading towards the depths of the whirlpool. Her eyes followed the gray energy into the center of the whirlpool, and in the deepest part of the whirlpool, she saw a ball of energy wrapped in the energy of chaos. It had turned into a pure gray color, and a fragment was stuck in the center of the ball of energy like a sharp sword. An energy far stronger than the breath of chaos was spreading in all directions with them as the center. It has been completely eroded by the power of chaos. In the depths of the whirlpool, Hui and the girl in the cloak were silent. Their minds were filled with the words, "finished," in an instant. What's the other news? Aren't there two bad news? Yun Nuashing still remembered that she said there were two bad news. Yes. Elan was silent for a moment. Looking at the turbulent whirlpool, her expression changed. She quickly withdrew and said, "No need to say more. You will see it soon." In the dark storm, Yun Nuashing suddenly opened her eyes and turned her gaze. 2 or 3 seconds later, an unusually large dark energy ball suddenly lit up in the sky. It was as if the sun was extremely close to the planet, slowly rising from the horizon. They could only see a huge fireball rising from the horizon. The dark energy ball continued to rise, violently expanding and contracting several times. A vast amount of chaos energy suddenly spread throughout the entire planet. The 4 people who were still on the surface of the planet were all stunned. They put down what they were doing at the same time and rushed to the platform in the starry sky. A series of dark energy shockwaves spread to the entire planet at the speed of light. The violent energy explosion flattened 1/10 of the planet. Its radius was reduced by 1/10. The dense chaos energy that could not be released turned into a monstrous flame and spread to the surface of the entire planet. Whether it was the land or the sea, it was covered by a layer of dark energy flame. From afar, it looked like it was undergoing an abyss of suffering. The entire planet was on fire. The traces of life, the bright traces that we had been talking about for a while, the planet that was once regarded as the most dazzling gem in the starry sky by the humans on this planet, had experienced the destruction of the chaos energy for several hours. In a short time, everything on the surface of the planet was flattened by the chaos flame. Those precious things that carried the breath of history and the treasures hidden in the space were all burned in this monstrous chaos flame and turned into ashes. Zhou Zibai and the others who were watching from the platform stared at the soaring fire that swept into the starry sky. They watched the beautiful little blue ball that they lived in turn into a ferocious molten state. They watched as the earth shook and the mountains shook. They watched as the beautiful blue ball turned into a ferocious molten state and was stripped of its shell in a short time and burned into a coal ball. They slowly took 2 steps back and widened their eyes silently. Their empty eyes reflected the soaring dark flame. Fortunately, we made the decision early. We glanced at the few people who were in a daze. He held his forehead and sighed. Otherwise, we would really have to discuss the possibility of colonizing Mars. You were eavesdropping at that time? Yun Nuoshing looked at him. Hey, I actually had something to tell you at that time. But I forgot when I heard you and Jibai talking. We shrugged and looked at the planet that was engulfed by the chaos flame. However, I am afraid that the ending is not far away. The power of chaos should not have fallen below the limit. Why did it suddenly erupt? The center of the world. There is a fragment that is stuck in the center of the world. The degree of chaos erosion that we can see on the surface does not represent the true extent of its erosion, because the chaos erosion starts from the center of the world. Elan walked over from the side. Her right hand was covering her left shoulder. The left sleeve of her white cloak was completely engulfed by the chaos flame. Even her arm was injured. She was the closest to the explosion. Even if she reacted in an instant, she could not completely avoid the impact. The girl in the cloak quickly went up to treat her injury. She tilted her head and looked at the coal ball. She could not help but grit her teeth. Is this no other way? Now that it is already the domain of chaos. After a while, this phantom model will also fall apart. Do we have to rescue it again? This time, it is still in the real place where there are countless lives. Elan was silent. There was no way to say anything. At this time, even if she wanted to say something, she did not know what to say. Do it again? This time, there would be a different result? For example, finding the center of the world first? Maybe the success rate would be higher, but only by a little. However, they could only try again. In any case, before the real ending came, it was not the time to give up. Yun Nuoshing and Hui both frowned. Logically speaking, the moment when chaos erupted, it should have collapsed. They turned their gazes behind them at the same time. The crystal ball that the little girl had transformed into was still safe and sound. They turned their heads again. The planet that had been burned into a ball of coal was still burning very hard. For some reason, the illusion had not collapsed yet. The little girl did not give any answer. When they were looking at each other in confusion, a faint red energy thread suddenly appeared on the coal ball that was dyed with raging flames in the starry sky. It turned into a ring around the surface of the coal ball. There was a thick light that was slowly rotating on the red energy ring. Then, another orange energy ring appeared. Energy rings of different colors appeared on the surface of the coal ball without any warning. They rolled and rotated around the planet that was engulfed by the chaos flame. The dense silk threads seemed to entangle the entire planet into a cocoon. Oh! Hui suddenly jumped up. It's the imprint of the divine realm. It's those imprints that are holding this planet. Feng, I have an idea. Use all your strength. Purify them for me. Leave the defense to me. The sound of chains collapsing rang out one after another. The colorful colors were like a vast sea of energy surging in the starry sky. It was displayed in the starry sky in a form that was hundreds of millions of times more powerful than the chaos flame that was attached to the coal ball. It was like a vast and mighty sea of colors covered the entire galaxy and surged towards the end of the starry sky. 2 magic arrays that were hundreds of millions of miles wide spiraled out from the starry sky, one above the other, and encompassed the entire solar system. Endless order energy surged in the starry sky, causing the distant starlight to distort into strange shapes. The dazzling light of order swallowed the light of billions of stars in the starry sky. The initial light slowly emerged from Yun Nuoshing's body. He raised his hand and pointed forward. His colorful eyes reflected the coal ball. As he waved his arm, it was as if endless order energy and origin energy had swarmed up. Now let's reverse everything. Chapter 1800. Her experience in this short period of time was like a dream that she had for several nights in a row. It was neither a nightmare nor a sweet dream. Looking back on the complicated series of events one by one, it still didn't feel very realistic, even if it happened to her. However, if she had to categorize it, this might be the most peculiar sweet dream in her short life of 100 years. The heavy rain had stopped long ago, and the sky was so clear that not a single cloud could be seen. The early winter sun, as usual, didn't feel too warm. Looking into the distance, Jiang City was still a bit chaotic. The dense buildings weren't seriously damaged. After all, the earthquake hadn't spread from the inland to here. However, most of the unlucky shops on the first floor were submerged by the surging river. The driveway was filled with cars that had to be abandoned because they were submerged and stalled when the river rose rapidly. Rows of cars were placed there, and no one knew how many could still be used and how many had turned into scrap iron. Just like when a movie came to an end, a caption on the screen told everyone that several days had passed. The next scene that appeared in front of everyone's eyes was the scene where the chaos had just ended and everything was being rebuilt. Or, several years had passed in an instant. The reconstruction had been completed, and the world had returned to a prosperous and stable state. Everything that had happened had been deposited at the bottom of time. They didn't choose to forget it, but had to carry this history and move forward. However, this was the reality. It had only been a day since the apocalypse, and the streets were still very wet. When stepping on the broken bricks, dirty water would squeeze out from the cracks and splash on their feet and legs. The streets were still quite empty, and there weren't many pedestrians. Only in places that were more seriously affected by the disaster, such as the roads that were completely blocked by scrap iron, the intersections that were blocked by trees that were broken by strong winds, or the roads that had collapsed, there were people on the scene to deal with it. Most of the manpower had probably been sent to the inland. It was said that the earthquake disaster there was very serious. Compared to there, most of the damage in the coastal and coastal areas seemed to be only to the extent of being soaked in water. Standing at the intersection and looking around, the whole world was quiet. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be reasonable. Obviously, this was the situation. Whether it was the disaster that they had personally experienced here or the complete destruction that they had seen in the other world. Even if they were standing here and looking around, they still didn't feel much like they were in reality. It was as if they had fallen into one dream after another. Even if they woke up from the dream, they couldn't tell which dream they were awake from. The TV news had been broadcasting the disasters all over the world, one after another. There were also so-called experts who came out to explain, making those who were confused by the disaster even more confused. Because they themselves could not tell what the situation was, they just wanted to say something. They tried to explain it simply, but no one could connect the disasters that happened all over the world together. Just as they said, even if the world went back thousands of years, there was no guarantee that the truth of this series of disasters would be discovered. During this period of time, other than being busy with disaster relief, the scholars, scientists, and a series of other people would probably be arguing about this disaster that had no signs and warnings at all, although in the end, it would only end up with an inconclusive result. Anyway, no one would care about the why. Putting out the facts and theories here would make everyone feel at ease. As long as most people didn't go crazy and think that it was really nature destroying mankind or something like that, the mission would be considered completed. Speaking of which, she saw a very interesting saying, "This year is 2012, the scene that was supposed to happen, but it was postponed." Really, she didn't know who said it. A few years ago, because of the words "the end of the world," there was a lot of commotion, but in the end nothing much happened that year. On the contrary, 8 years later, there was a lot of illness and disasters, especially a disaster at the end of the year. She had already seen the ending, which was indeed the end of the world, completely accomplishing what couldn't be done 8 years ago. Everything was real, but the cause and effect of what happened was forcibly reversed. What should have happened was cut off, and the world was peaceful again. Compared to the ending of the little blue ball being burned into a coal ball, she still preferred the current ending. Then, goodbye, see you next year. Why do you have to write it like it's the finale? When Zhou Zibai just stopped writing, there was a gust of wind in her ears. She immediately turned her head and saw that Xiao Lan was floating next to her with an extremely strange expression on her pretty face. She was so scared that she almost destroyed the diary that she had just finished writing. It's just a record. Although it was a diary, she didn't write too much about her feelings and thoughts. If it was seen, then it was seen. They had all experienced it together. What's there to record? Isn't it just a big and small disaster? We're all just bystanders. Most of the time, we're just mascots that don't get lucky. Xiao Lan rolled her eyes and turned around to sit on the table. She reached out and patted her head. Just like you said, just treat it as watching a movie. But this is a movie that is far from the end. At most, it's an intermission. The whole movie is divided into upper, middle, and lower parts. There are a total of 20 seasons, and this is only the first season. Zhou Zibai. She felt that Xiao Lan seemed to be a little agitated. It was no wonder. When she saw the scene of the solar system being drowned in light yesterday, she was the one who screamed the loudest among the people present. Because everyone else was so scared that they fainted. Where are they? Zhou Zibai closed the diary and looked out of the window. Seems like they're going to deal with the aftermath. Xiao Lan shrugged. They said something like, although the result of the theft of karma has been achieved, the wreckage is still placed in its rightful place. In other words, they still have to clean up the fragments scattered around the world. Incredible things, incredible people, incredible in all aspects. Gods. I suddenly feel a little strange. Zhou Zibai tilted her head and looked at Xiao Lan, who seemed to be a little disappointed. She seemed to be relieved, but she seemed to be a little worried. It was probably because she had experienced a lot in that series of events, especially when she was pressed by Feng Ling and could not move. Mortals don't need gods to save them. You can't do anything, and even if you're stronger than mortals, you can only watch. Perhaps this world was already the same as what they said. Gods, well, the gods that existed in their concept had long been buried in time when the ancient times passed away. Moreover, the gods that they all knew and the real gods seemed to be different. She had not understood it until now. Will they come back? Xiao Lan was stunned for a moment and slowly shook her head. You ask me, I don't know. This matter had more or less come to an end. As mortal immortals, perhaps it was time for them to return to where they should go. Feng, slow down a little slower. Don't break that thing when you pull it out. I saw it very clearly. That thing is stuck inside. You must not remove it by force. If you feel that you can't use your strength, just turn it in a few directions. You shut up. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes with all his might. His left hand pressed down on the white ball that was the size of a head, and his right hand grabbed the fragment that was inserted into the center of the white ball diagonally. He tilted it left and right a few times to test it out. After aiming at the right angle, he easily took it out with a little force. After pulling out the fragment, the white ball suddenly spewed out a few white gas in all directions. It looked like it was relieved. Then, it circled around them and spun in the air for a while. It flickered for a while, then slowly fell into the center of the big pit in front of them. It fell into the space below and disappeared. After it returned to its original position, the chaotic energy movement in the big pit slowly weakened and disappeared. Hey, if I knew that there was the protection of the God Seal, I would have used all my strength from the beginning. I forgot. Hui stretched his body and grinned. In the end, he remembered that this matter was really a failure. When he came here, he was still interested in watching for a while. If you used all your strength from the beginning, I'm afraid that you want to vaporize all life on this planet. You said it yourself. In the end, if it wasn't for this karmic theft, you wouldn't have been able to do it. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and said. She didn't know who was the one who tried so hard to stop her from directly purifying it. Just think of it as looking for the key for a long time and finding it in your hand. No matter what, the result is pretty good, isn't it? That is true. The few of them let out a long sigh of relief. In terms of the result, it was indeed a good situation. The erosion was contained at a moderate level and did not worsen. The damage to the space of the present world was not very serious. That's it? Don't you need to check if the world center is damaged? The cloaked girl looked at the white ball flashing back to its original place and was a little worried. There's no problem. The biggest disaster, the power of chaos, has been purified. As for the world center itself, as you can see, it's just choked. It'll be fine after the fish bones are pulled out. If there's only a little problem, it will slowly recover when it returns to its own space. We don't have to worry. Elan shook her head and squatted on the ground to put the pieces together. Compared to those, it's not over here. If you have time to stand, why don't you come and help me put it together? The cloaked girl stuck out her tongue and quickly ran to help to put the pieces of the divine artifact together. We looked back at them for a while, and then looked at the big pit in front of him again. He said to Maple, who had landed beside him, "How is it? Do you see anything? The world core has returned to its place. You should be able to see something, like this strange world." Yun Nuoshing looked at the big pit and tilted his head to look at Hui. After a moment, he turned back to look at the big pit and then turned to look at the little girl, causing the latter too to be at a loss. What exactly was going on? Hui tried to connect the dots and immediately said, "Is it about the origin again? This world. Oh, this indestructible area was left behind by the origin god? No, there's no origin aura." Yun Nuoshing shook her head and frowned with a distressed face. We could see from her expression that this must be something extremely troublesome. Although it had quietly taken root in the tertiary realm, its predecessor might be something deadly. That's right, once Maple showed such a pained expression, it would be either origin or chaos that would cause trouble, or both of them at once. Generally speaking, he would judge the severity of the situation based on Maple's expression. Well, I'll make it simple. Yun Nuoshing scratched her head and sighed. She pointed at the big pit in front of her. Just as she was about to speak, she withdrew her finger and pointed at her feet. This world is an ordinary world, an ordinary tertiary realm world. If there's anything different, it's a tertiary realm upper plane world. Hui was startled. It was sent to the lower plane by the Void Gate? Well, it came here by itself. Let me finish. Yun Nuoshing pointed at the pit in front of her again. That world core is a product of the 8 realms. Oh, that's expected. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him. It's also a product of the 7 realms. Hui and the little girl were startled. Well, it was understandable that it was a product of 2 primordial realms at the same time. It was actually very simple. For example, they used the power of the 8 realms to create a nomological creation. Halfway through, they brought it to the 7 realms to complete the rest of the manufacturing process. This used the power of 2 primordial realms. Yun Nuoshing continued. It's also a product of the 6 realms. It's related to the 5 realms. The 4 realms. Stop. We hurriedly stopped the content that was getting more and more ridiculous. He looked at Maple with a face full of sweat. Can you say something more reasonable? Is this thing an assembly line production? Is it part of the assembly of a primordial realm? No, it's not that magical. Yun Nuoshing shook her head. This world core has components of 6 primordial realms, from the 3 realms to the 8 realms. The 8 realms has the largest component. The other 5 primordial realms are more like pieced together. Hui took a deep breath. He tried to analyze it. The analysis failed. He forced himself to analyze it. His brain exploded. Please enlighten me. the wise and mighty Lord Maple. You can see it with a few glances. Why do I have to force myself to explain it every time? I don't have my brain, Hui said righteously. Yun Nuashing. Okay, then I'll put it simply. It's a world core of the 8 realms. It was born naturally. This can't be wrong. The core law is still the law of the 8 realms. It should have accidentally fallen into the crack of the primordial realm and went to the 7 realms. Maybe the world it was in was torn apart, and only the world core escaped destruction. It came to the 7 realms through the crack of the primordial realm that was torn apart by the destructive storm. It's very likely that it was caused by the aftermath of a battle between high-level beings. The natural destruction of the void generally wouldn't leave out the world core. The broken world core began to repair itself according to its own law, using the law of the 7 realms. Yun Nuashing paused and looked at Hui. The latter looked thoughtful. You're not going to say that this process was repeated 5 times, are you? Theoretically, yes. Hui and the little girl were silent. The probability of this happening was so low that they didn't even bother to calculate it. But it happened. The void was indeed a nonsense thing. A world core of a hybrid of 6 primordial realms. Although it's rare, its uniqueness isn't special. The little girl shrugged. Let alone 6 primordial realms mixed blood, even 8 primordial realms mixed blood wouldn't be special. The more laws there were, the better. If it was forcefully pieced together, it might suffer. Yun Nuashing glanced at her. Theoretically speaking, that's true. Could there be an accident? The little girl raised her head suspiciously. Do you still remember what I told you before leaving the 8 realms? Yun Nuashing said softly. At first, there was only one primordial realm, so the little girl's cheeks twitched. It can't be because it accidentally collected the laws of 6 primordial realms, so it can reproduce the laws of the source that has already passed away, right? If this path reaches the end, it should be able to reach this level. Yun Nuashing nodded and gave an affirmative answer. However, it's still missing the laws of 2 primordial realms. For now, it might be fixed here. If there's no accident, it won't go to the 2 primordial realms and the 1st primordial realms. Although it doesn't sound nice, this might be the last stop of its journey. It has settled down here. It was difficult for the 3rd primordial realm to have the power to tear apart the barrier of the primordial realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have discussed the probability of people from the 3rd primordial realm going to the 8th primordial realm. It wasn't enough to be powerful. If the power was too strong, it would only turn the void into nothingness. For example, the passage of the primordial realm's barrier was like a tunnel in a mountain, and the mountain was the primordial realm's barrier and the void. If the power was too strong, it could only blast the mountain together. Forget about the tunnel, even the ground would be sunk. Well, the meaning might not be too accurate. He just wanted to say that a special method with a certain degree of power could be used to accurately break open the barrier of the primordial realm. It couldn't be done by brute force. When it came to the 3rd primordial realm, it found this world in the upper plane. It should have settled down here from the beginning. Perhaps it experienced some kind of destruction that caused it to have to bring its home across the void. There were some twists and turns along the way. It might have changed houses and environments several times. However, it always dragged the core law of the world that it came into contact with when it first came to the 3rd primordial realm. It dragged it all the way to the lower plane, where it finally settled down here and became a little blue ball. It continued to write and repeat the story of the destruction and rebirth of several eras. During the long journey, it had already mutated. The path of the world's development is exactly the same as the path that the heart of the world saw in the beginning. It just kept a direction so that even if the world was destroyed, it would continue to repeat in this direction. The lives that have passed away are different from the new ones. What it keeps is just a shell, like a kind of obsession. As for why it has such an obsession, I'm not very sure. I only know that it has done so, and that's all. Also, if I'm not wrong, the law of the eighth primordial realm at its core may be the reason why it unintentionally connected with the eighth primordial realm. Those who went to the eighth primordial realm without looking at the primordial realm's barrier were probably sent over because the heart of the world unintentionally connected with the eighth primordial realm. The stability of the passage of the primordial realm's crack, that spans several primordial realms, is due to its own law. That's about it. It's the result of picking up fragments and deducing bits and pieces. Hui tidied up his mind for a long time. He glanced sideways and saw Maple's expression as if he was ready to do something. He also perked up a little. Maple, have you thought of something fun again? The source law. I think I've found the way. Yun Nuashing nodded. The source law, the name he just came up with, referred to 56 years ago, when the great primordial realm had not yet been divided into 8 parts by the slash that split heaven and earth. When the great primordial realm was still fighting for their lives in the great primordial realm, the law of the great primordial realm in its complete state was the source law. Although the eighth primordial realm inherited the law of the great primordial realm before it was split, it was only a part of it after all. The strength of the law in this world might have something to do with it. 5 eras ago, when he fought with the doppelganger of the origin heavenly god, he already had this feeling. It was a different feeling he felt from the doppelganger. In the past 5 eras, besides being busy fighting in the void, he had also been secretly deducing things related to the law. In the end, the vague answer he came up with was the source law. Do you have a clue? Have you found the specific method? Huizhen's interest was immediately piqued. He also knew about this matter. He also knew that Maple had spent a lot of effort and had not succeeded. It's hard to say. I just got a direction. It's worth a try. Yun Nuashing shook her head. In the past, I had always used the energy and law contained in the original light as an experimental subject. I tried to use the law of the eighth primordial realm to copy the law of the original light, but it failed. I tried to directly mobilize the law of the original light and copy it with the origin temple, but it also failed. The power of the original light can only affect me, or affect something through me. There's no way to extract it. Oh, you said it once last time. I still remember. Huizhen crossed his arms and nodded. And then? The law of the original light may not be able to withstand other life. Just like the origin energy to the current life of order, there's no way to use the original light to dilute and weaken it from top to bottom. There's also no way to use this method to strengthen the power of order. We can only try to reverse the bottom to top. The lower limit and upper limit of the latter is much lower than the former, but it's relatively safer. Yun Nuashing turned around and pointed at the big pit beside them. Now, maybe we've found the way to bottom to top. Are you going to carry it back? No, there's no need. Just find a special type of world core. I've also saved a considerable amount of the law of the first primordial realm to the eighth primordial realm. It should be enough. Huizhen was shocked. When did you save it? I've been walking around these days. I saved it while I was at it. Yun Nuashing shrugged. The little girl looked at him and understood what he was talking about. The law of the original light was the source environment, at that time the law of the first primordial realm. Feng Ling intended to use this power to strengthen the power of the world of order. However, just like how the heavenly god of origin wanted to create 49 types of weakened origin energy to find an inheritor, the source law was too special and could not be used directly. He could only try to dilute and weaken it, but he had also hit a wall. Now, he might have found the way. How can you be sure that the weakened source law, that is replicated by integrating the law of the 8 primordial realms, can be used by others? The little girl asked. There's a possibility that it can't be used, but don't worry. There's a world core that has inherited the law of the 6 primordial realms in front of us. This world is safe and sound. That's one thing. Another thing is that we naturally need to test it first. We need to test it ourselves first, Yun Nuashing said calmly. The little girl. She forgot that he was a wolf. But the important thing is to replicate it first. Even if we find the way to continue moving forward, we still need to take it step by step. Let's set a small goal first. Find a clear direction to move forward in 500 million years. Change it in 500 million years. Perfect it in 500 million years. Prepare it in 500 million years. Take effect in 500 million years. The Little Girl. Chapter 1801. At first, they thought that the trip to the tertiary realm was just for fun, but they did not expect to stumble upon something quite important as they walked: a train of thought. Sometimes, a train of thought was quite important, especially for a group of people like them who had almost reached the end of the order. It was not easy to find a train of thought that would allow them to continue moving forward. The road ahead was built by themselves bit by bit, and the road of the mythological era had long been broken into pieces and scattered in the void. I didn't expect to find something unexpected, Hui said while holding the back of his head. His eyes kept glancing at the crater. But does this thing really have nothing to do with the god of origin? What kind of magnificent journey did the world core of the 8 elemental realms go through to come to the 3 elemental realm without being completely destroyed? Indeed, there is no breath of origin energy and origin law. As for how it came here, Yun Nuashing shook her head. It was hard to say. The fragment of the world core did not record how it came to the 3 elemental realm. No, maybe there was a record, but after repeated destruction and destruction, even the recorded memory had been destroyed. Since it could carry the law of each elemental realm, it proved that it was damaged every time it crossed the elemental realms before it was repaired. Maybe the crossing of the elemental realms was destroyed by the power of the void, or a series of accidental disasters caused it to be damaged, and the records of it wandering around the elemental realms were destroyed. He could only see bits and pieces of information about its activities in the 3 elemental realms in the world core. Who knows? When they almost figured out the ins and outs of this strange world core, Elan was also done. She was now squatting on the ground with the cloaked girl to study it. Oh, this is the divine artifact that you have been fighting for so long. It looks a little resentful. What is it for? Yun Nuashing and Hui came over. The latter stretched his neck to look at the thing that the two of them were talking about. He almost slipped and fell to the ground just by looking at it. In front of Elan and the others was a 2-meter-wide carbon sphere. It may have been dyed by chaos energy, as only the central part of it had golden light, like a shining golden cross. Half of it was buried in the ground, and the ground was probably pressed into a hemispherical shape by its weight. While its surface had become carbon black, there was a rather dim golden light flowing around it, and they could vaguely feel a sacred presence emanating from within. Ah, it's not finished yet, but it looks like it's almost complete. If you want to see the complete appearance. Elan quickly stood up, and like a pale golden whirlwind, she pulled out the half-buried ball from the ground and threw it into the air. Like a gust of wind, she completely restored it to its original state. Oh! Yun Nuashing and the others looked at the ball floating in the air. After it was completely restored by Elan, its shape made them speechless. It looked like a hedgehog now. Except for the rows of spikes on the surface, it was not a smooth shell. When they got closer, they could see that the surface was bumpy and had a whirlpool shape. It looked like the shell of some kind of sea snail. Why did it look so strange? Ahem, we didn't decide on this shape. Elan guessed their thoughts from their strange expressions and quickly waved her hand to explain. Well, I don't care. It looks like a hedgehog or something. Hui looked at the snail-like hedgehog and couldn't help but laugh. Feng slapped him to the side. Yun Nuashing came forward and looked at it. What's this thing for? This. Elan scratched her pretty face and laughed dryly for a while. Suddenly, under his gaze, she turned her head strangely to look at the cloaked girl. The latter received her gaze and was also startled. She walked forward and reached out her hand to stroke the surface. After a moment, she shrugged and said, I can't tell what it does either. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. I think it's hard to say now. Let's leave for a while. No, 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 it's not like that. The cloaked girl quickly stepped forward and pulled him back by the arm. She looked at the hedgehog-like ball with a wry smile and laughed dryly. I'm not kidding. This thing is quite old. I'm not even familiar with the model. We can only take it back and let the old antique study it. There's nothing wrong with an old antique studying an old antique. Elan covered her head and shook her head. She looked at Yun Nuashing apologetically. Indeed, I'm not too sure, but I can guarantee that it has calmed down. We can study it slowly after we bring it back. This thing's history is too long for us protoss. The way to analyze everything in the world has been updated hundreds of times, let alone this divine artifact model that we have never seen before. The appearance of this old antique model is really strange. The cloaked girl poked and prodded the ball. I can accept it if it's any other shape, but why is it a hedgehog? Look, if I add a section at the bottom, doesn't it look like a sea anemone? She used her divine energy to draw a shape below the hemispherical hedgehog. From afar, it looked like a giant sea anemone more than 2 meters in size. Hui and the little girl were stunned. I don't know if we have time to deal with it after we bring it back. Elan knocked on the cloaked girl's head, and then reached out her hand to knock on the sea anemone. Bah, the divine weapon. When she said this, Yun Nuashing remembered that the god race was still busy fighting with the chaotic void for some reason. Ah, the chaos void. The cloaked girl lowered her head and sighed. I don't know what's going on over there. Will the expeditionary army be okay? I haven't seen any big movements in the chaos void for many years. This time, well, things over there. There's no way to help. If there's really a bastard from the underworld in the chaos void who can do whatever he wants there, what should we do? We can only ask Yuan-Ji to send 2 people over to the World of Order to recruit soldiers. Forget it, the World of Order in the 3rd elemental realm probably doesn't have many people. The main defensive force of the World of Order is probably still the Protoss. Without the Protoss, the World of Order is almost finished. Can we expect less than 1% of the lives to go to the edge of the Chaos Void and the Void of Order to help fight? Forget it, it's better to ask Yuan-Ji to send a few people over to support the Protoss. Looking at the current situation, the 1st and 2nd elemental realms were almost unlikely to be disturbed by the underworld. The chaotic situation over there made even them not want to stay for long. The other elemental realms had already shown signs of multiple hands and feet. The 7th elemental realm was the most serious. The 3rd elemental realm might still be brewing. In order to prevent a fire in their backyard when they were fighting in the 8th elemental realm, it was necessary to leave 2 people behind. The matter of the primal chaos void. Yun Nuashing suddenly opened his mouth, startling Elan and the other 2. They tilted their heads and saw him revealing a serious expression. They also listened attentively. The matter of the primal chaos void, if our guess is correct, it might be related to another matter, and we don't know how to say it. After a while, we'll send people over to help you. It's for suppressing the situation. If, as we've guessed, the chaos void is rioting because of that matter, they can help you suppress the most crucial factor. You can take the opportunity to suppress the chaos void. That matter is referring to. The cloaked girl looked at him curiously. How should I explain this matter? Yun Nuashing and the other 2 tilted their heads and looked in all directions. Their expressions were not very natural. It's a very special, very special, very special matter. You can think of it as some stupid matter in the void that you haven't discovered. Anyway, that's what it is. Well, I'll let you know in advance. That's all. Hui squinted his eyes and grinned. He couldn't possibly tell them about the big mess in the 8th elemental realm and the great elemental realm in detail. A simple and rough explanation obviously couldn't make it clear. The anomaly in the chaos void may not be a natural activity. But regarding the anomaly in the deepest part of the chaos void, we can't immediately guarantee that it's the situation we think it is. We can only remind you that there may be some special kind of trouble behind the scenes. The chaos void may not act in the way you're familiar with. Be careful and pay attention to your back. Don't get stabbed in the back. Stopping the cloaked girl who still wanted to say something, Elan nodded to Yun Nuoshing and the others. Well, I'll pass on this matter. If you're right, we still have to strengthen the defense of the world of order and all the subordinate world. We have to go back to the heavenly realm now. We have to bring this artifact back as soon as possible and let the professionals deal with it. Elan reached out her hand to Yun Nuoshing. He took a look and reached out to shake her hand. I wish you all the best. Elan smiled faintly. Come to the heavenly realm to play when you're free in the future. I'll treat you well then. After leaving a greeting to each other, Elan and the others took the hedgehog-like artifact, opened a passage in the void and disappeared into it. In the future? Looking at the void crack that was gradually closing, Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. I'm afraid there's no future. This unexpected journey has come to an end. They should also return to their original path and deal with the things that they originally wanted to deal with. It's almost time to go back. Thinking of this, Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked at Hui. Is there anything else? Hui's face was full of sweat as he tried to recall. Even if there was nothing else, he planned to do something to keep Feng here for a while. Well, when he saw Feng's eyes, he knew that this idea could only be thought of. He could only nod helplessly. Well, it's almost time to go back. His tone was full of regret and reluctance. Although the mission of coming out for a stroll and rest was completed, the effect it had on Feng was too small. There was no progress at all. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Zibai and the others? Once you leave, it'll really be goodbye forever. It's the same for them and for us. Hui whispered. Goodbye? Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. Her hand that was about to open the teleportation gate to the primordial realm froze. She lowered her head and looked at the space in front of her in a daze. She nodded slightly. Goodbye. Looking at this guy's stunned expression, she knew that he still hadn't come back to his senses. Wasn't this a waste of time? Forget it, he couldn't do it. The difficulty of this mission was too high. He couldn't persuade a guy who didn't have his heart here from the beginning. The void front line had become a fate that he couldn't avoid or escape from in this world. It was a fate that he imposed on himself. Perhaps only by ending everything could he really come back to his senses. The sky gradually darkened and the afterglow of the setting sun dissipated. The lights in Jiang City were already lit. The dusk that didn't last long in winter disappeared before it dyed the horizon yellow. Soon, the sky would be full of stars again. To them, this was the sign of the end of another day. Just like in the dream, she and Xiaolan seemed to have tacitly agreed to the way they interacted in the dream. They directly skipped the steps that were gradually getting familiar with each other and turned into a normal daily life. It was just that it felt like something was missing. It wasn't that she accidentally forgot something, but suddenly something was really missing. It was missing in all aspects. Pushing the door open, the room was lit up in a moment. Zhou Zibai and Xiaolan had just walked into the room when they subconsciously glanced at the sofa. Then they were stunned. Yun Nuoshing turned her head. Morning. It's already so late. Morning your head. Xiaolan bared her teeth and pounced over, hanging on him and biting his head. Hey, to this guy, any time to say hello is morning, regardless of the time of day or night. Hui poked his head in from the balcony. Zhou Zibai had just walked up with a smile when she suddenly realized that the atmosphere was a little different from what she had imagined. She calmed down a lot and quietly looked at Yun Nuoshing. Are you guys leaving? Xiaolan was stunned for a moment. She quickly slipped from his body to the sofa. After taking a closer look, she realized. What did she realize? This guy was just expressionless. Until now, He was expressionless. Yes. Yun Nuoxing nodded lightly. It was time to say goodbye. The scene of farewell. This farewell would be eternal. There was no turning back. In this life, or even forever, they would never see each other again. As if a stiff soul had suddenly awakened, Yun Nuoxing stroked the long hair beside her ear, smiled faintly, and nodded. Yes, we're leaving. The beautiful smile was the same as that rainy night, but it was different. The smile now came from the heart. It was very warm, very gentle, with a bit of helplessness, just a little stiff. It seemed that he really hadn't smiled sincerely for a long time. Although I still want to stay here for a while. If I have nothing to do, I might stay here for a while. It might be 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. To us, it's just a fleeting moment. Unfortunately, I still have a task that I have to do my best to complete. I can't stay here for long. Yun Nuoxing sighed softly, and responded in the calmest tone. In fact, his facial paralysis hadn't recovered. Just now, he smiled. It was just a fleeting moment. Zhou Zhibai opened her mouth and hesitated for a long time before saying, "Can we meet again in the future?" Xiaolan also turned her head and stared at Yun Nuoxing. However, when she turned her head and glanced at Hui and the little girl, they both sighed secretly. The answer was probably. But this didn't prevent her from looking at him with hopeful eyes. Although she thought it was unlikely, she still wanted to hear a definite answer. Yun Nuoxing shook his head lightly. "I'm afraid it's not possible. In the distant void, endless time, the sea of time is right before our eyes, blocking everything. To us, millions and millions of years would pass by in an instant. We have forgotten about ourselves in time. In the blink of an eye, countless worlds are born and destroyed. The lives of mortals are too short. Maybe there won't be a day where we can cross through time and meet again. You also have your own concerns and your own things in the world. You are not people who have nothing. Therefore, you can't change your trajectory without permission. Moreover, the world over there is not suitable for you." After these few words, the atmosphere in the hall became even more oppressive, causing him to sigh helplessly. Originally, he didn't want to experience this, so he planned to just leave casually. However, Hui made a sound, so he had no choice but to say it. "No, this farewell is eternal. It's more than eternal time. How can we not say goodbye properly?" The voice of the little angel sounded softly, making him sigh helplessly again. However, he really didn't know what to say. Was it really enough to just say goodbye casually? Okay, then I'll show more sincerity. Yun Nuoxing sighed bitterly in his heart. Once again, he forced a smile and patted Zhou Zhibai's shoulder. "Live your own wonderful life. Just treat it as a fantasy dream. Forget those people and things that shouldn't have appeared. Well, if you find it hard to forget, I can help you erase part of your memories." "That's not necessary." Zhou Zhibai smiled bitterly and shook her head. She looked at Yun Nuoxing. "I will remember you." Yun Nuoxing looked at her in surprise and smiled faintly. "In that case, I will also remember your souls. If this period of time that surpasses eternity also comes to an end, we still have a chance to look back. Perhaps we can find your reincarnated souls. For us, only the soul is able to remember everything. When that time comes, let's get to know each other again." Zhou Zhibai nodded with a smile. Xiaolan slapped him on the back with her tail. "Do you have to be so emotional? You can just say that you have a mission and can't turn back. Why do you have to say so much? If you want to go, go. If you have something important to do, go do it. No one is forcing you to stay here." Yun Nuoxing looked at her helplessly. Did this girl think that he couldn't see her red eyes when she said those words? And she said those words like a little girl who was throwing a tantrum. Oh, she was a little girl, a 5,000-year-old girl. Okay. Yun Nuoxing sighed and stood up. "Being emotional really doesn't suit me." He took out 2 necklaces that were still in a safe range from the pendant and gave one to Zhibai and Xiaolan. They should be in a safe range. They didn't have any attack effect. At most, they could be worn to prolong one's life and protect one's safety. Anyway, they wouldn't be out of the range of the 3-elemental realm. Thank you for taking care of us all this time. We're quite happy. If you have time, please say goodbye to Southern Airlines for us. Yun Nuoxing rubbed Xiao Lan's head and patted Jibai's shoulder. I hope that in this life and in the next life, you can follow your heart and continue to move forward without any obstacles. Zhou Jibai walked forward and gave Yun Nuoxing a big hug. She whispered in his ear, "Take care." Yun Nuoxing smiled and replied, "You take care too." In the middle of the hall, a purple crystal crack was gradually closing. Zhou Jibai stared blankly at the crack. She looked at the necklace in her hand and slowly put it on. She whispered softly, "Goodbye, Mai." With 3 people gone, the hall became quiet. Xiao Lan stood up and hugged Jibai, who was a little absent-minded. She whispered, "Some people just leave when they say they're leaving." She raised her head and whispered, "You guys are. Although I don't know what you're carrying, I hope that you can seize the ending you want. Let's not think about the next life. Just thinking about this life is giving me a headache. Also, this guy is an idiot. While asking people to forget about him, he gave me an accessory. Is he really not afraid that Jibai will misunderstand and remember it for hundreds or thousands of years? However, it's useless to talk about this. After this farewell, as they said, it might be eternal. The aura of the 8 elements realm is finally not limited by the low-density energy of the 3rd elements realm. After experiencing the long journey from the 3rd elements realm to the 8 elements realm, the fact was that he broke the barrier of the elemental realm several times and crossed the elemental realm several times. It didn't even take 2 minutes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw. It was still dark in front of him, but he could feel the aura of the 8 elements realm that he had not seen for a long time. Looking at Hui running wildly in the void, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but roll her eyes. She couldn't help but think of a certain species that had disappeared. I'm back in the 8 elements realm. I have to start getting busy again." The little girl stretched herself and let out a long sigh. She glanced at Hui, who was walking around in the void, and said to Yun Nuoxing, "I still have to find the core of the 8 elemental realms. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." Yun Nuoxing was stunned. "Still looking? You've gone back and forth in the great elemental realm tens of thousands of times. You can't find it at all." "I have to find it even if I can't." The little girl spread her hands, "Not to mention that I'm guarding it. If the underworld gets it, then the world of order will be in big trouble. I don't want to wake up one day to find that the world of order has completely collapsed or something." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. She felt that the phrase, "wake up one day," was a little familiar. She seemed to have heard it somewhere before. "Anyway, seeing that you guys are working so hard to guard the world of order, we will also work harder to find it." The little girl patted him on the shoulder and sighed, "Even so, it's a very realistic thing to have no clue at all. I really don't know where to look. There was once when I followed the weak aura and found that I was halfway there. When I woke up, I found that I had drifted away in the void for some distance. Moreover, I couldn't tell the trace that I was looking for before. I don't know if the trace that I'm looking for is that. I don't know if it's already been found." Yun Nuoxing. "Why does it sound like there's no point at all?" "Ahem." The little girl coughed dryly. "I can't help it. Those traces are too messy and easy to mess up. It's hard for me to find it, but I can't not look for it. But I probably won't leave the 8 elements realm in the near future. I'm also very interested in the source law that you mentioned earlier. I should be running back and forth between the void and the void frontline recently. When the time comes, I might go to your place to disturb you. Oh, if you want to come, then come." Yun Nuoxing scratched his head, "But I'm not sure if I have time to entertain you." The little girl rolled her eyes at him. "I knew you would say that.